huge announcement that Twitch made that people are quite upset about. How upset? Well, Tips, the leader of OTK, said if this change goes through, OTK will be leaving Twitch, which is crazy because they are one of the most viewed organizations on Twitch. Also added the CEO. Pretty bold move. And if you just search up Twitch right now and go through all of Twitter, people aren't happy. It's impressive how Twitch manages to make the most dogshit changes imaginable. I don't say it lightly, but I think this is a legitimate situation where streamers should consider boycotting Twitch. Twitch is changing sponsorship guidelines to be so restrictive that it makes it impossible for streamers to even advertise. Okay, well, let's first address what the fuck everybody's talking about. And it all started with a single article posted by Twitch about branded content guidelines. Maybe the most boring, dry article you could imagine, has somewhat made the entirety of Twitter implode talking about Twitch. But what is the actual content of it? It started with point 1, which is branded content disclosure tool. Basically, now when you do a branded stream, you have to disclose it, which is a law in the US of A at the very least, and is a good thing. You should know when you're watching branded content as a viewer, and if you check this little box, then it'll be embedded into the stream. Great, easy. Point 1, not a problem. But like most shit sandwiches, it's not the top layer of bread you have to worry about, it's what's in the middle, which is point 2. Prohibited brand sponsorship formats. We recognize that streamers want to collab with brands, but as outlined in the TOS, we maintain the exclusive right to sell, serve, and display ads on Twitch services. This means that you may not insert, embed, or burn in pre-recorded ad units into your live streams. What does that mean? Well, they gave a nice little infographic. Somebody worked really hard at Twitch to make these graphics. They look really good, but they made a lot of people upset. So let's go through it. Here are the formats permitted for ads that streamers might want to run on their Twitch channel. You can do panels, which is like the thing below. It's basically the description, something nobody actually reads. You can showcase products, fair enough. You can include links or maybe have like a pinned link or a Moo bot that posts the link occasionally in the chat. You can discuss products and be like, wow.
Wait, so you can't just have like an overlay? That's stupid.
Wow, check out my very cool Nintendo Switch Joy-Con. It has drift still. I don't know how that's legal. And you can play sponsored games. Okay, great. That's all fine. But what are the non-permitted ones? The ones with limitations? The ones that started the...
Wait, logos on stream? 3% of the screen size? What are they going to measure? What the fuck?
Shitstorm that has caused Twitter to lose their mind. Well, the first one, logos on stream. On-stream brand overlays are limited to 3% of screen size. This is crazy. I've never even heard of this before, especially the limitation of 3%. Partially because that is weirdly specific. I don't even know what 3% of a screen is. Luckily, some other people found out.
Oh. Okay, what's up, Alex?
What it is. Turns out this is 3%. This is it in square form, this is it in banner form, and this is it if you were put it on the side. It is fucking tiny. It is literally smaller than my webcam. It is not a large part of the screen. So that would impact a lot of banner ads that people regularly do on their Twitch streams. And then the second one is the one that people are very stressed out about, which is that streamers are not allowed to insert video ads directly into their streams. So this is basically like you are sponsored.
Wouldn't that make literally like anything, like any competition that can possible? Like, for example, basically any LCS, I'd make that impossible because their transition always has ads. What the fuck?
Sponsored by Campbell's Soup, and then you play a Campbell's Soup ad while you are streaming for 60 seconds, and then it's back to you.
Fuck you. Not going to Rumble. You know what Amazon will always have? Fucking free ass Prime subs. Also, Rumble's got a bunch of Nazis. I was already on Twitch in 2014 or whatever. I don't need to relive that, okay? I know the situation. I'm fine. I'm fine with not having that.
Jerking off, watching the button, whatever the hell's going on. And they said, no, that you cannot do that. And then there's a couple additional ones saying, hey, you can't do banner ads, which I guess would also fall under the 3% anyway. And then you can't have any burned in audio.
Yeah, I don't care. Yes, those are people I don't really share an audience with. No Nazis? Are you serious? What do you mean no Nazis? There are absolutely Nazis on Rumble.
Ads, which I've never heard about. I guess that's like if you're doing a podcast maybe, and you have like a podcast ad read.
Noise?
Apparently,
yeah, I mean something. What the fuck was that? Ugh, fuck. If any of you guys are friends with Casual Cup or in a server with Casual Cupcake on Discord, don't add me.
apparently that's also not allowed to happen. So all of these things just outright banned, and this is the main thing.
Exploit me to do what? How am I getting exploited? Viewer base is significantly higher on Twitch. What's up, bro?
People are upset about.
They take half my money. I don't care. It's not really. What? I carry your sandwich board for you. Oh, my projector screen? No, but I'm kind of annoyed that Razor still hasn't put it away. It's been storming every single day, so can't leave it outside.
Which I think is pretty fucking dumb by Twitch, because this is the main way that people who run huge events
This really freaks me out. I don't like.
are able to make money, including me. That's how I make most of my money. Now, I'm on YouTube, so it's not as big of a problem for me. But for my Mogul Chess Boxing, here's a baked-in mid-roll ad from Cash App. That is all it is. It's a total baked-in ad that would not be allowed under the current Twitch guidelines.
That's what I'm saying.
Similar to the KFC ad that we recorded that aired during the Streamer Awards. Another ad that just wouldn't be able to be aired, which is part of the reason they pay the big bucks, those big sponsors, to be able to make events like that happen in the first place. And somebody on Twitter, Brian, said, the more I think about it, the more insane this is. Literally no event can run on Twitch under these guidelines. Tournaments, league,
yeah, I was
charity.
thinking like LCS and shit. Oh, did we talk about how the LCS is unionizing? Or it is unionizing. It's striking, sorry. It is already unionized because they're being pieces of shit about the underleagues that they get a lot of recruiting from. Because the underleagues are like super they want to like, okay, so to compete in the LCS you have to pay I think like $10 million. Like as a team, obviously, like the team itself to enter into the LCS. And they want to do that same thing with the underleagues, which obviously couldn't afford that. But the underleagues are really helpful for them to scout talent, like, or else, like, how else are you gonna do it? Are you gonna just like what? Have to play with them randomly? Like it just makes sense. It's how like pretty much everything else would work. And they're wanting to make them like have to pay like a franchise fee or some shit. I'm not being very accurate on the details of the grievance, but what is cool is they are striking. So nobody's playing in the LCS. More like LCS, right? With some courage.
All of them violate these in so many ways. And so I looked into it, and he's right. I mean, literally, this is a Twitch Prime Gaming,
yeah,
or I guess an Amazon
Prime
gaming banner giveaway. This is an ad right here.
Do you think they'd ban their own ads? That would be very funny.
And it is well over 3% and breaks the rule of inserted, burned-in display ads. That's not allowed under the current guide.
Well, that doesn't affect me because who the fuck wants to sponsor anything that's political or has the viewership I have?
Guidelines. Now, I fully believe that Twitch is probably trying to target some specific groups of people, and they're not going to blanket punish everyone across the board. But they could be punishing individual creators. Now, part of the reason I believe this, and I guess we'll break this into two groups here. People who are going to give Twitch the most charitable interpretation and people who are going to give Twitch the least charitable interpretation. Now, if we're going with the latter, if we're going with the least charitable interpretation, this means Twitch is going to outright cannibalize every single ad that anybody was trying to do, any individual creator, any esports organizer, and make them do it through Twitch exclusively. And maybe there's some supporting evidence, like when they tweeted out a month ago, we're testing new experiences to connect streamers and brands by making sponsored streams work better for our community. So they already have things in place to improve their ad sales to their creators, and now they're removing the other options for creators, so you have no option but to do all your ads.
Someone's cooking something with...
Ads through Twitch. That's the least charitable. What's the most charitable? They're getting up to date with a lot of the rules that other websites have in place, including YouTube. Embedded third-party sponsorships in ads in YouTube content. YouTube creators cannot include promotion, sponsorships, or other advertisements for third-party sponsors or advertisers in their videos where YouTube offers a comparable ad format, including, but not limited to, pre, mid, and post-roll ads, aka you shouldn't be allowed, according to YouTube, to have a 60-second ad that you burn into your video that talks about, I don't know, Nintendo Switch Joy-Cons and how they have bad drift. Apparently that wouldn't fly. But if you've watched YouTube for more than a week, you know that does fly.
Yeah, it's like within the H3 podcast wouldn't be a thing.
All the time.
Like, so literally entire videos are ads. Like, what? That doesn't make any sense.
Some sort of policy that YouTube puts in place to punish groups of people that might be cannibalizing too much of their ad sales because they're doing it at scale rather than punish creators. And this is a more charitable interpretation because this basically means Twitch's new guideline falls almost exactly in line with YouTube's guideline. The only caveat I'll say is logos. This one seems crazy still to me. And Twitch can also prove me wrong. This is a time will tell scenario. If in a month from now, Twitch is taking down every single creator who does have a burned in ad, a 60-second mid-roll ad, or who does have...
I mean, Twitch is notoriously insanely inconsistent with its policies and don't enforce a lot of them. Let's be real here. Groups will sign on with Twitch to be acceptable ads. I mean, as somebody who doesn't have any of these sponsors, I don't really care.
Have a banner, then this is not at all what YouTube is doing, but in writing, it is the exact same. In practice, it could be a whole lot different. This thing, still crazy to me. I don't know where the...
You now die. What? I don't even understand what you're saying, but sure.
3% came from. It seems oddly specific. It seems way too punishing. But I am hoping that this is Twitch's...
What are they gonna like bring out the math here? Like, I'm gonna say 3%, like, and have like a mod just measuring it out. I mean, obviously it would be algorithmic, but just a funny visual in my head.
Way of trying to target a group of people who is taking up too much of their ad sales because maybe they're doing it at scale, and less so a way to specifically target individual creators who are doing ad sales, who are trying to make money, to make ends meet. Because at the end of the day, that is most Twitch streamers. Most Twitch streamers aren't the top 0.0001% that you think of when you think of Twitch streamers. It is people who are just making enough to live or have a good side hustle going. And this brings me to the bigger point here, which is that Twitch has a PR problem. At its core, that is Twitch's biggest issue. Nobody is going to give Twitch a charitable interpretation for anything they're doing because they have done nothing but make bad decisions over the past 2+ years. Not only make bad decisions, but the way they announce these decisions is always articles that they post at 4 a.m. that are cold, cut and dry.
You know, forbade third-party revenues streams around 4 to 5 years ago. And everyone, why would they do that? That's really stupid. They do fully well, I mean, Twitch was first. Let's be real here. To do fully pioneer, this all other platforms will drink the cold blood. And going where? Well, Miskiff's been working on Rumble. After we have this video, Miskiff made a video, so we're gonna watch that. I haven't watched it yet.
Don't actually answer the questions people want to know. They even have an FAQ at the bottom of this huge article they posted.
I'm telling you, Kick's gonna have some problems. It's like basically like the mafia running it right now, and they could maybe go legit, but it's like it's a little sussy. Because again, it's funded by literally a gambling company, so I don't really believe in the ethics of it. Number one, and number two, there's probably a lot of illegal shit happening behind the scenes. Aspen Gold's view of this. You posted?
In all of the FAQ.
And also, obviously, the Nazis. I said this already, but I'm gonna say it again. I've already been on Twitch in 2014, okay? 2015, during the Gamergate era. I know what it is, okay? I don't want to deal with that again.
FAQ is about the branded content announcement, aka point 1 of the 2 points, the branded content disclosure tool.
I don't want like when we did a Discord or ban that like the people that come in the Discord just say the N-word over and over again. Like it's just, I don't want to deal with that type of shit again because that's what it used to be like.
Nobody gives a fuck about that. Yet every single question is about branded content and disclosure, with the exception of one all the way down here, which is what do you mean by burned in ads? And it just clarifies that you're not allowed to have any mid-roll ads. I feel like it would be a lot better if Twitch were to be more personable. And they just got a CEO who is doing interviews with VTubers who seems a little more hip. So why not have like a sit-down conversation and say, hey, these are our new guidelines. This is why we're doing it. We're trying to keep up to date with other competing websites like YouTube or whatever it is. It would feel a whole lot better if the message came from a human who seems.
Yeah, just opening the Kick like homepage like makes me nervous.
Seems like they care rather than an article that is trying to be shoved into.
Well, he's talking about it because it's news. What do you mean?
Into the anal cavities of 4 a.m.
I talked about YouTube.
Only to be posted by some Twitter journalists like Zach, and then talked about by every streamer known to man who hates the small little read they did about it. I don't know. It just seems brain dead that they haven't figured that out by now and they haven't changed it. But that's where we currently sit with Twitch and with their new announcement. Time will tell. I am hopeful, always optimistic, that Twitch is.
Ludwig? He does a bunch of different shit. And he's dating Cutie Cinderella, so they collab on, this is like his other channel. But, like, they put on, like, a bunch of events and shit. On top of that, he's just a streamer. He does the streamer stuff. Hey! His podcast, too.
Not going to go out and attack every single
Hassan's joke is when he's doing the mogul mail thing, he's far right. I don't really get it, but just relaying the information.
Individual who has a sponsorship that breaks these rules and that it's for some other reason, but it's Twitch. So,
well, the biggest problem is Twitch doesn't give you warnings. They just like ban you. So it's kind of weird. Nerd I've seen so far. I mean, he's very funny. Anyways, let's move on to what
That's
OTK.
right. We're going back.
What happened to him?
Even my boss himself, tips out, said, if this goes through, OTK might be leaving Twitch. This is not a joke. Even my boss himself, tips out, said, if this goes through, OTK will be leaving Twitch. This is a direct attack on our business, staff, and all of the hard work we put into our organization. He even tagged Dan Clancy, the CEO of Twitch. But Tips isn't the only one upset. Everybody thinks these new terms of service is insane.
Yeah, I mean, I hate fucking YouTube because of the copyright bullshit that Twitch kind of just ignores. Which I appreciate not having to abide by on Twitch. You don't have to worry, like, if like a TikTok has like music in it, like you're not gonna get in trouble for having that, even though they like kind of said that they were gonna do that, and then they just like were like, we're not gonna actually do it.
And this basically affects any high production that is on Twitch. It completely destroys any way we're going to be able to make money, and this will kill OTK, and we will have to leave the platform. Now, what are these changes that are occurring? Why are they occurring? And what can we do to stop it? So, first, let's go over what the changes are. Basically, Twitch is changing the way that we are allowed to do our ads. They are going to be limiting the way we do ads because it is affecting the way that they are able to sell their ads. They gave us 4 different examples that are going to be limited and changed. Some of them aren't really as bad. For example, logo on stream, on-brand overlays are limited to 3% of the screen size. Now, that's not really anything that's too bad. For example, I usually have my logo up here, which is usually Razer or another company. You basically have to keep it at 3%. I don't really think this is a problem because I think Twitch is just going to kind of tell their companies that work with them that, yeah, it's only 3%. They're not really going to be checking on you for that. And I don't really think that anyone's going to really care that if it's a little bit more than 3%. It's more so just guide.
How would they, like, honestly, like, algorithmically even, like, I guess maybe, like, because I think that would be such a shit show where things could just look very similar to that. Or, like, if you're watching a video and then that video has a logo, like, that just seems like an insane thing. Like, that there's no way that they're gonna actually, Again, we need to remember that Twitch is horrible at, for one, explaining, and 2, actually upholding their rules. Yeah, does a transparent count?
Guidelines that they can tell their brands that work with them, hey, they're only leaving this at 3%. So this isn't really going to change much. But what is going to change a lot, inserted burn-in video in video ads. Streamers may not insert video ads directly to their streams. This is huge that we're not allowed to do this. And
What if you make it an, I guess it wouldn't be third party, but
basically hurts so much of the bottom dollar of not only OTK, but so many high production things such as LCS, CSGO, the Streamer Awards.
Yeah, because the reason why these are so nice for like a something like LCS is it's just something to show in the downtime, so you don't have to have that like just chunk of ads, and you're still getting like your ad shown. I'm sure like the pricing depends on whatever, but like instead of just having to go to break, I mean this is like just like sports 101. Like we're like, okay, what's a sports thing? Baseball. When they shift, where people are just walking to and not like playing the game, and then you can just play the ad while you still have somebody talking, so it still feels like a consistent feed instead of like going to like a commercial break, even though sometimes they do that too.
Germa's Dollhouse. I mean, all of it can't be done because what you're going to be doing is cutting down the bottom dollar that we're making to do the show itself. Another thing that's not going to be allowed is inserted burned in display ads. Streamers may not insert display or banner ads directly into their stream or inserted burned in audio ads. Now, what does all this even mean? What is all this stuff and why does it affect us?
What's an
It affects us because you see how LCS is basically all of this sitting right here and they run ads constantly. They have to run ads and do their own ad campaigns because that's how they make their money to afford these multi-million-dollar productions. They need to make a profit or at least get even on their production. And things like Grubhub, this massive thing you see right here, is not going to be allowed. This is out of the guidelines completely. Basically, almost anything you see in the LCS is going to be completely not allowed. You see how this says LCS Fanbox, Buffalo Wild Wings? This is not allowed because this is a burned-in video. You can't have that. In fact, I'm pretty sure that this Verizon thing right here is more than 3% of the screen. And it's basically hurting Twitch's ads. Their ads are probably getting upset because things like this are running over their ads and it's making them angry and making them not want to work with Twitch.
Stop. Why are you guys so barky the second I start? Go. Out of the room. Go. I'm telling you, they're silent like all day.
Twitch. So Twitch is going to try to stop this as much as possible. But this is just going to destroy any high production that's going to happen on the website. An example is this. Cutie Cinderella tweeted, "Not sure how Streamer Awards, OTK Game Expo, or the Gamer Awards are going to be able to exist." They won't. To let everyone understand, things like the Streamer Awards, the Gamer Awards, and the Game Expo cost hundreds of thousands, if not even up to $1 million to create. All these high production shows cost so much money to create, and we make that money back by doing our ads that we do. We have to do them to pay the staff, to pay the company, to make somewhat of a profit if that's even possible. But there's no way we can make a profit if we can't do these ads the way that we've been doing them for years. That's what companies want because they work. They want to see ads that are burned into the screen. And the viewers don't mind it because they understand it's a high production thing. But if we can't do that anymore, we're basically not going to be able to operate as a company, and OTK is going to have to leave Twitch to go to either Rumble, Kick, or YouTube. It's got to happen because we can't do our ads, which means we can't do our shows, which means OTK cannot exist. It's scary. And we're not the only ones feeling this. Cutie Cinderella's award show probably cost almost $1 million to create.
Rumble is a Twitch clone that is ran by a far-right like billionaire. I guess I could have just said billionaire. Probably is assumed in that way. He's Peter Thiel. All I know about Peter Thiel is he's far right. He's or maybe not far, a right wing, and he's gay. And he's a billionaire. That's all I know about it.
And if she can't do in-burn ads and do a bunch of ads for her own show, she can't do the show. She's not just going to spend $1 million a year to do the show.
One of the most insane people. Like, him and, like, John Zergus is just, like, hang out. Because he's, like, so insane and, like... I've heard him explain, or described, and I would agree with from what I've seen of Russell Brand, where he's really good at pointing out a problem and horrible at trying to figure out a solution. Like almost like an opposite solution. Hope that platform won't take off. They're spending a shit ton of money. There's no fucking possible way that Rumble's making a profit, but I guess they don't have to if it's a billionaire. But they're like giving people a lot of money to get there. I mean, I don't think people really want to use the service. I don't know how well it works. It like Kick, if I open up the app, I just get like nervous. Let's see, what's the highest, wait, just chatting. What? Featured channels, are they live? No. Okay, so Kai has a show on it, and the last they posted was 11 days ago. I believe Miss Kiff's channel has about, like, 10,000 followers, which is what I'm at. On here. It's a pretty big piece of shit. So the highest viewership, I assume this is sorted by... Wait. This was live 26 days ago? Okay, look at these numbers. I'm not watching anything. I think we're fine. So, 6 hours ago, with 1,000 people watching, I think this is just kind of like a full-time coverage thing, like where you have like actual channels, like network channels, which I don't believe works very well. Newsmax Live with, and then Glenn Greenwald. So this is, I believe, in order. So this is not a popular website. I don't really have a lot of faith, and I don't know if you're noticing a lot of commonality here with the content leanings here. Like Mike Lindell's fucking 554 viewers that he started 15 days ago. So I don't know if this has just been live for 15 days. I don't understand. Like, it's just all fucking far-right freaks. And their numbers are horrible.
A profit or at least somewhat break even. There's no way that she can do it with just a 3% overlay and a dream. It's just not going to happen. So that's why everyone's up in arms. It's crazy this is all happening too, considering the fact that Twitch was just such an up and coming for so many years. It gets a little bit of competition from Rumble and Kick and other websites, and all of a sudden it feels like Twitch is just absolutely crumbling at the knees. I don't know if it's just timing, but it's just really bad for Twitch, and it's kind of scary as a creator, but more importantly, it's scary for someone that likes to create high production. How the hell am I going to be able to do
Kind of hateful. Well, far-right freaks like to say a lot of worse things, so I'm okay with that. It is hateful. I do hate far-right freaks.
my shows if I can't have an in-video ad? Am I not allowed to show a giant thing of Starforge for about a minute while we take a quick break? How are esports teams going to be able to justify paying streamers if the way that they make money is through ads on
Yeah, I like when all the Nazis go to one place so then I don't have to deal with it. We know where to avoid.
their stream? It's just not possible. And then all of a sudden you're going to have everyone tweeting like the sky's toast that they're losing $1 million a year.
Yes, if they are left-wing child groomers, they are freaks. Absolutely.
There's just no way that people
Do you think I'm saying that all far-right people are freaks? I wasn't saying that, but I do generally kind of think that.
can afford it. It's not only just burning money at this point. You're throwing money out the window. Now here's the thing. If you're not a high production
Are you getting offended? Are you doing a little bit of a self-report right now? Open source streaming app that costs nothing to operate. There's none of the core BS. Yeah.
company such as something like OTK, Cutie Cinderella's award show, or basically any
Let's just bring back Ventrilo. I don't know what that would mean. I'm just saying it.
big event, are you in jeopardy? And the answer really is no. Twitch is perfectly fine with you doing basically any ad. The only way that they care about you doing an ad is if it's something more so like this. This is me last year with my friend Tamia, where we are sitting here going over my Spotify recap. Now you can see this is obviously an in-video ad that is not allowed to be done anymore. This is way more than 3%, and this is why Twitch has this problem. Is stuff like this is just too impeding on their website, which is affecting their ads because it's way too much ad space, so they can't sell that space, which basically is hurting Twitch's bottom line. But if you're not doing things like that through Stream Elements or other...
Elflingers are typically pro-child grooming, so how? I got a document for you to see if you actually think that the left... You know you got the Catholics, right? Like, are you serious? And you're not saying that because you think it. You're saying it because you heard somebody else say it. If you knew... Hold on, I got a doc here. What did I name it? Conservatives or demons? There it is. Yeah, pedophilia among Republicans. Let's see, let's just go on, like, leanings here. So these are, the long list of Republican sex offenders. And I don't mean that they're just Republicans. These are, like, people that were in, like, Republican office. There we go. And here's the list of, Democratic sex offenders. Oh. Crazy, right? That is a very bad time to have somebody raid me. Link that? Sure. It's a 2016 article. I got more, don't you worry. Where's my chat window? Thank you so much for the raid, though. I mean, we got CRT taking my guns, yeah? Republicans advocate for child marriage. Oh, do I have that? You guys also had Roy Moore. We love that. Roy Moore, who literally got banned from a mall and was still able to win office, so Republican voters clearly don't seem like they give a fuck. Anti-grooming candidate lost teaching job over anti-grooming candidate lost teaching job over accusation of inappropriate relationship with kids. Most of the time it's a self-report, as we all know. Matt Walsh defends Theodore McCarrick, a multiple child rapist, and states his grooming his grown men victims, and also states that his grown male victims should have been able to defend themselves. Republican want less ed. Sex ed is proven to reduce molestation in children because it's easier to report, or for them to understand what's happening, to report to another adult. They teach you there's a reduction in Christian ministries literally have insurance for molestation, which is funny in like a horrible way. Did I not link that? I know I have the article. Here it is. Abuse and molestation liability insurance. This is on ministryinsured.com. They sell insurance, you know, because that's just not something that happens, right? Definitely not something that happens. There was a guy who got really pissed off and destroyed a case of Bud Light because he was calling trans people groomers. Turns out he has a record.
A Topeka man is behind bars tonight. He allegedly exposed himself to a teen at the Walmart right there on your screen. Topeka police said about 9 o'clock last night, officers responded out.
Oh, this list. Yeah, the point was that it wasn't supposed to. We're not talking about citizens. I mean, obviously we're talking about them now, but in that list, the point is the far-right Republicans are way more likely to be pedos.
Out to reports of a disturbance there at the store on Wanamaker Road.
And I'm sure that goes in the direction of not all Republicans are pedophiles, but pedophiles are most likely Republicans.
When officials arrived, they said they found Dustin Kane of Topeka had been throwing things at people there in the store. And officials said they also learned that.
Did you look up the names of the list? Did you look up? I mean, that is, if. Were those people convicted? Because it seems like that would be pretty easy to look up.
At some point, he exposed himself.
Yeah, that's the point. They're not supposed to be normal citizens. But they're Republicans. That makes it worse. You know that, right?
To a teenager. TPD officials
These
said
are people who have positions of power. And what do they do with their positions of power?
they did use force to arrest Kane.
This guy's
but
a random guy.
A taser was not deployed. He was booked into the Shawnee County Department of Corrections.
This guy who is pissed off about the Dylan Mulvaney ad and was beating or throwing around Budweiser because he's anti-trans because he thinks they're groomers, literally has exposed himself to teens. Oh yeah, we also watched some. Where did we find that passport to purity thing that encourages going away for the weekend out of the house like a hotel to do activities and talk about sex? Also encourages the showering of gifts to your child. Really creepy. I think most people who aren't on the left, I think that idiots think that. I don't think that most people think that at all. I don't think most people think about it unless they're watching like 24/7 Fox News like propaganda. The only case of like grooming I can think of from a trans person, and I'm sure it's happened just like statistically more than once, is Jessica Yaniv. So I gave you a list of all the right wingers that are groom like pedos. So can you give me a list of trans people that are groomer pedos? Really kind of seems like common sense would lead you to believe, you know, with looking at the statistics, not just common sense, but looking at these statistics there, you should probably be way more wary leaving your child around like a church member or a Republican than around like a trans person.
Agencies. The thing is, it's not really going to affect you too much. An example of a stream that is still completely allowed and fine is me when I was playing with Hassan and Moxie. We were just playing this game.
Wait, let's kill these fucking frozen goblins.
Okay, yeah. You couldn't pay me to be sponsored with Hassan ever again because he's so bad at video games, but things like that where it's just gameplay are completely allowed. The 3% banner is perfectly fine, and Twitch even goes over the things that you are still allowed to do. You're allowed to have branded panels on channel pages, which is, you know, what basically everyone does. Showcasing products in your stream background, which, again, is what a lot of us do for things like Gamer Supps and Game Fuel, including links to other sites that promote things. So you're allowed to pin your own messages, which is still perfectly fine. Discussing, endorsing, or unboxing products or services. So basically, an unboxing a Starforge PC is still okay. And playing sponsored games.
Live others' live. Wait, what? There's a lot of right-leaning people I've met online that aren't super social and struggle with empathy, so think they can't understand left idea of helping others live their way. Oh, yeah. No, you're absolutely right. And then it's so weird to me as somebody who is, you know, as I've been talking about, a little bit overly empathetic, that it just like, I don't know. That's why I like to default to the freedom aspect. It's like, well, America? I want people to have the most choices. This is what our country was built on. If we're talking about like theories, at least. Kids are being brainwashed. Okay, all right. So why do you think gay people existed? Because we've been living in a very heterocentric world. So it really would seem to me that everyone, if brainwashing and grooming like that worked, then everyone would just be straight. Because that was the norm for a very long time. And it didn't work. Oh, do we need to do the left-handedness graph? Let me show you one of the best examples of something that I think really shows why, like, if something is going up because it's more accepted, doesn't mean it's just going to keep going straight up and then just turn into everyone being left-handed. And for two, a very analogous graph, which was related to left-handedness. Left-handedness used to be like seen as like demonic, right? So when that was the case, you can see it goes down here, right? And then they stopped doing that in the 1920s, and then it starts going up because it's more accepted to be left-handed. So the people who are left-handed are then going to just be left-handed and not have to like hide being left-handed because people are just left-handed and they're not left-handed. And then it's pretty steady, you know, obviously years it fluctuates, but around 12%. Kind of just seems like that means that 12% of people are left-handed. And when you discourage something, less people are going to present that way. And then when you accept something, more people are going to be open about it. It's not that there's more gays. It's just that you can express that you're gay. And you're not getting as groomed into being straight. Because if you think coming out is an easy thing, you are sadly mistaken. And, being very closed-minded about the experiences of other people. Why not 50-50 though? Oh. Acting cis is what they're being forced on them? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about, like, the population of trans people, it's not at all as high as, like, all of the propaganda. Like, everyone's gonna be trans. Like, stop. I mean, do you want to be trans? Like, for what? Like, the fun of it? I mean, you probably want to transition if you're trans. Like, and I assume if Jiggy, if you want to transition, then maybe you are trans, but it doesn't seem like you do, so you're not, from what it seems like you're saying. So it's like, okay. I got tricked into thinking that they might be. I don't know why tricked, but I think thinking that they might be is not a bad thing. I don't know what the tricking part, like, yeah, it's like, oh, I have the option. Am I trans? And maybe they socially transition, and then they're like, you know what, this doesn't mesh. I don't like this. This is not who I am. And then, no harm, no foul. They figure out who they are. Being able to experiment with who you are, I think, is incredibly important. Instead of just saying, like, no, you can't be that. Like, I think that's very repressive and can cause a lot of damage. Like, if you're not gay, and you, like, make out with, like, you know, someone of the same sex and you don't like it, it's because you're not gay. But if you do like it, it's probably because you are a little gay, you know? Like, depending, maybe you're just bi, but whatever. I don't know why I said little. But you're probably gay. So it's not like, what's the damage happening? Well, no, you don't just get surgeries and hormones, like, immediately. I mean, this is like a process of years. I think you're just misinformed on the topic. Like, it's just odd saying, like, you have freedom. Like, having freedom of options means that you're gonna do one of those options. It's like, okay, well, that's because they wanted to do that option. Some people don't think a man feel it. They like someone in that. Yeah, I mean, that's how I am. Just like pan, you know, I don't really care. I just like somebody that I like. That is pretty gay. Have the option. Amount of people that socially transition decide to not fully transition and great numbers. There's like a really shitty study that is like really poorly done. I wish I would put it in my doc if I can remember what it is. That I believe states something like, oh, like 98% of people who like socially transition, and then their qualification or don't or whatever, but the qualification for it is just like if you like pick up like a truck. Like, it's like really stupid and is not at all like it's been like debunked like a bazillion times. Because a lot of transphobes like to use that as like some sort of gotcha. Oh, I should probably find it. What time is it? 7. Easy wants to do conversation at yeah. Again, one of my favorite ironies is like TERFs. Or not TERF, sorry. Transvesti, like the mental illness of transvestigating, where they're just like misgendering cis, like the most, like they're like these psychos think Meghan Markle is a trans woman and she like faked her pregnancy, or like Beyonce is like a trans woman and she's like faking her pregnancy. Like that's like the level I find, like, I mean, sad but funny to me, just because it's like, how else am I supposed to react to that? Like it's just, yo, yeah, Michelle Obama, yeah. They think that like like that is deep mental illness. Like you don't want to have turf brain, dude. That's where it leads to. Without any interference. Get him glitter. Yeah, well, the transes would probably be trans, or not trans, be trans if there was no interference. Like again, straight grooming is been the normative position for a very long time. Like having your family be like, oh, like even if we're talking about like gay, like, you know, I'm sure most of your family members, like when were like, I don't know, like 15 or 12 or whatever, you're like, oh, when are you gonna get a boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever the opposite sex was, like, and that's like the normative position that people, that your family probably has always had to talk to you about, or talked at you about, I guess. And of course, like, that doesn't fucking work. So why does just like seeing a trans person, I guess it activates the CIA brainwashing that MK Ultra that somebody put in there because you saw a QR code at some point. Niners? I don't know. It doesn't really make that much sense. Because kids were being groomed to be left-handed, right? Yeah. What you were saying? Again, Jiggy, do you think that you could be groomed into being gay? When you see two dudes kissing, are you into it? I'm assuming you're a dude. Because if so, then groom a child into pretty much anything. Oh my. Okay, but put him on a list. I don't think that there's any proof that like kids like just, because I don't think that there's even that much of a commonality with like people who have gay parents and their kids being gay. I mean, it might be more common than straight parents for obvious reasons, because typically straight parents are probably going to be a lot less, I mean, on the whole, a lot less accepting of gay, you know, like if their kid was gay or whatever, and they're not doing the straight grooming. How you have gay, well, you could do like surrogate. I mean, one of them would still be, you know. I think Pete Buttigieg did that, where they had like a twin surrogate. I don't remember exactly. But if we're talking about behavior, it wouldn't really matter, right? Plays a harmful end goal. Yeah, I mean, generally, when we were talking about it, especially in this context, it absolutely is used in that way. I feel like I have like the most trans audience and also like the tallest audience. Unrelated, just somehow like coincidentally. So that means we have the most alpha audience. As I said, I do think that trans women are like literally the most brave people. America. Remember when we were talking about OTK leaving Twitch? How the fuck did we get... Why does everything always go down to trans people? Every single time. Every time. I think they might have left. Oh no, they're still here. Okay. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, actually. Destiny's debating Tank tonight. Obviously can't watch that live, but I'm gonna watch it tomorrow. Oh wait, no, I gotta do the debate tomorrow. We'll watch it Thursday if I can remember. Queer people and I've never seen a problem ever. Is it because there's a rainbow in the background? Is that how this started? Is you're just going to top call? Partially around Rittenhouse. I assume Chang had like a better take considering what I've heard Destiny say about Rittenhouse, but I'm not really that familiar to be honest. Okay, back to OTK. All right, we're moving on.
I mean, if they went after that, you basically can kiss this website goodbye. If they were able to take out sponsored games, that's about 70% of the money I made last year. So basically, this website would cease to exist. So why is Twitch doing this? Why is Twitch affecting all high production shows?
You guys know what happened? Is this just like a... Because it looks like you got hit with something. I don't know if it's just like a zit
And effectively hurting their website.
or something.
It's because if they don't, the
right now.
website will cease to exist. Ads like this are the problem. Because what is going on Twitch is companies go to Twitch with huge budgets saying, hey, we're Spotify and we want to spend $10 million with you guys because you guys are Twitch, you're in with the kids, and we're trying to get more kids to listen to Dito on Dito by Simply. Great, well, Twitch will say, and they'll say, here's what we can do with your $10 million. But things are changing in the industry. Instead of companies just going to Twitch, they're now going to places like agencies saying, hey, we have $10 million to spend. What can you do? And what the agencies are doing is they're just saying, hey, You know how Twitch says that we'll just have, you know, the ads all over that people are skipping, that people are leaving for? No. We'll have...
Wait, what happened? We're banning him? Okay. Oh, just for a day. Okay. I was like, that kind of seems to mean to ban him forever, but yeah, a day's fine.
The ingrained video right here. This entire screen will be Spotify, and you will basically own the entire stream for 2 hours.
I mean, people don't change their minds easy. And I'm sure it doesn't help necessarily when, like... And I'm not saying that you shouldn't have done this, because obviously I was nice to see all you guys. You know, good faith. Generally. Rebutting his points. But I can't imagine somebody who's feeling that defensive is going to be thinking rationally.
At a reduced rate.
Sometimes
So it's
there's some-
destroying
yeah.
Twitch's bottom dollar.
Just let him cook.
Because
Like, mentally. You know? Hopefully they'll take some of what you guys said to heart. You had made some good points. What's it also?
companies are not...
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to undo that, right? Funny thing, one of the people that I went to school with, who was like super like cult Christian-y, ended up actually joining, what's that one where they do like all of those like marriages, the Moonies, and they had to like get like Christian kidnapped back. This is actually a really sad story. I don't know why I'm saying it's funny. It's funny to me just because it's like such a crazy story. So basically, he was just getting kidnapped back and forth between two Christian cults, and I mean like literally kidnapped. They literally have like services. This is really fucked, by the way. They have like church services that will like basically like kidnap people to get them out of cults. But a lot of them are Christian based, so it's like kind of like you're just kind of sending them into another cult. They're just like, I don't know. I don't know my analysis of that. You purposely buy a golf-looking shirt? You've never worn it?
But it's golf.
Yeah, it gives you exposure to the world, yeah. They give them freedom to do, you know, experience things.
Not
Slightly
going to-
different. Well, it's more like going from one to like the other.
Twitch as much. They're now going to creators separately because it is cheaper and more effective, which is why they need to make this decision and need to do this, or they will fail as a company as a whole. People have known this for years. It's the market that we're in. You know, you want to go to other creators and you could sell it for cheaper, but you can go to Twitch. And I don't really have necessarily a problem with that. But the problem is when now it's going to be affecting high production shows, companies like OTK, and it basically can't exist anymore. People are saying, oh, well, what if Twitch does something where basically you can have it where they can say, okay, well, this high production show is allowed and this one's allowed, but that doesn't work. Now you're doing picking and choosing, and it's just going to cause a whole problem. Why can this high production show exist, but this one can't exist? It becomes a huge issue. People are going to be angry about the fact that Twitch is allowing this ad to be on this stream, but this ad's not allowed on this stream. It's either all or nothing. You need to either allow everyone to be able to do these.
People that people are bad. I think inherently people are selfish and dumb because that's, of course you are, you're a kid.
Kind of ads, or nobody's allowed to do these kind of ads. And I think Twitch is having a problem.
I also think like empathy like is not something that children like physically when it comes to like brain development have. I'm not confident on that assertion, but I feel like it's true. So if anyone wants to look that up, prove me wrong or right, that would be helpful. I feel like I've heard that, but I don't remember where.
Because they don't know what to do. In fact, Twitch tweeted this out. Everyone got so angry. Even what happened is Jebaited himself tweeted, "Dear Twitch, I will give up being in the global emote as a Jebaited as a peace offering to not move forward with these new ad guidelines that hurt all creators, big or small." Now, Twitch understood what Jebaited was saying and actually recently tweeted during I was making this video, "Today's brand and content policy update was overboard. This created confusion and frustration. We apologize for that. We do not intend to limit streamers' ability to enter into direct relationships with sponsors, and we understand that this is an important part of how streamers earn revenue. We wanted to clarify our existing ad policy that was intended to prohibit third-party.
Since I have a lot of you guys here, by the way, Cupcake was getting into it with somebody in the Discord and decided to leave said Discord. And I think that there might have just been a misunderstanding because I don't want to get into it. But the thing is, you want to do it for his own reasons. That's fine. I'm not mad about that. I can't talk to him because of his settings, where I can't DM him anymore because we're not in the same Discord. I can't even send him a friend request to talk to him because I'm not in the same Discord. I don't know if he knows that that's the settings that he's on or if he's purposely trying to avoid me. The messages that he wrote to me beforehand didn't seem like he meant it like that. So my reason why I'm mentioning it, casual, if you guys are in a server with Casual Cupcake, just if you could message him and tell him to friend request me, because I can't friend request him. He has to friend request me. I can't send him a message. I have literally no way to get in contact with him. I don't know if that's on purpose. Sometimes I just have like default settings and I just like, oh shit. Whoops. Now, scientists say empathy is not just something we develop through our upbringing, it's life experience, it's also partly inherited.
Ad networks from selling burned-in video and display ads.
Yeah, but do they like people because they give them attention?
Just like I said with the Spotify, on Twitch, which is consistent with other services. We missed the mark with the policy language and we will rewrite the guidelines to be clear. Thank you for sharing your concerns and we appreciate your feedback. We notify the community once we have updated the language. So Twitch basically backed up because they realized everyone's saying they're going to be leaving the website. And basically they realized a lot of companies and organizations as a whole cannot exist on these new guidelines they created. And I'm glad.
No, I'm saying just like the part of their brain that is the empathy source just doesn't develop as much as like an adult. Right. I don't know. Whatever.
Twitch listened. But why do we have to get to this point? My company, OTK, we decided to tweet something in regards to what is currently going on the platform.
Well, I heard this.
And we basically
I heard this was way overwritten. Or at least it's like a joke that I heard somebody say. Wait, is he gonna read it?
Said this to Twitch. Dear Twitch, every so often we find ourselves catching an unsolicited glimpse of our own reflection. This blunt collision with reality serves
ChatGPT
as a brutal but necessary reminder that our existence, while beautiful at times, is temporal, and that the decisions we made
Okay. I get what the joke was. This is like when you're writing something and then you do the right click thesaurus and just replace the word with something like that sounds fancier. I mean, it makes sense. It just sounds funny.
yesteryear will inevitably catch up to us despite our best efforts.
Like
to the contrary, today's decisions have caught up quickly. The backlash you're receiving today, while seemingly specific, is the result of what now feels like years of anti-creator policy. It's the chickens coming home to the roost, or in this case, the frogs. The once unique and admirable vision of a creator-first platform now feels like a fading and distant dream. Reductions to creator subscription revenue, inconsistent moderation policies, and attacks on creators' abilities to pursue their own independent revenue streams have transformed Twitch into one of the least creator-friendly platforms in social media and have undermined the very ecosystem that helped Twitch become.
Well, there are a lot of studies that, I mean, this doesn't have to do with kids necessarily, but like there are studies if more you're around like people of other backgrounds or, I mean, this kind of seems like it's obvious, but just to back that up, I know there's a shit ton of studies on this. Where like basically, if you're around black people, more you're gonna be less racist generally, or around like gay people, more you're gonna be less homophobic because you're just like exposed to it more. You're just it's your normal. Like so, as much as that seems like it's a no-brainer, that is actually something that has been studied. The Necessary for Kindness. I attended a really interesting lecture with a man who studied criminal sociopaths who suffered from the same condition. Upbringing and trauma seemed to be the undermining or determining factor. What do you mean? That they were kind? Because... Wait, criminal sociopaths? Why were they criminal then? So, what crime were they committing? Like I guess I was assuming like murder, which I assume is not what you're referring to. I think that my level of empathy is absolutely a weakness. I think empathy is a strength. Empathy is how you understand how other people think. So if you need to know your enemy to be able to be able to like fight them, right? But I think that I tend to be like, oh, I understand that they're just like, because when like you know that somebody's like a sad person, you feel bad that like that you know that you're gonna make them feel really bad about something. I should make people feel bad. I should make like transphobes feel bad. I should make like bigots feel bad because they should feel bad. Because you're not going to change your opinion on anything if you don't feel bad enough to do it. You shouldn't just be mean for the sake of being mean, but you should definitely not be too nice to not make them feel bad. They should feel bad. Life is complex, true. Facts. Yeah, message me or what? I just gotta sit here twiddling my dick here? I hate when people are not like what we do love about modern day debate. I'm a very punctual person when it comes to scheduling things. I just kind of in general, to be honest. Because I get like kind of anxious when I don't really know when I'm supposed to show up to something. The kids are mean, evil, brutal, so they need religion to make them better and kind. When the reality is that kids are fairly empathetic and good at new humans and are taught or influenced by their environment. Many parents. I think a lot of reasons why people do have this, like, the needing of religion is because it's like the, to be charitable, what's like maybe a fair, like, good quality of that is that the sense of community. But I think that everything else around it, like, you don't need the religion. I'm just saying, like Sunday school is just like hanging out with a bunch of other kids. He's saying it's nurture. I think it's, well, mostly nurture, I would imagine. Well, making you feel something bad is not the opposite of empathy. Right, but it's just like... The empathy is knowing that they already fucking feel bad all the time. Because you can just tell. Was that the shit with Grace and her dad? No, it was with Grace and Haas. I mean, what? Well, because people don't change, they don't feel bad. Prisoners diagnosed with sociopathy, the lack of empathy associated with it made it very easy for them to commit heinous crimes, but the research studying them was no more capable... researchers studying them was no more capable of empathy while still being able to exhibit kindness and follow social mores. Wait, so I don't understand your first point then. Did I just misread that? Okay, but what does this have to do with kindness? Are these... I guess that's the connection I'm not getting that you're making. What is obviously probably my fault, but I'm curious. They indoctrinated me, true. Wouldn't it be hilarious is heaven was actually real and we are like Plato's cave deniers? It would be funny. I mean, I don't know. I think I'd stand by it. Okay, so this is the logic always, like, right? Like, if the entire, like, why did you give people, like, the thought just to, what, deny the thought? And then I don't want to fucking, like, you're punishing the people who have used the gifts given to us, or we're talking, like, religious state, right? Use the gift of, like, I don't know, like, intelligence or whatever, given to us to form different opinions. It kind of seems like a you problem, to be honest. Like that's kind of what I like about like the Greek gods, because they're all like flawed as fuck. Where like the Christian god is so lazy. I mean, literally, it's like God mode. I just like, okay, I am just the best, but you know, Satan exists, and I guess I can't do anything about it. And it's like a mega cope that everything is like your fault if it goes wrong, but it's not mine. I don't know. I would be like, okay, well, you kind of, that's why I want to debate. I'm leading up to that. I want to learn to be the best debater so I can debate God. Like a hive mind organism. I don't know. I think I think like most of these things are significantly more social than they are evolutionary. For example, if we're gonna talk about like being gay, I think being gay is somewhat genetic in the way that there's probably something about what you're attracted to. Just in your genes, it's just what you find. Like, I don't know. Like, the same way, like, you like the color green is. Just there's something about it that you like in your head. And it's probably not much. But I think there are people who are just the way that their brain is wired, they're straight. They're not interested in whatever. And I think there's people that are hardwired to also be like gay. They're just what they find beautiful, what they find attractive, what they enjoy is something inside them, as well as obvious. I think the majority of it is just kind of you know, you experiment with what you like and then you figure it out. I don't think there's like a gay gene, because that would be very silly. I just think that people are into what they're into. Yeah, I guess everything about you is genetic. I guess that's basic what I'm saying. Which is maybe saying nothing, right? Maybe I'm not saying anything. I just don't really think it's that important. And it's so funny to me that people, I mean, it's funny, again, because it's horrible. I've said it like 5 times today. But like, that people get so, like, homophobia to me just doesn't make sense. It is just something that just, to me, I understand why people are, but I'm just saying, like, to me, like, I can't imagine being homophobic. Like, what is the logic? There is no logic, let's be real here. But like, I can't possibly imagine myself, even when I was like, and maybe that is because I am, I guess, a gay, where I like both, so it's just like, it's whatever. It's just let people have their own decisions. I don't understand. I guess it's the authoritarianism, right? Then you have the propaganda where we get into the whole. Did you hear that? These chopsticks that were on my desk just like moved. There's a ghost. There's a homophobic ghost in here. With this chat thing. Can there be a difference between what you're attracted to and what you enjoy? Well, I mean, that's just kind of semantics, though, right? Gays, because people who are deep down are gay don't want to be so. They imagine it as a bad thing. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to like assume that like everyone that's homophobic is repressed gay, but I do think that's a lot of it. I think the loudest voices typically tend to be like that, but I think there's like internalized homophobia just because it's like, you know, the normative position to be, you know, it's the straight indoctrination, you know what I mean? Like that's like that's what is supposed to be the normal, right? So it's like, it's the disgust factor. That's why people like think like, oh, trans people are so like gross, because they just don't understand it, and they're like, oh, that's like weird. They don't look like the way I want them to look, or act the way like, or oh, I don't understand, like, oh, you were one thing and now you like, it's just like this like weird like stupid disgust factor because they just don't understand. Yeah, that's what exactly. I mean, a child would say any argument that Matt Walsh would make is the argument a like child that doesn't know anything would say. It's just like, oh, they're like ick or whatever. Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. It's just children's minds of people who don't look like mommy and daddy. Exactly. I mean, that's like kind of where like, you know, a lot of racism comes from too. Like, oh, I've been around white people my entire life. Oh, they're like different. Like, oh, that's kind of weird. They like talk different. Like all of that is just like a lack of exposure, really. And it's clearly very childish to still be like super transphobic for a time, although I wouldn't have labeled it that way. Yeah, so was I. I mean, I've talked about it at length. It's some turfy, not like behavior, but just ideas that thank God I grew out of. Obviously, very dumb. Was advocating for people not to hurt themselves. I was horrible. I wasn't one of those people. I was more of the turf thing, where it's just like they're not real women. Like it was so stupid. I blame League of Legends for that. And there's also been a lot of research that supports transitioning as an effective. Yeah, absolutely. The regret rate of transitioning is lower than of like necessary medical procedures like heart surgery. They need the tribe to continue. They need hunters and gatherers. Logic back in the religious days of tribes, we need babies, no masturbation, no sperm waste. I feel like jerking off would be better. Like, isn't it better for your prostate? Literally, it's always trans stuff. With racist parents and interracial. Yeah. I mean, I find like black national or black separatists, sorry, not nationalists. I mean, not that I like either one, but black separatists like so fascinating as well because it's just like you just want like the revenge or what? Because it's kind of like you want to bring back Jim Crow here. But I don't know, people have their reasons, I guess. I don't know what statement that is really. Gay will become outdated because reality is more complex. Someone can be hetero romantic, but homosexual. I mean, again, I've said this before. I think that fuck, I almost just threw up. This scared me. I'm giving you guys too much power. Somebody just like literally banged on the ceiling upstairs right as that happened. Or on the upper floor. I feel like it's too effective. I gotta like make you pay like $1 or something. You make some profit off of my. I don't remember what I was looking up. God damn it. Population concerns are well. I mean, population concerns have been a. It's just like well, it's a xenophobia thing, right? Because it's like they don't want immigrants. It's funny, like people like. I was thinking Rachel made this argument that if women weren't in the workforce, that people would be getting paid more, and then I don't even remember the conversation. Maybe it went the opposite way. And then she was saying, yeah, I don't even remember. I don't know what that jump scare fucked me up, dude. Oh my god, aliens. We were looking up stuff about aliens.
Bombshell claims from a military whistleblower. UFO wreckage recovered by the U.S. kept classified by a secret government program for decades. Tonight, a world television.
Okay, again, UFO just means unidentified flying object. That could be like literally like the Chinese weather balloon. I'm not saying that particular one. I'm just saying something like that. I'm getting a hey, what's up, and then typing. No, I feel like this might be a little cancel. Oh, never mind. Okay. Let me go to join. Yeah.
Exclusive you will only see on News Nation. Welcome to Elizabeth Vargas Reports, earning your trust every night. UFOs exist. The U.S. government found quite a number of them, and they are indeed of non-human origin. Those are the explosive allegations from a former intelligence officer tonight in a whistleblower complaint that the inspector
Wait, this is a day ago? This footage is from like 2015.
General is taking very seriously. 36-year-old Air Force veteran David Grush is exposing what he calls a top-secret military program.
Wait, is News Nation just bullshit? Because I feel like this is just bullshit. It seems a little bit, she's trying to earn my trust and she's gonna say non-human origin. He's like, yes, it's of non-human origin. It's like, is that confirmed? How would you even test that? Yeah, birds? That, what?
Program that has reportedly found wreckage of fully intact UFOs. The government now calls them UAPs, or unidentified anomalous phenomena. For years, there have been whispers.
He's not a very good intel official if he's not keeping his mouth shut. Former intelligence agency says government possesses intact possesses intact and partially intact craft of non-human or wait, so he's just gonna say that? I thought he said there was evidence. I don't give a fuck about some weirdo. Who was that guy that said he worked at like Area 52? Wait, or 51? What is it? I can't remember the number. Authorize him to speak. Why wouldn't the Pentagon just speak then? Yeah, why do we believe him? Oh yeah, Bob Lazar is a fucking psycho. I remember watching a documentary where he's like being interviewed for some reason in an indoor pool room. So it's like the most echoey audio quality ever. It's like you're gonna pick this place to do this interview. Okay, so we're gonna move over to our conversation we're gonna have is gonna be fun. Go to the bathroom. God damn it. Dude, how many Discords do you think they, well, whatever. I'm in like 9,000. Things we have to accept all the rules. Oh my god, I hate when Discords have like 9,000 channels. Eh? Oh, right there. Hold on. I'm gonna run to the bathroom before we get into this. Okay.
Oh, there she is. There she is.
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Alrighty.
Pop out. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, we're all good if you're ready.
Alrighty. All right. So a few of my chat knows who you are, but do you want to like say who you are first
Hi.
before we talk?
I'm Nina. Any all pronouns. I am a leftist. We've been on the show before. I'm excited to be here and thank you for having me. Can you introduce yourself, I guess, to my audience as well?
Right, word. I'm SpeakeaZy. I just started streaming like a few months ago. I would guess I would be considered in the red pill space, but I have a little bit different views than a lot of the mainstream red pill. I feel like they get a lot of it wrong. And yeah, Escape with SpeakeaZy is my channel on YouTube, and yeah, that's where I stream.
It is very red in your room, so that makes sense.
Yeah, I like red.
Do you keep it like that all the time, or is it just for the stream?
No, it's always red, yeah.
Interesting. What did you want to talk about?
All right. So, after like listening, there was a few things I was down to talk about, but you said you were interested in what I said about sexism and gender roles, right?
Yeah, I was interested because I feel like that's the first time that I heard somebody say that sexism is good. Which I guess kind of goes along with gender roles if we're really gonna not waste our time beating around the bush. So I kind of appreciated the forwardness there. So if we want to start with that, that's absolutely fine. But I'll talk about anything. I know you had a bunch of things you want to talk about, and I'm down to, talk about any of them. So
Okay. So you don't think any form of sexism is good whatsoever?
if you're gonna talk about like the definition of judging somebody just based off of their sex, I don't see
Well, it's
where that.
excluding someone based off sex.
Right. I mean, yes. I don't know if you're going to be hyper literal about it, but in terms of like what would you be saying is good? Because I think it's kind of the normative position that sexism is bad. So I feel like you'd kind of have to be the one to say why it would be good.
Okay, so I'll give you like some examples then. Like so, like because like I agree that there can be bad forms of sexism, but so like for example, sports, that would be one of my examples. Like I think it's good to exclude um men from women's sports, um
Okay.
just because of the differences physically.
Okay.
It gives them an advantage. The women and children getting off the boat first sexism thing, when the boat's going down. I think this is good thing. Very good thing. Would you agree with those or no?
Well, I kind of want you
So
to go
far.
over like a few, and then maybe we can hit them point by point, or we could focus on each individual if you want. I'm very curious. Why do you think the women and children should be getting off the boat first?
Because like that's who like so for everyone on that boat line or on that boat, sorry, the women and the children are the ones who are gonna be able to carry on that family's bloodline. So I think
So the men can't
their lives would be
but that implies that the men can't carry on their bloodline.
not the whole families, not the whole families. Like so, like you have the mother and the child, right? So
Okay.
and like physically also, men are probably more likely to survive some of the situations than women would.
Well, if we're talking like Titanic status, though, like, I mean, I never really felt like that made any sense to me personally. I think obviously the children aspect of it makes sense to an extent, but I don't understand the women versus men part. Because obviously we're talking children. That is not, only girl children or only boy children. It's just children in general. So if we're talking about sexism, that's kind of irrelevant, right? So if we're talking about
Okay, yeah. So
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but let me finish real quick. So if we're talking
no,
about
go
like
ahead.
the aspect of having women, it kind of seems like that doesn't make sense outside of just like being some weird patriarchal like chivalry, I guess. Because I mean, if we're talking about like somebody who is like if you're gonna get off a boat, right? Like we're on the Titanic, and then like you're gonna have to. I don't know if you're really into it. This is something that I'm just like oddly into is like polar exploration or like just kind of boating in general and like people getting lost at sea and then just trying to figure it out. Like back in like the 1800s. Where to me, if you're talking about the most survivability, it seems like you'd want a mix of both, right? Like even like in terms of like a physical trait of being like you don't want just women if we're talking about something that's going to be like a whole physical journey that requires people who are experienced sailors or whatever. Like you would just want the best people, right? Like I don't get why this would be a good thing to just only have women and children.
No, so yeah, so like I'll state because I understand we're talking about like the men and women thing. So
Mhm.
like I was saying, like physically they're more likely to survive without the floating escape boat, and then like this is kind of like why I talk about like evolution and biology a lot too, because like I think that's innately in us as well, because this would be the like men would be the more expendable of the tribes, right?
Why?
You also mentioned I wanted to ask you one thing too. You also mentioned chivalry. Would you say like chivalry is a bad thing? Is this a negative
Yeah,
thing?
it's a pretty stupid thing. I think
Why
chivalry, it's
so?
like wrapped up in like, I mean, it depends what we're talking about chivalry, but I'm thinking about like, just cause like open door for lady, it's like, what, why? Like, it just seems silly to me. I don't understand the point of it. I think that you should just be nice to your, like, I think chivalry comes out as like, oh, just being polite, where I feel like you could just be polite to everybody. And I don't understand the reason why that would be connected to your sex or gender or whatever.
Well, okay. Do you agree maybe testosterone might make men more aggressive?
We're talking about chivalry here.
Well, I'm gonna link it for you in a second. But do
Uh,
you agree with that statement or no?
it depends on the levels, of course. I mean, testosterone makes everyone more aggressive.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So like men definitely have more testosterone, about 10 times more, right? So
Okay.
so wouldn't it be better to teach the ones that are more aggressive to be chivalrous
What is chivalry to you? Just
towards
opening doors?
this?
Why wouldn't we just teach everyone to do that?
Well, it's not only opening doors, but like
Right. So what is it?
don't you think this is a good the word I'm looking for? Like this is a good habit to put into young boys so they develop this towards women as
But you
they
haven't
grow
defined it.
into older
What
men.
you're saying? It's not just like doing the
Because
cliche
like
open doors. Like, I mean, what in your mind are you
well other things too, like
saying?
if I mouth off to another man,
Okay.
no matter the size difference, no matter any of this, I'm probably gonna get a punch in my mouth.
And you think that
Man to man, this might happen, right? But if a woman does it, the likelihood of the man punching the woman in the mouth is lower, right? A lot lower, and this is probably due to chivalry.
would you say that would be the case of like somebody in a wheelchair? Do you think if somebody in a wheelchair, a guy, is mouthing off to another dude, do you think that he's gonna think that he's gonna be less likely to punch him in the face?
The dude in the wheelchair, so the man with so someone with a handicap, yeah,
Right.
yeah, definitely, because they have they have a clear handicap in the situation, of course.
Okay, so it doesn't really seem like it's based off of like gender or sex, right? It's just because it would be
Well, yeah, because if the man, we're talking about like if the man was not was like we're talking about not handicapped people, right? We're talking about like men like me. I can walk, I can do everything. If I mouth off to a man, no matter how much bigger than me he is, I'm likely gonna get a punch in my mouth. If a
okay.
woman does this to a man, she's likely not going to. I think this is a good thing. Another form of sexism, as by the way, that I think is a good thing.
Okay, but you just admitted that if you were handicapped, are you not like a male if you're handicapped? I don't see the disconnect there where it really just seems like it has nothing to do with the sex or
I
gender,
think it
right?
would depend also too. It would probably actually depend how bad the handicap guy. Now that I'm thinking about, it, I've actually seen like if the handicap guy was doing enough, like let's say he like called some dude the F slur or the N word with the hard R, he probably get messed up.
Okay, but like if a woman was like doing that too, I would imagine she'd probably get messed up.
No, I've seen plenty of times this doesn't happen. Actually,
Yeah, I'm sure you could also.
It's very rare. It's very rare compared to men to men.
Yeah, but I think it's probably less rare than people beating up people in wheelchairs. Like,
Well, no, I think you could give the girl the same words, and the man would face more repercussions still, even the man in the wheelchair.
the man in the wheelchair would face more repercussions than a just normal
Than the woman, yes. Like if a woman called the man the N word with the hard R, most of the time she like this. You see this all the
Well,
time.
let me
on
ask
video.
you,
Like,
which one would you rather? Would you rather you have to pick punch somebody in a wheelchair or a woman? Because I'd rather punch. Well, I mean, I guess maybe that doesn't apply the same way to me, but yes,
if I had to pick,
able-bodied,
like, I
very
have no
healthy
choice here.
person. Yes, you had no choice.
and versus a guy that's in a wheelchair can't walk.
Huh?
Yeah, the guy in the wheelchair is definitely the guy who has to get the punch.
You're gonna punch the guy in
He's
a
definitely
wheelchair?
more physically. Yeah. So like what? Like he's still more
Wait,
physically.
but I would punch
capable in his-
the woman. Is that just because I? Why? Like
Well, yeah. I think this.
Go ahead.
I think this might be because you're a woman that you're saying this, but
Well, I just think like I mean, if I had to choose
I
between
don't
punching a
think if you
woman
are
in
a
a wheelchair,
man-
it just I don't understand the intrinsic value. Okay, what if it was you know Game of Thrones, right?
Pardon, sorry. The what?
Do you know Game of Thrones, the show Game of Thrones?
Oh, Game of Thrones. Yeah.
You know Brienne of Tarth.
Brianna. Which
Brienne of
character
Tarth.
is she in there?
She's the really tall, like she's like a knight basically. Like she's like the fighter. Like she's
Oh yeah. Okay, I know exactly who you're talking about. Yeah.
okay. So what if it was her or the wheelchair?
What if it was her or the wheelchair?
Wheelchair guy.
It'd probably still be. It's probably still be the wheelchair guy, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Okay, so what's the logic with that? Because clearly, if you're gonna punch Brienne of Tarth, she would take it. It wouldn't do as much damage as the guy in the wheelchair
Well, why would you believe that?
because they're in a wheelchair.
That's so that the wheelchair affects their face.
Well, I mean, they can't defend themselves. I assume you don't just sit there and like let somebody punch you. I assume you were factoring in the ability to defend yourself, right?
Well, okay, I guess you were just saying if I have to punch one of them in the face, like if I have to punch one of them in the face, I'm choosing the guy every time. Yeah.
Right. But okay. Well, let me take another angle on this. I'm just curious in your opinion. So why do you think that we, as a society, generally find physical violence against somebody who is, you know, either disabled or children, so reprehensible in your opinion, or animals?
Sorry. Say that again one more time. I just want to make sure I got that right.
So in our society, I think generally, I mean, maybe you don't have this opinion, but I personally, when I see somebody, I think we have a vitriolic response, like more severely to somebody abusing either a child, like physically, like, well, I guess in other ways also, but like, we're talking physically, so let's just keep on that. Physically abusing a child or an animal or an old man or an old, or, you know, an old person, like somebody who somebody who's in like a wheelchair or something. Like, why do you think that we have this like vitriolic response the same way? Or if you don't have that, then do you think that we should have that?
Like, why do we have like a bad response to people hitting these people?
Yeah, like if you see somebody like punching a dog, I feel like you're not gonna feel the same way as some like dude bro punching another dude bro.
A dog can't defend itself, right? And a dog doesn't understand its what is the word I'm looking for here? The dog doesn't understand the like why it's being hit. Like it doesn't understand like, oh, I pissed. Like, say you're talking about hitting a dog because it pissed in the house. It doesn't take the concept of I'm getting hit but because I pissed in the house. If I go to someone's house and I shit in their living room and they punch me, I understand it's because I just shit in their living room.
Right.
You know, so like we're very different than a dog.
Of course, no. I'm just using
And
that
with
as
kids, it's just the same thing. They're more vulnerable. Kids definitely can't defend themselves against
right. Exactly. I mean,
adults.
that was my point about the vulnerability aspect.
People.
Like that's what the thing is.
So women are more vulnerable to a man's attack than another man is, right? That's like why people will stand by and watch a man get beat up. But like if a man hits a woman, say in a club or something, that like dudes pounce on this dude for good reason. Another sexism thing, which I think is for good reason.
But I don't think that it's a sexism thing. I think that we should just be consistent with the vulnerability thing. If it's like somebody who is a man but is like, you know, tiny, I don't think anyone's really wanting to, you know, I think that it would be
tiny, no,
weird to
like I'll
beat
defend the guy in the wheelchair.
Right.
I'll defend the guy in the wheelchair if I see him get hit for. I'll be like, "Yo, whoa, chill the fuck out."
So it doesn't seem like a sex thing, right? It's just more of a
no,
physical
that part's of
characteristic.
vulnerability, and I guess when it comes to women, yeah, they are more vulnerable than men are, so it could be a vulnerability thing too. But with women, it's also an innate thing because this was how we made sure our tribe survived, was protecting the women of the tribe.
Well, right, but okay. My point being that like I don't see why that's good to just because you're kind of admitting here obviously that it's not sexism here. You're talking about more of a statistic vulnerability of if somebody, like, again, if you're just an old man getting beaten up by a bunch of people, I think that, you know, that's not going to be an okay thing. The
Yeah,
same
but
way
this
that a
is the
woman
thing,
getting
if
beat
I
up
hear
because she's
the-
probably not as strong as whoever is attacking her. Like if like the
Yeah,
the-
but if I see the guy in the wheelchair call the black guy the N-word with the hard R, and then he punches him, I'm not helping him. He brought that part.
But
on
no, but
himself.
your main point is this.
I'm talking about like if I
You're
see
saying
a
positives,
vulnerable person get hit for no reason.
right? But you're saying if you're talking about positive
That's the
sexism, it
difference.
shouldn't. That's not a good example of that because that should go all outside of sex lines, right? It should be more based off of vulnerability instead of like your gender or sex, right?
Well, not necessarily between men. No, this doesn't happen. No,
What is this?
because
Doesn't
like
happen?
men understand that. Yeah, because like if a small guy starts shoot shit with a big dude, we don't defend him. This never happens. Like we don't defend that guy. But if a girl, you see it all the time. You see videos of it all the time where the girl starts shit and the guy gets in the fight because the girl was the one starting shit.
Okay, but if the girl
we
was like the
defend
same size
women.
as that person,
Wouldn't matter.
why?
Especially if she had like her boyfriend there, like that. Because it's still size doesn't always matter when it comes to especially fighting between men.
Okay,
and
what
women.
if
Like,
she
there's a
is
lot of
again like
different
Brienne
things.
of Tarth? She's
Our bone structures are different.
like it's
Yeah,
equal.
but we still have different bone structure, different hip structure, different twitch
Okay,
muscles.
but let's just
I can
assume
hit
that
her
there is
4
the
times before she swings once.
but the equal. Let's just say this is somebody who is equal, and one just happens to be a
It's
woman, and one
impossible.
happens. That's impossible. Okay, moving on.
Well,
from
it
that, I
is,
guess.
right? Well,
That
wait,
it's impossible for
wait,
somebody to have
do
like.
you think that there's a woman?
Okay.
So I just want to ask you: do you think
Go
that
ahead.
it's possible for a woman
Mm-hmm.
to have the same hip structure, same hand structure, same skull structure, same muscle structure, same twitch muscles as a man?
I don't think
Do you
that's
think this is possible?
possible to do for anybody. That's not like fraternal or not fraternal, identical twins. That just seems to me that would make sense
Wait,
between
you
like
don't think
individuals.
me and another man have the same
The
hip
exact same
structure?
hip structure? No, that would be weird. Unless
Bones?
you're like
The
getting
bones and
cloned. Are you getting
our bone
cloned?
hips, like the hips, are bones. Our hip
Do you
bones
think
are
that
not the
women are made
same
out of
amongst
different
men, like,
bones?
generally. No, okay, no.
I don't
Not the
understand what you're
material of
trying
our
to say.
bones, the
Because like,
structure.
if
the
okay,
structure
but
of
if
our
that was the
hips.
case, then everyone would just look the same. Like that's obviously not the case. I don't understand where you're getting that from.
What do you mean they would look the same just because their hip structure is the same?
Well, their hips
That
would all
doesn't
look
make
the
sense.
same.
We still have different symmetry. Why would we look the
Okay,
same?
but
because of our
then the
hip
structure would not be the same if we have different symmetry.
Wait, are you saying that men and women can have the same hip structure? I'm just asking you.
Okay, maybe you need to define what you
think
mean by
that this
hip
is
structure.
possible?
I thought you were being general about like the
bones?
form of their bones.
Wait, you don't. So you don't know the difference between men and women having different.
No,
hips?
I'm asking what you
don't
mean.
think
You're
this
just
is a
saying
thing?
hip structure. That's not a very specific term. You need to explain exactly what you mean.
Yeah, men in general against women in general, do they have the same hip structure?
In
The
general?
bones in their hip structure, the structure of their hips, is it the same between men and women?
In general, no, of course not. You're talking about like on
yeah,
average.
so that's
yeah,
what I'm
right?
saying. Like
Okay.
this, and this is like
No, but you're
especially when
saying
it
it's
comes to
impossible for
groundwork,
somebody to have.
This is a big thing for fighting.
Okay, but some
Like for,
people can have very similar. Like it's a spectrum. Obviously, people are different.
do you think men? So do you think a woman can train in boxing and a man can train in boxing, and this woman will ever have the same punch speed as the man?
There is
Do you think this is
plenty of
possible?
women that could beat the shit out of men. Yes, as I said with the Brienne of Tarth
That are
example.
boxers? So wait, there's women that can beat. So
The
there's women
shit-
boxers that.
Do you
can
think
beat other
Brienne of
men
Tarth could beat the
boxers?
shit out of XQC?
XQC? I think most men could beat the shit out of XQC
That's fine.
as well. I don't think he's a
Okay,
very
but
big
he's a
fighter,
man,
yeah.
right?
And you know what? Actually, I think he'd
Yes.
still put up a pretty good fight. Maybe.
Okay, but
He
let's
might-
be
he
real.
might
Let's be real here.
do
You
pretty good.
know, there's plenty of UFC fighters outside of even Brandon Tari that could beat the fuck out of XQC. Okay, and I'm not saying that as a dig at him directly. I'm just saying as an example. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm
So this has
asking you as a like, do you think that any female could ever fight Conor McGregor
We're not talking about that. You're talking about no. You're talking about your relation. You just like a fucking player buff. If you're
Well, if
like
I say
a dude
men
that
in
no woman.
general-
We're
wait,
not
if
talking
I
about men
say
in general.
men
You
in
literally
general-
specifically said it would be like impossible for them to have like the same hips, and it's just like that doesn't make any sense because
Wait.
people are on a spectrum.
Yeah,
of,
I said men in general have the same hips, and women in general have the same hips.
With
and then
each
I said,
other.
and then when I say men in general, you're saying there's plenty of UFC fighter chicks that could. You're using a UFC fighter to like an XQC type dude, but like you're already trying to put one have an advantage with all the.
I think you're trying to do like the idea of like
I'm asking you on same level fields. Do you think a man can lose to a woman physically?
That's completely
fight?
irrelevant to what we're talking about. My reason of bringing it up was I was talking about because this goes back to again. I want to stay on topic here. We were talking about like positive sexism and who you could like get into a fight with, and I'm saying that I think that you should be able to. I mean, I'm not a violent person at all, but I think if by the logic that you're going by, if a guy is talking shit and I guess like you feel more validated to assault them, you're probably gonna assault like somebody who could like take it, right? Like who would be a fair fight, right?
Wait, sorry. Some women
this
would
started,
be able to take it.
This started with talking about like positive sexism is don't punch a woman, right? Where again, I don't really feel like you should. It doesn't really matter, or man, doesn't matter. I don't think people should just be randomly assaulting people. But if we're gonna go back or go to the point where we're talking about like, oh, who can we like get into a fight, get into a scrap with? You're probably not gonna get in a scrap with the person in the wheelchair. Doesn't matter if they're a man or a woman. You're not gonna get in a scrap with them. So it has nothing to do with the sex. It has to do exactly with how capable they are of being a fair fight and being able to hash your shit out by like having the competition or whatever like flex that's going on. I mean, I don't know why people get into like bar fights, but it really would seem like if somebody tried to bar fight a person in a wheelchair that has like multiple sclerosis, that would be like pretty disrespectful and stupid, or just like pathetic, not disrespectful. Sorry, I meant pathetic and stupid, right?
Yeah, so would you, if you had the woman in the wheelchair and the man in the wheelchair, now you have to punch one of them. Who do you hit?
Both of them. Fuck it.
No, you can't do that. You can't do that.
Oh, but that's like a dumb question. I don't know. I don't understand the relevance.
Wait. Why is that this? Why is that?
What is that? How is that related?
Hit either the guy
No. I'm understanding because I assume they're if they have the same condition.
Playing ground.
If they have the same condition, then I don't care.
Playing ground. All of a sudden, you can't answer it.
No, I just don't understand why you're asking the question.
Well, because. Wait.
What's the relevance to the question? I don't understand.
The relevance is you said it's not about the sex, it's about vulnerability. So I said
which
now they both
vulnerable?
have the same vulnerability.
Okay.
They both have the handicap. Who do you hit instead? You
I don't
have
know.
to hit one.
The closer one. Like
that's not true.
you under okay.
that's true.
Oh, I love that. I love that when people just like no, that's not true. It's like
Okay.
if you're saying
No,
they're the
you know
exact
what?
same, it
Okay.
doesn't matter.
No, okay.
You ever heard of the trolley problem?
No, I haven't.
Okay,
heard of
so
the trolley
you
problem. What is the
again,
trolley
let's
problem?
not stand on this for too long because you did mention a lot of other things about like positive sexism, right?
Okay.
So I want to go over what you said about being expendable, like men are expendable. As somebody who does think men's rights, or men's not rights, sorry, liberation is important.
Yeah, we were the expendable ones of the tribe. Yeah.
Yeah,
before.
I
We
don't
were
think
the
that's
expendable ones.
that
And,
wasn't
like now, like the draft.
no, but you said that was a
that's
positive
the
version
right?
of sexism. So why do you?
That is a positive thing. That is
Okay,
a positive
why?
thing.
Explain that.
Yeah. Well, first off, if we were sending our women, if we send a 50-50 half women, half men front lines against 100% men's front lines. Who do you think wins in this situation?
Do you think 50 or
Who has a bigger chance?
do you think
of winning?
100% of the people that are drafted are just on the front lines?
No, that's not what I asked.
No, but
I'm
that's
just
like,
saying,
I mean, are you just
think
gonna
it's
making about
better
fantasy
for our
or
men?
there's no
No, I think
scientific
it's better
basis to
for our
back?
men to be the ones.
Are you talking about the
back what up?
draft of like just being on the front lines? Or are we talking about the draft? Because those are two different things.
If there's a world war, you don't think most of the men that get drafted are going to be
No,
fighting?
no. If you know anything about if there's a world war, no, we have information on this. It's already happened. I know you're Canadian, so no, I'm just kidding. I know Canada actually did contribute quite a bit to World War II. They did actually also did an invasion in Normandy, so we love the Canadians for that. But what it really happens is there's mostly like there's so many different roles that you can play during the draft. You can literally be a pacifist, like being drafted. You didn't have to do combat. A lot of them were like medics. A lot of people were running logistics. Like, it's very reductive to think that if you get drafted, you're just gonna go be on the front lines and just like be shooting and dying. Because you know, when they go into a basic training, you take like aptitude tests. So if you're a really good shot, you are more likely to be in this position, because of course you would. I mean, I think you would agree that makes sense, right? Like, that if you're better at the role, like, not everyone's like the same. So you want to be able to test your what you're good at, and then you're gonna be put into a regiment depending on. A lot of people were put into administrative roles when you're drafted. Look, for example, in Israel. Women are drafted in Israel. This isn't like a fantasy thing that doesn't happen. Some of them are on the front line. Some of them are guards, like armed guards. Like they do what they're best capable at. So to me, I don't really find that as positive sexism to exclude a group of people that would make the country better, because you're not putting on just everybody onto the front lines. That would be very stupid. You are putting on the best people to be on the front lines, and if most of them are men, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But to exclude, maybe there are some women that are incredibly good at doing that, or doing other things that are on the front lines, but not, like, I don't know, like fist fighting people. It just, again, seems so odd to me that you think that that would be a positive thing to exclude a group of people that could be contributing in the best way possible, to be as efficient as possible. I mean, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so what about for our front lines?
Well,
Do
sorry?
you think this is better for it to be men for the front lines?
Well, I would want
think this is
whoever's the
better for
best
it to
at being on
be-
the front lines.
And who do you think would be the best in these situations?
I would assume when they, as I mentioned earlier with aptitude tests,
In
you-
general.
I have no idea. My guess would be probably because of like, well, it's actually proven that women actually work better together, but I don't know how much that's like a social thing. I don't know. I'd have to look at the information on that. I have no idea. Do you know?
Well, yeah, I would guess if we, the way I like to say it, like just to put it into basic terms, if you had 100 men, I think the best force for 100 men would be 100 men, not 50 men and 50 women.
Okay, well, yeah, I don't think that you should just do like some weird affirmative action. It has to be
Especially, like-
50-50. No, I wouldn't want that. That'd be silly. I wouldn't want it the other way. Wouldn't want it in any way. I think that the best person for the job should get the job. If your best shot is gonna be like a woman and she's like John Wicking it everywhere, like, yeah, put her on the fucking front lines. She's gonna be an amazing
Okay, but-
asset.
I understand. There's always exceptions, and I understand this. But do you agree that most women in general aren't gonna be cut for the army, the front lines?
I
in the
have
army?
no information to say that other way. Do you? Kind of seems like you're doing a little bit of a feels thing. Because I don't know.
You're being serious? You don't think? Okay, so
No, but I'm asking, like, there's statistics with diversity being incredibly powerful. And let's be real here, we're not doing fist fights on the stage here.
No, right, but like the man beside you gets shot, now you have to carry him. This is a 250-pound man with 150 pounds of gear on top of him. You think any woman is carrying this man anywhere, or do they both die?
Okay, but if the woman is able to carry 150 pounds
happen?
and she's weighing less, then I think it would be easier for somebody else to carry them too. I mean, like, I think it just I don't know why you think that we're in Vietnam right now. Mostly, like, you know how America fights nowadays? It's in like fucking like tanks and like with drone strikes. I don't think you're really that required to do that much physical labor if we're talking about on the ground. Like, who do you think is like in the trenches here? Like, you know, in Ukraine, 60,000 of their troops are women. Thoughts?
Okay.
I mean, it's just like they're obviously still being a part of it. Like, there are the positions where they want to be the positions. Obviously, a lot of the proportion, there's clearly more men, for obvious reasons, because a lot of people who had families, because of the law, were like, okay, you go with the kids or whatever, because you gotta send one parent, right?
So you said how many? Sorry.
I think it's around 60,000 troops. And it's a significantly smaller proportion than men are. I'm aware of that. I'm just saying that they're obviously playing a role. I don't know if you're going to get wrapped up in that number.
8% of the military.
Yeah.
That's 8%.
Absolutely.
8%.
Yes.
Yeah, I understand. I always said there's an exception to the rule, but it shows like
I'm just
men
saying
in general
that,
seem better for the job, right?
So do you think that they should be 60,000?
So like if we have a bunch of wait. If we have a bunch of people that aren't trained for the army, right?
Like
that aren't trained for the army. Right. The draft. Right. Okay. And we know that all our militaries are filled with a big higher percentage of men. Does it not make more sense logically to grab the men before the women? Does it not make sense? Because you're going to have a likelihood of these men being successful in these positions compared to women, right?
No, that doesn't really track statistically.
You grab 100 people. If you grab 100
but then you're
women,
excluding
8% of them are going to be okay for the job.
Okay, but
8 people of that job. If you grab men,
no, that's not how that's not how stats work, my guy.
90%.
No, okay, so what you're advocating for, if you're gonna like not want to like draft women or whatever, like if we're talking about like, see, what you're advocating for is sexism, where that army is 60,000 or 60K less strong. You are excluding them from being involved. And you think that makes people stronger?
I did not. No. I did not exclude them. What I did here is if I'm the one running the military service, I make a logical plan here. The plan is which sex does better in the army? Which sex seems to come to the army more? Which sex
Wait,
does
are you
better
saying
here?
better or more of? Because I think more doesn't mean better. I think that will-filled female soldiers are probably better than drafted people. Drafted males.
If you get 100 guys,
no, people who have experience who want to join versus people who are forced.
Okay,
which one do you think are gonna be more passionate about it, and probably better soldiers? People who are drafted. People who are drafted or people who choose to join.
Well, men are more likely to choose to join.
They don't have a choice. If we're talking about Ukraine.
Yeah, but
and drafts.
Yeah, but what I'm saying here is it makes more logical sense that men are going to be better soldiers than the women because men tend to make better soldiers. That's why we have more men being soldiers. It's not that saying
it seems like you're kind of circularly saying that. Like, you're saying because there's more male soldiers, they're better soldiers, so that's why we have, like, you're kind of like just literally just going in a circle here. That doesn't make sense. Where are you getting that from? I mean, do you think most of the people that are in the U.S. military right now are like on the ground people fighting like that? Like, that doesn't even make any sense. Like, even when we're talking about the Ukraine army, most of the people that are fighting are significantly more because they're obviously defending their their own territory, but like there's so many other logistical jobs that have nothing to do with your strength, if that's like what your basis is.
But that's not the exactly. I understand, but even those jobs are still more filled by men.
Okay, the fact that there's more people that
So
are
I don't
men that take
understand
those jobs don't mean that they're better at it.
Okay, so I get what's happening here. So not better. So they're more likely to
Okay.
be good at the job
Based off of what?
in general. Men in general, because more men choose this job.
Well, if we're talking about the draft, they don't really get a choice. Right?
Okay, if I have rice and potatoes, okay,
Okay.
and I'm selling them both, but the rice sells better than the potatoes, next time I stock up on stuff, which one do I get more of? The rice or the potatoes?
So you're comparing people wanting to eat a certain food to people's performance?
Yes, men men are more likely to have a preference for going in the army, yes. So this is why you have a
Well, we're
more
talking about
likely
the draft.
chance of men being able to do the job in the military.
Okay, so
Because you're just picking people at random here. So like this isn't like you have to take your best shot here. So what would be a better shot? The sex that tends to go towards the army more, or the sex that tends to stay away from the army more?
we're talking about drafting. My point is that I think that okay, again, just to bring it back, so because I feel like we got a little off track here. We're talking about positive.
In Ukraine,
No,
sorry,
we're talking about positive.
In Ukraine, you said that the draft brings the women.
No, it doesn't. It's that they chose to join. So it was.
Oh, they chose to join.
Yeah, they would like a lot of them left with their families and then they came back.
They were told they could leave. Yeah.
No, in
sorry,
Israel,
go
women are drafted. I did mention that at some point, so that's probably where we got a little mixed up there. But my point is, you mentioned the reason why we're talking about this at all is because you said that the draft is a version of positive sexism where
Yes.
they should only draft men, and I don't really think that you at all proved that, because that doesn't seem like that makes any sense with your argument. You're talking about joining, and I'm talking about how having a greater diversity of
Being
people.
forced. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what a draft is. So like having a greater diversity of people being like, because not every person is going just to the front lines. Again, there is so many different parts of the military that even when you're drafted, you're not just like sent out. Like we're not like in the Game of Thrones where they just give you like a spear and you just go out into the field here. Like there's so many other aspects, and they choose where you go and what you're good at. And
so
a lot of places do have the draft
with women. Then maybe
go ahead.
Okay, so the draft with women. How would this be? So like, say we have to draft 200 people. Do we draft 100 men, 100 women? Is this what you're saying? Like that's what you would mean about the draft?
Well, the draft just doesn't work that you just across the board that you get drafted. I mean, you're in Canada. I'm not sure how your draft works, but in like the 60s, I could be wrong on this. I'm not up to date on my history, but I believe like if you weren't in college, you wouldn't get drafted. So it would be drafting people who were not pursuing an education, did not have an essential job. Like it's not like a direct like percentage of whatever. It would be if somebody doesn't have a job, there's maybe their family situation. If they were like a stay-at-home mom, they might not be like drafted. If they were just like I mean, like most of the people that are drafted are like not like probably having like crazy families, right? They're like 19 to 30-year-old people. So I mean, generally we're not talking about like your mom, like we're talking about people who are young people who are able-bodied and able to fight. And it's not like they just like give you an email and then you go to the front lines. You can actually file like things, like it's really complicated how like the drafting system works, where you can also file things like, okay, like even if you have flat feet, you can't even, you know, get drafted. You're immune from being drafted. If you have like
Okay,
certain
but
like conditions, you're immune to getting drafted. It's not something that is like across the board, like, oh, we just do a numbers game. You just would raise the pool of people from just being 50% of the population to 100% of the population. And I think that would actually be more efficient.
So it's a world war. How do we decide, which 100% of the population goes? How do we decide this?
Well,
again?
no, the 100 population is not that they're all gonna go. It's that, I mean, that's what I was just
No,
explaining.
I understand. How do we decide how much of them go?
Well, it's who's
How,
qualified to go.
how do we decide how many is women and oh, so you just like pick random people that
Yeah,
are also
like for example,
qualified?
there's qualities where actually like if you had like multiple sons that were drafted in your family, then you could like put in a request and not have your other child drafted. Like there's factors that, like, for example, like I assume what you're worrying about is like, okay, if you're a 2-parent household, most likely if you're parents, those are not the people that are going to get drafted. A lot of the people that are going to get drafted are people who do not have kids. That goes for either side. That's historically how it's been in the United States because, you know, obvious reasons. But if you're worried about like the idea of like, okay, so if you have like a family and you just had the kid, like, oh, how do we know that she's not going to
When
get
my
drafted?
daughter's 19, she should be able to be drafted. Is what you're telling me? That's what
Yeah,
you
in the
think
same,
should be able
yes,
to happen.
absolutely. In the same way that if you had a son that's 19, then
This would absolutely never work.
it
You would
literally
have people
happens in other
fighting our own
countries.
army. The
It
men of
literally
our
already
country
has
would
happens.
fight our own armies.
It already happens, so I don't know why you're
Yeah.
saying that couldn't happen.
Where does it happen?
Israel. I think that you're getting.
Isn't Israel everyone actually has to go into the army? I'm pretty sure everyone
Yeah,
has
that's
to go into the
yeah.
army.
If men and
actually, at one
women
point,
both have to
too.
go in the army, then yes, that would be everybody. I guess maybe the NBs get to buy. I don't know what their laws are. It's like mandatory. I don't know. Is Korea? I'm not sure on that one. Is Korea? I know that men have to do it. I don't know if women have to do it too. You don't recognize? Oh shit! That's the cheat code. Yeah, I think also. Oh god, there's a bunch of like places that. Women do 2 years and men do 3. According to that kitty who says that they're from Israel. Been through war doesn't make you.
Yeah, I see it's a mandatory thing for everybody in Israel. Women serve less time than men do.
Yeah.
Like they only have to serve the less months than men do.
Yeah,
But
it's 2 years.
I don't
versus
see
3.
anything about like the force of like a draft in the army. Like if it was a
Well,
world
that's
war,
what
so
that is.
I just can't find this part.
I mean,
No, that's just participating in like you're just serving.
yeah, it's not.
24
It's
months.
mandatory.
Yeah. This isn't a draft though. Like this
I mean, yeah,
isn't,
because they're
like-
not in an active like war zone. Like that's just. I'm just saying that like the idea of women having to be part of the military, and like being it mandatory does not mean they're constantly out there like on the front lines. Like there's so many other positions to be in the military than just like I don't know in a foxhole like
That
we're
would
in
be, like-
1949 or whatever. It just I
I
don't.
would for me this argument would go into like how good is Israel's military and everything. I'd have to look through it too.
No,
like,
it
so,
doesn't have to go into
yeah,
that at all. The entire point of this was that you're talking about positive sexism, and I'm just saying, like, I think that
Yeah, I think
if
it's
we were talking
positive
about
to
a
make-
critical, like, obviously these people think that the country itself is best served when everybody is forced to be part of the effort, right?
Well, that country does.
Right, but you're trying to say like it doesn't happen, like because that wouldn't make any sense. But it just seems like it's something that already happens, so it does happen, and it does make sense for them.
Well, it wouldn't happen over here.
Okay,
though,
so
but-
are we willing to? I don't want to get caught up on this too much because I feel like this isn't that interesting. You did mention also, right, going back to the I guess that was where it started with the expendable. So that to me, again, that's kind of where that started. Seems very anti-man, like anti-male, like kind of like a little misandrist, in my opinion. And is that still because this is how this started, right? This is how this conversation started. That you had mentioned that men go to war with the whole whatever, but it doesn't really seem like men. Where do you get
Well, I
the
have
word
another one
expendable?
about the men in war too. Like the men in war too. Like we also didn't mention. Like, do you agree that like women are more emotional than men, or no?
No.
Like, they're more prone to anxiety and depression.
I don't know if that's true, but I could see that for non-biological
It's
factors.
definitely true. Science says it is.
Well, I mean, being
Estrogen
subjected
is
to
one of the
being
big reasons for this.
being subjected to a lot of constant sexism, I think, causes that to happen too. So that wouldn't surprise me particularly, to be honest. That's more of a social factor. I don't think that there's any proof that I've seen. I've seen things directly that men and women generally experience the same amount of emotion. They just process it differently, or women are more willing to express it. But I don't think that it's on
So
a
they express
biological level.
emotion differently. So they express emotion differently.
Yeah, because women are typically taught to be able to open up with their friends. They do girl talk, right? Like oh you can dish about your boyfriend or whatever. Where guys guys, let's be this is true. Your fucking guy friends give the worst advice about women. They're just like, fuck that bitch, right? You're just right all the time, instead of being like sympathetic and like having an open conversation, because they just want to play Call of Duty or whatever. I don't think that a lot of people are socially taught
Your
to.
girlfriends don't go, fuck him, sweetie. You don't need him no more.
No, why would that be
do it
stupid?
independent woman boss, babe. They don't tell you that ever?
No, because why would I be talking to them if I just wanted them to tell me what like that's not a good advice. That's like really stupid.
I've seen a lot of
I'm sure it
single women
happens,
tell women
absolutely.
in relationships to
Mhm.
do that.
Yeah,
But like
good.
so like but would you agree that women are more emotionally expressive and men tend to be more reserved, and you said they're less likely to express their emotions
Yes.
the same as women?
Yes.
Okay, so do you think this is a good thing or a bad thing
Bad.
in a highly stressful situation?
Well, I don't think that's the case. If we're talking about on average, we're talking about like literally day-to-day life. Like, for example, I'm actually really
Even
good.
if we were wait, Nina, even if we were in a world war and we're flying drones, there's still the threat of their drones dropping bombs right where you're flying from. So like, why would you think that nobody's scared in that situation? Don't you think it's better to have people who can reserve their feelings in a highly intense situation?
What? I mean, people who drive drones are probably not even anywhere near the battlefield. That doesn't make any sense, but whatever, we're moving on. I'm just going to give you an example. Even if women are more expressive, that doesn't mean that they're reacting it in a certain way. That doesn't mean they're like, oh, panicking, oh, the horror, I can't possibly deal with this. Like, they're not like having a panic attack. I have an anxiety condition where I am really anxious just all the time, but I'm actually really good in emergencies where I just completely shut down and I'm like super analytical, which I wish I would be better. Like, I mean like physical. Like, I have like social anxiety issues. I don't have like a physical anxiety. I'm actually really good in like crises, because people are just different in that way. And I'm not saying that that's the general public. I'm just saying I don't think that really means much. If you're gonna relate the idea of like somebody who is, I don't know, a little bit more emotionally expressive, like, or dramatic, like, on a day-to-day basis, that I don't think that directly connects to being bad in, I don't know, your fantasy World War II situation. I played enough League of Legends
Wait
to
a
know
minute,
that.
my fantasy. Wait,
Do you think World War II is gonna happen again? Because that'd be weird.
Wait, do you think like if there was a war though, like it would be just like a video game?
I don't
Like
think it'd be called
nobody
World War II.
in our other country. Well, I
Um,
didn't call it World War II. We already had a World War II.
I mean, we've getting
um,
blown out in most wars that we've been in, so hopefully we don't join anymore.
okay, so we're just gonna. I seem like it feels like we're just gonna do the exception to the rule for this draft one. So
No,
like,
I thought we were moving
I can-
on. Sorry, I didn't
what if
realize we were
we-
the same one.
Yeah. Okay. No. Yeah. Sorry. So what about the sports or
Right.
another one? A club. Like, so in a club, okay, they let women in for free.
Wait, sports or
Do you know why
a
they do
sports
this?
club or
No. They're two separate things. I'm
Okay,
giving
you
you
wanna
so
do
like
club,
there's
gotcha.
sexism in sports, that's positive, and then there's like sexism in the way clubs are run, that's positive, I think. So,
okay?
if they didn't let women into the clubs for free,
Mhm.
women are less likely to go to those clubs, which
Mhm.
makes it less likely for men to go to those clubs
Mhm.
and then purchase drinks for women, because at clubs, men spend more money than women do on drinks, and they spend it even on other women.
Okay.
So, sexism
Mhm.
keeps clubs running. I think this is a good thing. I think we should let the women in for free and not make it the same for both sexes.
Well, that just seems like capitalism simping. I don't know why that's a good thing. Why is it a good thing for like the society?
What do you mean capitalism simping?
Because if you're talking about, do you think clubs are like a net like boon on like the world? Like,
One of the few social, it's one of the few social gatherings a lot of people go out to now.
how you can't
nowadays,
even
yeah.
talk to anyone at a club?
Yeah, you can.
I mean,
Definitely.
dude, honestly, I think that clubs are like one of the worst places to meet people. Like, just go to a bar, dude. At least you can like talk to people. I think that it's very silly to think that clubs like making more money is a positive. What you're talking about when you say that sexism as a positive is just that means that the club is making more money. So that's just a capitalistic value. So
Yeah, that's good. That's a good thing.
for the
It
company,
keeps
sure. Is that
it's
what
good
your
for the
metric is?
economy. It's good for the economy
I
as well. It's good when businesses in the economy make money. It's good. That's a good thing. They keep the circulation.
Okay, but you realize those
That's a
people that
good
were
thing,
still going to
no?
go out were still going to go out. So it's just that they would go somewhere else. It's not like they're attracting more people.
Yeah, they are. Actually, they are.
They're attracting more
They
people.
attract more women. More women go to them clubs.
No, I think
because
women
they're
that want to
getting
go
free.
out are just going to go out to wherever they want to go out to. If it wasn't free, like then they would still just go out because they wanted to go out. They're not going out just because it's free. That'd be very silly, in my opinion. But this
Okay,
this,
but
this is a very silly argument, in my opinion. Like, do you really think that clubs are like a cornerstone of our economy?
It's a part of the economy. Yeah,
Absolutely, it's part of the economy, but so is like literally every part of the economy. Like, so your
Okay.
argument for sexism being good is because clubs make more money.
No, wait. No. I said there's different things that make that sexism is good in, and club was one of the examples. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not sexism is good because clubs make money. That makes me sound
Okay,
like a
but why
retard,
is that
but
even
no.
like good? I don't really feel like I care that they clubs make more money. Like it just seems like that's just.
I understand you don't care, but
Do you
the
want me
world
to
doesn't
actually give you a
revolve
reason
around
why I
me
think
now,
that's
right?
actually bad?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. I think that's actually bad because we know the club environment. I assume when you're saying the club environment, we're talking the one that's so loud that you can't even like hear anything that anyone is saying, right? Like the one with like
It's
the loud music.
karaoke bars do this. All normal bars do this. Ladies' nights, ladies get in free till 11. All of them do this.
Okay,
All
so
of
now we're
them.
just talking
It's
about
not
bars.
just
We're not
those
talking about
loud
clubs.
ass clubs. No, it's both. It's clubs and bars.
Okay, but then I have to ask the question: why are they charging cover fees to begin with? No, honestly,
What do you mean, why are
cover
they
fees are
charging
like
cover
bullshit,
fees?
right? Cover fees are literally just bullshit.
Why are they bullshit?
What do they do?
You think you should have you have the rights to access to anybody's business? Is this what you think?
The rights to act. Yes, because that's what you're doing. You have the rights to access. No, cover fees are a bullshit way to gouge you. Like, what do you mean? Like, what do you think that you're paying for? Why should you pay a cover fee?
Nina, why can't I just come on your stream anytime I want to?
Well, I don't have a cover fee.
Why can't I just say, hey, Nina, let me on right now?
Well, we are doing that right now. You are on the stream right now.
I understand, but why can't I just do that anytime I want? Like, why can't I just do it anytime? Why can't I just come in anytime I want? Just say, hey, I'm here.
And that kind of
Why can't I do
implies that you're paying a fee right now, which you're not doing. So I don't understand the relation.
No, that doesn't imply that. It doesn't.
Okay,
imply
do you think that
actually the fee was?
You're saying that a
interest of
restaurant, so you should pay.
conversation.
You have to pay to get into a restaurant because that's kind of how like any business works.
No, if you're going to a restaurant, you're guaranteeing to pay. Some guys go to the club just to
guaranteeing
dance.
to pay to go
Some
to a
girls go
restaurant.
to the club just to try and dance with guys. Guys go to dance with just girls. Girls go to dance with, and they don't pay for drinks. So like, shouldn't they have to pay at least to get in there?
You can go to
Have access to the music, the dance floor, the lights, the sometimes fog machines.
Oh my god, you have not been to downtown Austin, my guy.
The bartenders that are doing a good job.
Downtown
and
Austin,
the security guards that are keeping everyone safe.
Yeah,
you don't
all of
think
those
that
exist.
all of these people deserve some type of so like, don't you think like the
No
person
cover
should have
charges.
to pitch into this at least a little bit? So like, you should just be able to access all of that stuff I just said.
Yes,
for
I think
free?
you should be able to walk into a bar that's playing music because that's how they're trying to
You should
attract
be
you. You understand how like, have you never been to like 6th Street, my guy? Like literally every bar, it's a road which is a shit ton of bars. You get to walk around and nobody would ever make the gall of doing a fucking cover fee, dude. Cover fee is for like desperate people who don't like have anywhere else to go. Like, you just gotta go to the right areas. Like, nobody on 6th Street charges a cover fee. Everything is free. You could just stand outside and listen to like live music. Like, that's insane to say like that cover fees are like not just like bullshit.
So why do we pay to go to concerts?
What?
Why do we pay to go to a concert?
I don't know. Why do you pay to go to a concert? I don't do it.
Pay your cover fee to go into a concert.
Well, I've gone to plenty of.
What do you mean
it's not
you
a cover
don't do
fee.
it, Nina?
I don't go to concerts.
Nina, wait, we're not
I'm
talking
asking
about
you. Why?
just
Why do you?
you.
What are
We're
you
talking
getting?
about people in
Why
general.
are you? What
do people pay for? Why aren't they free? I'm asking you.
I don't know.
Why
You
aren't
tell
they
me.
free?
I don't go to concerts.
Because then everything that the service of the concert's offering how are they paying everybody?
Okay, well,
how do
do you actually want me to answer
them to
that?
offer the service of a dance floor and music for free? Why should they offer you an indoor space with security guards protecting you if you get drunk, bartenders not letting you overdrink? Why should they offer you all of these services for free? I don't understand it. Why do you deserve that for free? Please explain that part.
Because if you want me to come to your venue and spend my money at your bar, then I would like those services for free. What, like, are you gonna tell me that? Why don't I? You have to pay for a bathroom? Like, what? Why would they like give you a bathroom? Like, you want a bathroom for free? Like, no, because I don't want to go to a fucking bar that doesn't have a bathroom.
Why can't you just go into a restaurant and use their bathroom without buying food?
Well, your logic is that you would want to have to. You would have to pay like a cover fee then.
Most of the time.
Where do you live, dude? Okay. Most restaurants here, you absolutely can. So I don't know where the fuck you live. I think you're maybe living in a very weird place. But like, honestly, like, can you not like?
You lived in a very privileged place.
I live in Austin, Texas, a very large city. Do you think that's a privileged place? It's just a city.
Every question you've answered, every question you answer with a question to lead to an outlier of the situation.
Okay, so what the fuck does this have to do with any of that? I just think that you're just like kind of a little bit of a slave to capitalism, and for some reason think that like, I guess.
Why am I a slave to capitalism?
A simp, sorry, not slave.
That doesn't make sense.
Because you're kind of defending it. I don't really know why. Anyway, so you mentioned sports. Let's move on. I don't want to keep talking about this. It's just such an odd conversation to me. So you wanted to say sports is good sexism, right? Because I mean, your entire argument was about sexism, and I feel like you haven't really proved any of it. So that's the other one that I've written down that you said.
I have, but
yeah, of course you could feel that way. That's fair. Your opinion.
Yep. So sports, right?
Mhm.
It's good that we exclude men out of the WNBA. Is that good or no?
Why?
Well, because the NBA was gender neutral and women never qualified. So I think it was a good idea that we gave them a sport to qualify so that there was representation for women in basketball.
Okay.
Don't you think so?
I
Or
would
should
actually
we
disagree
X
with
out the
that.
representation?
Yeah, I would disagree with that. If you want to have like
Oh.
a lower league,
Fuck women then.
yeah,
Should we
sure,
put
whatever.
men against women in UFC as well?
Well, I mean, that's a 1v1. It's not a team sport. That's a physical contact. Like, if we're talking about like somebody who has general,
But wait a minute. What about the equal? I thought we were equal.
You understand that all sports
I thought we were equal.
You mentioned obviously talking about a meritocracy. You know what the biggest meritocracy is?
Yeah.
It's sports.
Well, we are a meritocracy, and it's turned into
No,
a
we're not. We're
patriarchy
not.
because
Elon Musk,
a lot of
dumbass, is the richest
things
person.
that like need to keep society
No.
running.
I understand.
is
No. That's
filled
fine. We can
by
get into
men
that. I'm gonna
positions.
just stay focused here. Sports is literally like the most pure meritocracy. So, do you think that if somebody is if a woman is like a biological female is too good, should she too good at something, like she's blowing all of the records out? Biological female playing in the female, should she just not be able to compete because she's just too good?
No. What? There's always a first place for every sport. I don't understand what you're saying. There's female boxers and there's one that's really good.
We're not
and
talking
she
about
usually
fighting. I
beats
think
a
we
lot
need
of
to
other
stay
ones.
focused here, because what I think a
Well-
lot of people get distracted about when we talk about this
Okay,
exclusion.
so what one-on-one sport are you want to talk tennis?
No, I'm not talking about
Serena
one-on-one sports. I'm
Williams,
talking about
the
team
best
sports.
female. Okay, so team sports. The what was it? Brazil's national team lost against a bunch of 15-year-old boys.
Okay.
So what are you saying here? Should we let
Did I say that?
15-year-old boys just come in and smash the women's leagues?
Sure. Fuck it. I don't care. Who cares?
Th-
Do you
that's-
care?
So what do you are you a misogynist then?
How is that misogynistic?
Well, you just don't care about women. You're cool with just men just smashing them out of all the sports leagues. That's what would happen. You understand this, right? If
Well,
men
I think
could
if a
join all the
woman
women's
is
sports
able
leagues,
to play
there would be
in,
no women in sports.
I think, okay. So what would really happen in reality is you just have cascading series of sports if everything was just a obviously I'm not talking about like fighting, but if we're talking about like leagues, for example, like, you know, there are like B leagues, right? Like AB leagues.
Yeah, there's less like so there's national teams and then local teams. Is this what you're trying to say? Or like you mean
Well-
even like younger team sports?
Well, okay, so okay, let me phrase this in the right way here.
Okay.
I personally don't give a fuck about sports. I think it's pretty clear that nobody gives a fuck about women's sports. And it's very funny to pretend that you do, because I know that you don't. Because I don't care about them either, and neither do you. So
Wait a minute.
if we're gonna talk about,
I don't care. And
Oh, I'm
maybe
sorry, are you
don't
really
care, but
into,
there
like,
is
women's
women
sports?
who do care.
yeah, but you don't actually care,
No,
so
wait,
you're just
that-
being
that
dishonest
doesn't
about
matter.
this.
That's not the conversation here. That's not the
Okay, I'm just
conversation
trying to
here.
set it up.
It's not about if I care about women's sports.
Okay, but I'm just agree. Can you
Like,
agree that
this
neither
is
one
a
of us give a
crazy
fuck?
conversation to have.
Do you care about women's sports? Is this something that is like really deep in your heart that you like feel is like a absolute wrong that needs to be righted, or what? Can you name like?
So is that what you're gonna do when like you're wrong about something? You're just gonna say, "Do you really care?"
Well,
about
I didn't make a
this?"
statement, so I don't know how it could be wrong. I'm just saying, let's be real here. Neither one of us give a fuck. If you want to lie and say that you do, I mean, maybe you do. What are you into? What sport are you really into? I do love the beach volleyball, but for obvious reasons. Do you care?
UFC. I'm into UFC. Yeah.
Okay, I'm talking about
into
team
UFC.
sports then. Okay.
Here we go.
So, all right, you care about
I like
UFC, but do you
soccer.
like
I like soccer. Rugby's pretty good too. Girls
specifically?
do all right in rugby. Not too bad. It's pretty exciting. It's all right.
What do you mean too bad? if you're still gonna do the judgment of
Yeah, it's not too bad.
What do you mean by
It's
that?
not too bad. I like it.
What do you mean
It's
too
like
bad?
it's almost exciting as a man's rugby
Okay,
game.
so you're
Like, it's
already
almost
gonna
as
judge them
exciting
based
as
off of
those
men
games.
anyway, so it really doesn't matter. Let's be real. You know that the funding. So you
Wait
so
a
you're
minute. It's
familiar.
not based off men. It's
You're
based off
familiar.
of
No,
the
you're familiar
sport.
about how popular the
Why
funding
can't
is.
wait?
Right?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Why? What are you saying right now? Wait. Why does it matter if I'm basing it off of the sport that I like? Like, I like the sport.
I'm trying to relate
I
to you
see
the
the two
argument that I'm gonna
sexes.
make.
One. But like, but you're saying like I'm just comparing it to men, but like, I just like how the men play this sport better.
So do you like
what is
how
wrong
any
with that?
women play sports better than men?
Do I like how any women play sports better than men? Nah.
Okay. So then you don't give a fuck
Not
about
that I can
women's
think of off the
sports.
top of my
Then I
head.
don't think that you'd be really that upset about them just
Wait
not
a minute.
existing.
Me not
I know you'd
giving
like
a
to think
fuck
that
about
because I
women's
am girl or
sports
whatever
doesn't
that I care. I
matter.
don't.
That doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter if you care, Nina, either. It's not only about me
No,
and
but
you
point
here.
is
We're
that
talking
we're
about in
agreeing that we
general.
neither one of us care.
So fuck every little girl that wants to play sports right now.
No, you'd
That's what you're
absolutely
saying?
play. Do you think
Fuck
that?
all
Do
of
you think
them.
everyone that plays sports, like in like
If we take the sport,
as
wait,
like
if we
a
let men play
5-year-old
with
is
the
going to be
women,
a
they will
professional
never
player?
become anything.
Do you think every single
They will
person
never
that's playing?
become anything.
Okay. Do you think that every like
No, you're
5-year-old?
right. You're right. Not every 5-year-old. So if you fucking let men enter women's sports, even less women, if any, ever make it. That's the problem here. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
I don't
Like,
care.
I don't know why you don't see a problem with it. I know you don't care. It's not all about you, Nina. This world isn't all about
Yeah,
you.
but you don't care either, so you're just arguing for the sake of arguing. That's my point.
Oh my gosh.
So you're saying it's positive sexism. Give me a reason why.
I don't know how I even argue with that.
Wait,
I
but
don't know
no,
how
but
you
your
can argue
argument,
with that.
I'll bring it back. I'll bring it back for you. You said it was positive sexism. Why?
It's positive for the women that want to do sports and have representation of sports. That's who it's positive for. I didn't say sexism is only positive for me. I didn't say that. I didn't say it's only positive for Nina. I said it's positive. It has positive.
Okay, but you need to
places.
explain why. Because of representation, that's fair.
Well,
okay.
I did just explain why. It just doesn't seem like you care about the reason why, because you just don't care about sports.
I mean, there's plenty of people that play
So it's
in leagues
hard
that
to,
don't
like-
win.
Okay. So you just think it would be okay? Would you be okay with no women ever getting to reach a professional league ever again? In the Olympics, none of this. Would you be okay with this?
I don't think that would be the case, but I just don't know
Okay,
why
I just
that would
think you
happen.
don't want to be honest in the conversation. Because
That's
men are
a
physically
really obvious reason
better
for you just
athletically. That's
Okay,
just, that
in certain
it's just
sports,
how it
yes.
is. There's a reason we've separated the sex. No, in what sport are women better than men? Please
I don't
name
know.
it. Tell me this.
Oh.
Well, then why are you saying not every
Because
sport?
not
You
all of them
don't
is
know
based off
which
of
one?
physical like value. I mean, are women better at chess?
Okay,
I don't
which
know.
one you want to do? That's not based off physical. How about NASCAR? You want to do NASCAR? Is that one you want to mention?
Sure, I don't know.
How about F1 Formula racing? These are car driving. Why is more men in these? The top 500.
We're talking about
Formula
okay
One-
again, like
Formula
you're
One
equating
drivers are
the
all
quantity to like their actual skill.
men. So
I mean, how well do women do proportionally? You're the one that brought it up, so I feel like you should come with the stats here.
wait, sorry. How well do women do proportionally?
Yeah. Like obviously I know a lot of what you think is that like if more men mean men better, but that doesn't really seem to be the case generally if you're looking at like actual data. Just because that's how the world works, where you would look at it proportionally. And you might not be wrong. I just don't
So-
you brought it up, so I assume you know the information unless you're just lying to me. About knowing, at
Do-
least. Not that you're lying about
okay.
stats.
So are you like I really don't understand even what you're arguing right now. Like, do you think that like men, or I
Well, I
mean,
just
sorry,
asked you.
women
I asked you
are
very
like,
clearly. You mentioned earlier, Formula One and NASCAR, and you mentioned it like very confidently that you knew that.
I said the top 500
Uh huh.
Formula One drivers, the
Uh huh.
top 500 are all men.
Okay.
The top 100 of NASCAR. Um,
I mean, how many other drivers are there though? I mean, if there's like 100,000, then that doesn't really mean that
yeah,
much,
that's
right?
the thing. It takes, yeah, you have to qualify to make it in those places. That's
Okay.
the thing. If you don't qualify, then that
Right, but
means
you're
you
trying to
don't
use that
cut
as
it.
an argument that I thought you were like gonna get into more, but okay, that's whatever. Okay, I think we lost the plot again. Do you want to move on to the other part just because we're kind of getting at about like an hour and a half so? And I know you wanted to talk about two different things. Let me remember what we wanted to talk about as well. Oh, gender roles? I don't know. Do you think that's much of the same thing?
Well, some of it, I kind of wanted to know what you when you say that like there's no need for gender roles. I'm kind of like curious exactly what you mean by
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
no
you seemed really
need for gender
confident
roles.
about changing my opinion on that. So again, you said gender roles and sexism is I really like this convo. I think I can change your mind. So I'm curious you have not been very effective on changing my mind on at least the sexism part. So I'm curious
Well,
how
I think what you're doing is a
about
lot
the
of times I'm asking you things and like pointing out clear biological differences that like
okay.
for the draft, for instance, all of this stuff, but you
I've
would
not
point out
denied
the
at all biological
outliers.
differences. That doesn't
Like,
mean that gender roles are important. We don't live in like caveman times.
right, I understand this.
So
So,
go ahead.
okay, like yeah, because I was curious which gender roles you would be exactly specific that aren't needed anymore. Do you mean like,
All of them.
for instance, do you think all of them?
Yeah, I think gender roles are inherently harmful. The expectations that somebody born a certain way should have to fulfill a role is just, for one, inefficient, as we know, and just toxic to put that pressure on somebody who maybe does not want to have that role. I'm a big American here, where I like freedom for people, and I think that people should have the freedom to pursue whatever they want when it comes to a role. I think that a man, playing like I played a lot of League of Legends, okay? I think somebody playing the support for the AD carry, like, doesn't matter, Like, obviously that's a joke, but like, I don't think that you should feel lesser than or emasculated because, I don't know, like your wife makes you more money. No, you should be fucking like supporting the fuck out of her because go off queen, and like that's just a good partner. I don't understand why there would be any
Well,
situation that gender roles would be the requirement of gender roles are a good thing. I think it's toxic for both men and women.
okay, so do you believe, are you, I think I might have heard you say like stuff like women shouldn't have to be feminine for men to be attracted to them. Is this something that you believe in as well? Or did I hear you say this or was
Mm,
it someone else?
no,
I heard
I
a lot of
wouldn't. I would
feminists
not
say this,
base
so it might have been someone else.
no, I think that people are attracted to what they're attracted to. I would not have said something like that.
Okay. Okay. No, sorry. I must be confusing with
That's
someone.
fine.
Um so um so you think we should um how exactly do you go about like changing like people's preferences like for jobs for instance or um yeah, let's just start with jobs. Like how would you change the, like because let's like the amount of jobs that need to be a higher percentage men because they fit those jobs better. Like how would you go about changing that? Like do you think there's a way to change this or
Name what jobs you're implying. that need to be
There's
one
logging
of.
workers, fishing workers, roofers, garbage collectors, iron and steel workers, truck drivers, farmers and ranchers, agriculture workers, construction workers, cement and concrete manufacturing,
Okay.
maintenance and repair workers, plumbing, police, mining. These are all like 90% and up men-based jobs.
Why does that need to change?
Pardon?
You're talking about preferences?
Well, yeah, because like you seem to say like, oh, like men shouldn't be taught that they have to be this certain thing in society, but like
Sure.
I think, yeah, so like would you try to say then like we should teach women to like we should tell them to be more construction workers, logging workers, all of these things I just said?
I think we should absolutely teach the fact that you have the option to. Like, there's a lot of more, like, complicated factors. Like, let's be real here.
Well,
Your
they already know
physical
this.
strength.
They've had the option.
You think
to
that
for
children
almost
just, like,
200
know that
years,
when
right?
they grow? They just automatically know that. No, we
Know
teach
what,
kids
sorry?
things. Okay, so think about when you were a kid. We know the cliches, right? You were taught to play with like either the trucks or the Barbies, and if you play with the Barbies, you're like I assume we're like kind of similar age. I don't know how old you are. Like, are you in like your mid-20s or something? I know we talked about it. I just don't remember.
No, I'm 30.
Oh yeah, we are the same age. Okay, perfect. I'm also 30. So yeah, we knew how it was growing up, where it's like you know that you were kind of getting a present from your grandparents. It was. When it was like a toy, it was probably like a truck or for you. And for me, it was like, oh, it's like a doll. Like all of that shit, I think is stupid, and it's just like doesn't do anything to.
Well, they've done tests on this, right? Like boys just
What
tend to like those things more than girls do.
they have done tests on that, and there's not any. Wait, which one did you read?
Well,
You have
the
a
test where
source?
they've put boys and girls into a room. Yo, Vincent, send me that one we were talking about.
Yeah,
earlier.
Vincent, find the source.
I'm gonna look forward to. Yeah. Actually, I should
Well,
not
let
say
him do it. I
that.
don't want us to like sit here and just be looking at sources. We got Vincent on the job here, but
Okay.
the point being like that there like is like the social conditioning aspect that I think that shouldn't be there at all, because I think it's like
Well,
a lot of times I didn't like stuff.
Let's break that down. Let's break that down for 1 second. What if we socially conditioned girls to like be roofers, cement workers, construction
Okay.
workers, pipe layers, all of these things, right?
I don't
So
know why
like
we do that.
first off, why wouldn't we?
Well, because I just that's the problem, right? That I guess I didn't finish my thought. I'll let you get back, but let me finish what I
Okay.
was saying real quick. I just don't think you should social condition people into doing anything like of this sort. I think a lot of like
Well-
just let the kids play with the toys. You just have like a mix, whatever. Who gives a shit? Like let them play with whatever. But I think that you know that there is some family members that told you if you were like to, like that like made sure that you were playing with a certain type of toy, they would buy you a certain type of toy. That's how like again you social condition somebody. It's not something that you're like sitting there like constantly doing to somebody. It's just the sense that, oh, my nephew is I need to buy a toy for my nephew, let's buy a truck toy, because they're also socially conditioned to assume that that is a boy thing, where I don't think that that's a
Or
good
it's
thing to
because
do.
males tend to like these things more often.
Based off of what? I think it's because like I think that because I would love playing with like the boy toys personally, because they were all like more complicated and like
So wait, you don't think in general men are more into things where women are more into like people? You don't think this is a real
as
like a fact?
children. I think
Yes, as children.
that men are more. What do you explain that?
So like men are like, well, not men aren't children, boys like things more. Like they like trucks, things with wheels, building Legos, things like this.
Okay.
They're more likely to like those things, where girls are more likely to like the dolls and the dress up things. And like this is in general, this is more likely to be the case.
This is kind of a side note, but I just kind of want to ask you this as like a good faith like question.
Yeah.
Did you ever think it was kind of creepy that like little girls, little girls, like 4 6-year-old girls are like given babies to take care of, like baby dolls are a thing that are like marketed towards them? I feel like that's really creepy. It's just like, to me, like looking back on it, like it was like taking care of a baby while you're also like a child. It's like, in my opinion, grooming and gross, but I don't know. Thoughts? I just thought it was weird.
For getting kids baby toys?
Yeah, like they're teaching, like I remember I had a stroller that I'd put like the baby doll in because like that's what
Yeah.
like my grandma bought me, and you know, so a toy or whatever. And it was just like, that's just teaching me to be like a mom, and that's just weird to teach a little baby to just be able to take care of a kid, and where they, that just seems weird to me. Does that not seem a little off?
Do you have kids by any chance?
I do not. I have two doggies.
Okay, so have you ever seen like a toddler around an infant before?
No.
Especially a little girl? No. Okay. Um they're very excited by this. They like dressing up the baby. They like
Well, they
doing all
both
this
do.
shit. Do you think that like huh?
Well, that's a real,
Sorry?
that's their family member, I would assume, right?
Well, yeah, but
Yeah, but they're excited about a real thing. The thing is, it's not real. They're like, I mean, we're talking about indoctrination here. That seems pretty indoctrinating. It
yeah,
seems
but they
really weird.
pretend it's real. They pretend it's real, right?
Right, but like they don't, like it's not like they're seeking out that like doll and stroller. It's just that's what you get to play with. You know? Like it just seems odd. Why don't they like give boys that? Because like, should they not like why is it only girls that get that?
'Cause- Well,
It just seems
because
odd.
most boys don't like most boys wouldn't play with these things.
Well, when you don't have a choice, you're gonna play with whatever the fuck you're gonna play with. Plenty of boys would play with that shit.
No, though, no. Like,
If that's the only thing that you're given, you think you're not gonna play with it, you're just gonna sit there and like, I mean, I destroyed the fuck out of
well,
it,
if it's
so I mean,
so wait, if that's wait, so why do you think boys and girls like the thing is like I've seen the like kids grow up, boys and girls, so like it's hard for me to like take this in and like say it like for you just to hear it. Well, it's just socially constructed.
well, I'm not trying to make
Like,
it a greater thing. I'm just like literally asking you if you just feel like it's kind of, it feels off
who do
to
you
me.
think it would be more okay? But who would you teach to be a mom?
Well, I don't think
Like, what?
getting a stroller
Don't
is
you think
a
that
mom thing.
biologically in them, they're one day able to be a mom? So, like, maybe this is biologically in them, the empathy part, the emotional part. Like, you don't think this is biologically
Having
in females whatsoever? Like, you think your estrogen
that kind of
has
seems like
nothing to
that's
do with
the
your
opposite
behavior?
of what you, that actually works, I think, opposite for your point, where it just seems like if we're talking about like something that is not directed part of your body is a baby doll, because that actually kind of would seem like a better thing for a boy to have, because it's not part of their body, so that they could like learn how to, like, if you have a child, right? I believe you said that you do not, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I do.
Oh, you do? Okay, so but like you, I'm sure we're not carrying it unless you're a seahorse. But I think
No.
that like, I don't want to assume this, but I've heard this is like a lot of a case where you kind of feel like it's a stranger, like when it's born. I don't know.
No, actually, no. Women develop their bond
No,
with their
I'm talking about
children
you.
usually during the pregnancy, and men tend to do. I'm just saying
Okay.
I experienced it the same way that it says men tend to experience it. It's when
Mhm.
you see the child is actually when
Right,
the
exactly. No,
bond
that
starts.
is
Like the
exactly
minute
what,
I see my
yeah.
child come out, it was an instant thing. Like this is mine. I need to protect this with all my fucking life. That's the
Exactly.
instant feeling I got. There was
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was getting at here, where I feel like if we're talking about like treating men how to just like take care of like babies, wouldn't it not make more sense where if women have like the cheat code, right, where they have the hormones, they obviously you know, got the 9-month pre-order, so to say, where you're actually like, you know, having able to bond with it significantly longer because it's part of your body, obviously. If they're getting the cheat code, should we not maybe teach men to like to have to teach them with baby dolls, because then they don't have the 9-month cheat code and the hormones to help them out, where it is something that like obviously you did have the emotional response where like, yeah, you know, fell in love with your child when you saw it, and congrats, by the way. I don't know how long it was, but that's amazing that you were able to have that bond immediately. But like I think that it would be really helpful to teach men how to like care for something, because I
But
actually
this protective part is innately in us.
well,
That's
is
the
it just
thing. It's
protecting, or is it like because I know like, did you feel like you connect? Because I know you know
Yeah,
like
you
the
protect the
oxytocin
things
thing,
you
where
love,
like having
right?
like the skin to skin contact is like really important or whatever. Do you agree that that was like a big how do you mind me asking how old is your child?
I have a 12-year-old and an 11-year-old,
Oh, so they're like
and then a 2-year-old boy.
right. So do you, I mean, you know, you're experienced, and so you know like the importance of, you know, like being around your kid,
Even my
obviously bonding.
son with autism,
Mhm.
likes boy things, and there's girl things in the house he's in. He just likes the boy things. Even my son with autism. I just
Okay, well, boy things are usually
I've
cooler.
seen
Let's
kids
be real
grow up.
here.
I've done the studies on. Well, but okay, now come on. To two boys, yes, two boys.
Well, I think
But like, I don't know. I don't know. You're an outlier, Nina. I know you keep mentioning yourself, but you're an outlier.
I don't know. They
I
said
heard
about
you on a
video
podcast
games.
the other day saying sometimes I like to just look at my boyfriend and be like, "Yo, wanna fuck?" Like most women don't do that. So like you are an outlier. So when you like compare it to yourself, it's hard for me to accept that because you're an outlier, and that's not a bad thing. Don't take this as a negative.
No, I
That's not a
don't.
bad thing. Like it's okay for women to be outliers. But like what I like when I talk about these things, I like to talk about things in general. And like I think it's better because like we already have every year I think it is 127 loggers die. So like if we keep so if we these are men that are more likely to survive situations. So if we put more women into these positions, it would slow down the process of logging and more women would die.
Okay, but I feel like every time that you mention like being inclusive is like, okay, so all of a sudden we have to do affirmative action. I think that that's like not anything that I've ever said. I hope I'm not even alluded to that. I'm not talking about
Well,
like being
then,
an
like,
affirmative
so
action here. I'm just saying if
what
somebody is
exactly
like a
would you like to
jacked person,
change?
like let's be real here, how much is logging going to exist to the point where it is where it's like a physical work? We have automation. We live in 2023 here.
Okay, about
I just think that a
plumbing.
lot of men
How
like
about
do
plumbing?
a coat post where they're like, oh, I have to be really like useful because I stronger, because then they don't want to like have women compete with them because they're too afraid to like, I don't know, get shown up by women. It just seems like there's a lot of that going around. And I think that's honestly some of the most of the that's actually what I want to, speaking of the red pill, I would actually love, because you would consider yourself like a red pill, right?
Yeah, I say I'm the real red pill though. Some of these guys got some things wrong. They never talk about being a good husband, being a good father. Those are things I advocate for. Like the red pill's supposed to be the truth, and there's some things they don't tell the truth. They're more like pickup artists.
Right, yeah, there's like a lot of weird crossover with that, where I feel like You guys need to have a council meeting with all of the red pillars and figure out what level
Yeah, I'm coming
is
to cancel all of them. I'm
Yeah.
coming to cancel all
So
of them.
is cheating? Are you of the mind of cheating? Like, what level of red pill is like the cheating is okay for men but not for women type of thing, or
No,
like
cheating's never okay.
okay?
No,
So I
cheating's
feel like you're
never
not
okay.
like a true red
No,
pillar
no.
in the terms
And
of like
so like
that's
you know
psychotic.
like if you have like an arrangement with your girlfriend that I'm fucking other dudes or girls said you're not fucking other
Well,
dudes.
maybe you're fucking other dudes.
This is no.
I get what you're saying.
But if I had this arrangement with my girl,
Uh-huh.
this isn't cheating, right?
Right, of course.
You'd agree there?
Yeah, it's open relationship.
Okay, so yeah, like yeah, I don't advise for men to lie whatsoever. That's the problem here. Like that's not red pill. Lying is not red pill.
I feel like y'all need to get your shit together, like with the red pill
it's
stuff,
just
like because I mean, like the
people
fresh and fit
took the
shit. It's
red pill
90%
and
of the
drifted with it. That's the
ideology is,
problem.
but isn't Rollo Tomasi's dumbass?
You'd be red pill if you knew what the real. Yeah, fuck, he's an idiot. That guy's an idiot.
Okay, so
That
try and
guy's a
red pill
con.
me.
Biggest
Your
grifter.
main claim that you said in Discord that I was really interested to talk about was you said that you could change my opinion on this, and go ahead. You said that I would
Well-
change my opinion to be red pill if I knew the true red pill.
Okay, well, okay, so, well, wait. So, do you think patriarchy is something that oppresses women, or is the result of men competing for women?
I think it oppresses both women and men. I don't think it has anything to do
Why?
with
Why did you think
competing with women. No, it's a more of a political system.
Why would you assume that?
Assume?
So wait, women don't like men in higher positions of power? Are you not saying?
I
like,
don't think
women in
that
general
women
don't
like
it?
being relegated to. I mean, this is kind of the same conversation we've been having, right? I think diversity. I mean, and I don't have to say I think. I know diversity is a strength. Having the best person. You would agree that you'd want the best person for the job, regardless of their identity, right?
Yeah, of course.
Right. So patriarchy excludes that. Patriarchy means that you don't have the
How
best
so?
person because if the woman was the best person for the job, it doesn't matter because she's a woman. She doesn't get it. Go fuck yourself.
Where do
more
you
like
sh-
a woman. You know
where
what I
can
mean?
you show evidence of this? Where
The
can you show
definition of what
evidence this?
patriarchy is. What do you mean? Why would if a woman is the best person for the job to, for example, my sister, she's doing cancer research. She's a woman.
You can't just say what the definition is. You have to say like, where's the examples of like
No, by the entire.
women being.
Okay, so in Saudi Arabia, I mean, do you think that I'm gonna know if a woman in
Well-
Saudi Arabia is like smarter than the guy next to her? No, I don't know anything about them. They're obviously going to be
If you're gonna do
stifled.
Saudi Arabia, but
I'm giving you an example of a patriarchal system.
Canada and America.
Okay, so like
But I'm asking you, is Canada and America is a patriarchal system? No.
there is patriarchal elements to things, of course, because it's like, oh, are there racist parts of Canada and America? Of course there are. It doesn't mean that they're necessarily directly, intentionally trying to be patriarchal. If we're talking about being a Republican, absolutely, but that's a different story. But if we're talking about like just patriarchy in general as a concept, or are you trying to say in practice? Because it's not really something that directly happens in practice. It's more of a symptom of other systems, like religion, for example.
Do you know that only 30 to 40% of women wanted the rights to vote, and 60% of men wanted women to have the rights to vote?
Okay.
Do you think if we lived in a society where men were oppressing women, you would have rights at all?
Yeah, because we did. Why do you think
Why?
that? Why do you think?
Why do you have rights? Wait. How are rights enforced?
How are rights enforced?
Yeah. How are rights
I don't know. How would you
enforced?
answer that question?
How are laws enforced?
Well, that depends. If we're talking
Violence. It all comes down to violence.
Sure.
If you don't follow the law, someone with a gun gets you. It's violence. It all comes down to violence.
Don't think that's how it directly works, but sure. I'll hear you. Go ahead.
Well, explain to me a law that doesn't come down to violence.
I don't want to get. You're trying to make a greater point. I don't want to get stuck in the muck here.
Well, yeah, my point is, men enforce the rights. So, like,
Okay.
men enforced women's rights.
So you said that men wanted 60% of women to vote. So
we don't oppress women. We
well, it seems like
fight
40% would have been that.
We are the reason they have rights.
Okay, but it seems like it was advantageous to you to give women's rights if you're saying that 60% of men wanted women to have rights. So why did they do that then?
Why would you just assume that it's just because it was advantageous? It wasn't a
Well,
bunch
because
of
then
men
why did
that
they
didn't
do
want to
it?
see women oppressed by other men.
Why did they do it then?
Because men didn't want to see women oppressed by other
so
men.
it was advantageous
the
for them because they didn't want to see it.
Won the fight. The majority of men.
So it was
won the fight.
advantageous.
If majority of men.
Yes.
If majority of men didn't want women to have any rights, we would just not give. It would have never happened.
Okay, but it
It would have
did.
been a fight.
Right.
Yeah, and good thing. I'm glad it did. I'm part of the group that would have fought for the women to have rights.
Okay, so then it was advantageous for you. You wanted women to have rights, right? That if you want something, you getting it would be advantageous to you, correct?
Wait. Why do you assume everybody only does things for themselves? You've been talking a lot like, oh, but I don't care about sports. You don't care about sports. Like everything you seem to like only think about like you're thinking. I'm thinking. Well, it's advantageous to men to have women have rights.
So then why did they give them rights?
Why is it advantageous?
So then why did they do it?
Why is it advantageous?
Why did they do it?
Well, you seem to know it. You're saying
you're the one who said. I mean, but you said
I gave
that
you a
60%.
Reason you didn't like it. You didn't like my reasoning.
What was the reasoning?
That men didn't want other men oppressing women.
Okay, so it was advantageous for certain men, right?
So why? Why was it?
You're the one who brought it up. You're like you have to like.
Why is everything
you want me to
out
answer
of
the
the
question
advantage of
you mentioned?
myself? Do you think that nobody has empathy? Do you think that nobody in the human why don't we? Why do we have laws whatsoever?
What?
Wait, am I not understanding what I'm saying?
I don't understand. You're saying my point was that like, okay, so you asked, okay, so you mentioned like 40% of women only wanted to vote, which is like, we know why that is. Let's be real here. And then like you said that 60% of men wanted women to vote.
Why is it?
Because they were taught to not. They were taught to be a bunch of fucking pick-me's like fucking Pearl, of course. Duh. You think that going against the grain is easy? God. Get out of here. That's adorable thinking that way. But anyways, you know that's the case. And so you mentioned that 60% of men wanted women to vote. I don't know if that's true, but you said it.
What's not easy about it? Wait, what's
going
not
against
easy
the grain is easy?
By going against the grain.
Okay, stop. I'm not gonna get caught in that.
Let's go.
Because if most women at that time were taught to not vote, you didn't have the right to vote, why would they fight for the right to vote? Because are they being like told that they should do? I would say the majority of people are probably not telling them or teaching women that they should vote because they never thought that they would. It seems pretty obvious to me. I don't know if like you're kind of like shooting your own argument in the foot here, so I'm a little confused where you're at here.
How?
What's your argument?
How?
Okay, so again, did you forget what your argument was? You were mentioning the fact that like 60% of men, so like men gave women rights or whatever, and it's like, okay. So it seems like it was pretty advantageous to them, right? Because why else would they have done it? Just because of the kindness of their heart? Because that's not how people work, right? So you then said when I challenged you on this, you said no because when I'm almost done. You're
lying right now. You're lying.
No, I'm not lying. I'm saying what you said.
Go ahead.
You said that
I'll bring it back to that point.
Absolutely, that's fine. I'm almost done. You said that the reason why men wanted women to vote was because it was advantageous against other men. Correct?
Nope, I did not.
Okay, so what'd you say?
I said that one of the reasons was strongly because men didn't want other men oppressing women.
So it was advantageous against other men.
What do you mean advantageous?
So if you have
what was the advantage they got? What was the advantage?
Because they wanted women to not be oppressed. So they wanted something, and they wanted to get a more
power. For what reason? For what reason?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you. But you're saying that their want.
But you don't like my reason.
No, I don't think you understand what your argument is, because you're saying that they didn't want to oppress women anymore. So they then wanted women to be able to vote so that they could get what they wanted. Because obviously women were going to vote in favor of themselves, correct? Or am I getting your argument wrong? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Women were going to vote in favor of who?
Of themselves. If you're talking about like not oppressing, like voting isn't the only aspect of oppression. If you're going to say that they didn't want men oppressing women, then giving them the right to vote doesn't mean that like they're just not oppressed anymore. I assume that you meant that was more of a drastic thing of giving them more rights in general. Again, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. My main thing. Remember when I first said who enforces rights?
Okay.
Like, if men didn't want women to have any rights, what would women be able to do about it?
Are you talking about the modern day?
Yeah, today. Men just said, fuck it, we don't want women to have any rights. They're not allowed to leave the houses no more.
That would kind of be the opposite. So that's like a psychotic thing to say, as always. Because is that even like a realistic possibility? Like, what if all women said that they're just going to kill all their husbands? Like, is that really an argument worth even addressing?
It wouldn't happen.
Yeah, of course it wouldn't happen. That'd be, why would that happen?
Men would win in these situations.
No, but why would that happen? No, they wouldn't. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, this is like a dumbass argument.
Men wouldn't win against women if we were fighting. If women and men went to war with each other, you think the women?
Why would that happen? That's insane.
No,
I mean, to be fair, if we did that, we'd all lose at the end of the day. Besides the NBs would win, though.
I understand this.
Like that.
I understand this.
This is a really, like, insanely dumb question. I know this is what Andrew said, and that's why it was really stupid when he said
it. No, it's not stupid though. It's not stupid.
It is stupid because it's so unrealistic that like you have to imply that like so many things happen, and like that's just like you have to make the judgment for everybody in the world. Like all men just like just go full retard and like just I don't understand like how that would happen, why it would happen. Like you think you could do like that's so stupid. Like I don't even think I should give it the time of day here. It's like if
men wanted to oppress women, what is stopping us?
Do you think that if everyone above 6 foot wants to oppress anyone below 6 foot?
Oh, it's always a question with a question.
Yeah, because it's.
Can you just answer what I asked?
Well, can you answer mine? Maybe then I'll understand the structure of what you want as an answer.
Well, I asked you first.
Okay, what are you actually expecting? I mean, stop being dumb. What are you actually expecting as an answer to that? Do you think that's actually a realistic possibility? Hold on. Set the scene.
Wait,
write the book.
What do you think?
Give me the Game of Thrones. What happened? What happened where for some reason every single man wants to oppress every single woman? Set the story. I'll answer it, but you gotta give me specifics.
What do women claim happened before feminism? What was happening before feminism?
No, I want you to set the story.
Women were oppressed and enslaved for years, no? Would you say this? Women were oppressed and enslaved for years? Would you say this?
Would I say that women were oppressed and enslaved? Are you saying that all women were enslaved? Or, because there's kind of a difference here.
Question.
Well, I mean, black women were enslaved, but I don't think white women were generally enslaved.
What was happening to women? Okay,
all women?
Before feminism, what was happening to women? What was happening to women?
Which?
Women in general. What was happening to women in general?
No, which feminism? Like, what are we talking about? Are we talking about, like...
The very first, 200 years ago, before feminism, let's go. What was happening to
I don't know what was happening.
Were they oppressed? I'm asking you, what would
Obviously,
you say was
or
happening
feminism
to
wouldn't
them? Do you think
exist.
they were oppressed?
Yes, absolutely, because it wouldn't
They were
make any
oppressed?
sense that feminism exists. If they weren't, then why would it exist?
So you don't understand how this could happen, but it was happening in the past? Do you understand
Huh?
this doesn't work?
No, I'm
Your
saying
statements
I don't
work
understand
here.
how you could possibly go back to the oppression. Like, how this is like saying how. Imagine going back to Game of Thrones times. It's like I understand that's obviously a fantasy,
Wait, you
but
understand a hypothetical, right? You understand
okay, but you
hypotheticals
understand
and analogies.
exactly. That's what I'm giving you. I'm giving you the exact same like psychotic hypothetical. Okay, so what if we just wanted to go back to Game of Thrones? How would we do that? Like what would you do if we wanted to go back to Game of Thrones? It's like what?
That's a TV show. That was not real.
Yeah, I understand,
no
but
dragons. This is
okay, so what you're describing is also not real either. So like you're just like saying oppress in a
what
general
are you talking
sense.
About? You just said
You're
that
not describing
women were
it.
oppressed before feminism. No, was women oppressed before feminism? Yes or no, Nina?
I mean, women are oppressed all the time, and still are, and so are men.
So women are still oppressed?
Yeah, of course, and so are men. Do you understand capitalism? Do you think that you have freedom? Like, I don't understand. Like, when it comes to like all of the ways that you should. Like, do you have a freedom of choice to just
Like what? Like what exactly?
to just exist and not have to be a wage slave?
What freedoms do you think that we should have that we don't have under capitalism? Getting into clubs for free?
I know that's what you think is like
What
the
ones?
pinnacle of like things of your.
That's the
economic
one you
value.
mentioned. So I'm just wondering something else. I'm just wondering if you have another
The right
one.
to a house or home.
We should get houses for free. Who pays the people building the house?
I mean, other.
Who
What?
pays the people setting the foundation of the house?
It's the
Who pays
government
the people
sponsored.
checking to make
The
sure the ground's
fucking
okay, that
the
it's not gonna
communists figure that
collapse
shit
when
out
you
with the
build a
commie
house
blocks,
there?
my guy.
Who pays
People
for all of that? Who pays?
The government, the taxes. You pay.
Communists.
You pay
So looks
to.
good on paper, but never happened.
Okay,
in
but
real life,
government
dude.
programs.
Everyone suffers the same.
What?
Everyone suffers the same.
You
under
understand that
communism.
like it's better for
Capitalism inspires inspiration. Like or capitalism is inspiration.
spoken like a fucking Canadian that has
invent.
healthcare. You know that you have government sponsored healthcare? Do you understand how it's like in the United States?
Okay, that's okay. Actually, to be honest with you, I have a very good argument for why there's things better about the American health system. One, for instance, is the fact that your doctors actually care about you because you're the one paying them. So making you live longer is
that's
good
not the
for
case
them.
at all.
Over here,
That's not the case at all. What are you talking about?
Fuck.
Do you think that you pay out the doctor directly?
You don't pay. Who do you pay?
Insurance companies who don't give a fuck about you.
Right. So should your car insurance be covered for free too? I don't understand. Like,
yes, I stand by that. Sure. Why not? You're so fucking privileged, you Canadian privilege, dude.
Who pays?
Oh my god.
How am I privileged when I'm trying to say
because
your
you don't
system is
understand what it's
better
like.
and
You just die. There's
move
plenty
to
of people in
America.
America
What are
that
you
just
talking
die
about?
because they can't. Do you think that your healthcare should be connected to your job?
You're gonna lie right now and say that anybody can't go into the emergency room? You're gonna lie right now and say that? They just let you die? So you walk into the emergency room.
Okay, do you think emergency rooms are gonna give you long-term cancer treatments?
Yes or no?
Do you think emergency rooms?
Yes or no?
Do you think that emergency rooms are giving you chemo?
No, but that's not what.
Okay, so then you just die if you have cancer. They're not treating your cancer, my guy. They're treating the symptoms here. And do you think that it's cheap, by the way? Do you understand? You can go to an emergency room, but if your insurance isn't covering it, how much? You understand the bills that like $1 million bills, dude? Like,
we pay a lot more in taxes to do this, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with paying more taxes because you know why? Because it levels it out across the board.
Okay, so it's the same as paying insurance for it.
No, it's not. No. You're misunderstanding. Because everyone's paying into your system. So the people, everyone is paying for this. Where it's not a bunch of privatized piece of shit companies who like kind of like want you to die. Where everyone is paying the same rate. Everyone is paying the same rate for health insurance. You're not forced to be like subjected to like desperately paying for basically like only getting like if you sneeze, that's when they cover you. Like your entire like the richest people among your country pay for the poorest. That is not how our
So can I
system
ask
works.
you something? Is it like if you don't have the money up front,
Do you want to know?
they
Do you want to know
they
how?
deny you, or as in you get into debt?
What are we
and
talking
then, like-
about? They
Well, okay. Okay.
like,
I
are you
think
talking
know
about like
what I'm
going
talking
into the
about.
emergency
Okay, when
room,
you
or are we
go
talking
to
about
a
like
hospital, say you go to the say you go to the emergency room,
Okay.
no insurance, arm
Mhm.
chopped off. Do they stitch you up? Or do they say, if you don't have the money right now, we're not stitching you up?
If
Or
we're
do they
talking about
stitch
the
you up and give you
emergency
a
room,
debt
yeah, and
to
then they'll
pay
give you
off?
an insane like you know, like ambulances,
pay
for
off.
example, they will take you. They're not like gonna like, hey, give me your credit card before I'm gonna take you. But you know what they do? They give you an insane, psychotically expensive bill for their services. Because you know why? Because they're
to do the service.
no, it's because it's you know why it's so expensive? It's artificially inflated because they expect the insurance companies to pay for it because it's all fucking like basically like a gigantic like grift. It's so bullshit. Like I don't think you understand how fucked our insurance like if I were to buy personal insurance for me in California, which luckily I was able to get actually free insurance, which again, I know how nice it feels, so trust me, I know how nice it is to actually have free insurance. It's not a fucking hellscape, okay? And I don't know why you act like it is, because we still go to the same fucking doctors.
To a lot of
it was $400 a month.
Healthcare.
$400
like over
a
here,
month.
like a dentist bill can cost you like $3,000 easy. Like we have a lot of medical bills. We pay for all our drugs still. Like what exactly?
Wait, no,
do you think
Canada's
is
drugs are
you think
significantly
all
cheaper.
Your cancer treatments. Wait. We still pay for our drugs. We still pay for our hospital visit if we stay in the room for more than 2 days. We pay for our ambulance rides. We pay for our teeth if they're fucked up. We pay for any
Do you think it's the same price? Do you pay for health? Do you pay for health insurance?
Wait. On top of that, we're paying more insurance. I mean, more taxes as well.
Is
so
that
like,
true?
Of course we are.
Well, what is the tax rate?
This is why we get our free healthcare.
No, I just think that you allocate things a lot differently. You probably might be spending the exact. Do you spend the same amount on your tax or do you think that Canada has the same military budget that the United States has? That's laughable if you think that's true.
America has 339 million people, while Canada only has 36.
No, I'm saying percentage wise.
A lot more money over there.
No, we're talking. It doesn't matter. We're talking percentage wise. If you're gonna pay for healthcare, it doesn't matter. Like it's still gonna be like ratioed to your population here. So it's not like if you had more people that like you understand what I'm saying? Like, what is your upper income tax? Like, say you make over $100,000 a year. How much are they paying in taxes?
100,000.
Like, what are your tax brackets?
I also sent you something on the play behavior thing too. But, yeah, I don't want to say a number that's wrong.
Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quick while you're looking that up. Give me 1 sec.
Yeah. Yeah, so in Canada, your average tax rate's 30%. Your marginal tax rate's 43%. Like, put it this way: I make $900 on a check, and I'll get 600. The rest goes to taxes.
Do you link me something somewhere?
I thought I did. Oh, maybe I didn't. I think I sent it. I sent it to the wrong person.
Oh no, that's so out of context. That's funny.
Yeah, that was about the toy preferences we were talking about earlier that I told Vincent to find for me.
Did they respond? Like what? Okay. Oh my god. Sorry. I gotta.
Yeah, because like when I hear you talk about gender abolition, it sounded like you wanted like um the equal opportunity of outcome. Like you want us to all be able to have the same outcome. Like how can you treat two different types of people the same?
So you think we should treat black and white people the same?
No.
We shouldn't.
No, but there's a lot more between a black and a white male than there is between a white male and a white female,
Not genetically.
right?
Make
You
your
think
argument. Make
there's
your argument.
more? Wait, you think there's more the same between a white male and a white female than a white male and a black
I
male?
would imagine
There's more the same?
a brother and sister is more similar than just a dude and another dude.
Brother and a sister are more similar
Yeah.
than a dude and another
Genetically, like, is that? I just don't understand the argument that you're trying to
dude.
make.
Genetically, but like
Let's-
talking about like preference wise, behavior
Preference
wise.
wise, okay. So
Those are the type.
you're kind of just explaining social
preferences and
behaviors.
behaviors.
Like what?
Well, yeah, social behaviors as well too. Yeah.
Yeah, but social behaviors are social because they're not inherent. So
Well, so do you think there's absolutely no differences between the genders?
do I think there's absolute? Are we talking about gender or sex here? I think we need to
Okay,
kind of establish
sexes,
that.
sorry,
Okay.
sorry.
Do I think there's
Yeah, the
absolutely no
sexes.
differences? Of course
Male
not.
and female.
Like,
Male and female. Male and female.
there
male and
absolutely are
female. Do you think
differences.
there's no differences?
No, that would be silly.
Yeah,
Why would I?
so-
Why would I think that?
Well, this is what I'm saying. So, like,
Okay.
why would we treat things that aren't equal equally?
There's differences
You-
between
you-
tall
you
people
just
and
said
short
that there-
people. Should we treat tall people and short people just
Everything is
significantly
it's a
differently?
question for a question every time.
Well, I
don't
just,
think you've
I
answered
mean,
one
I'm just gonna
question that
say
I've
no, and then you're just gonna be like, okay, then why? And then now I'm like trying to relate because I thought we're having a conversation here, where it's just like I don't understand why. Like, you need to be the affirmative here, where you need to tell me why we should treat these things differently. Like, okay, I answered your question. Yes, men and women are different. So
Right. So, yeah. So, why would you treat people? That's what I'm asking you. Why would you treat the sexes different? Okay.
because people are different, I don't think that you should have to like drastically treat. Like, what are you talking about when you say treat people? Maybe this will be easier. Like, what do you mean treat differently?
Do you think there's like so like okay? I know you like to say like it's a social construct. A lot of the differences between males and females is a social construct, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so let me give you this for a second. Let's say it is. Do you think there's utility for these social constructs? Do you think there's utility for any social constructs? First, let me ask you that.
That's a really wide question. I don't know if you really want me to get into that because I'm going to go on a tangent here. So I want you to narrow the scope of what you're referencing.
What's just social constructs in society? You know, is there utility for social constructs?
Right. I mean, they wouldn't exist if there wasn't. I just don't know the amount of value we should necessarily put on them. I mean, not all social constructs are the exact same. So you got to be really specific about what we're talking about.
I just asked for if there was. You said yes, there is utility for some social constructs.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Huh?
So, do you see any utility in teaching women that in general they are weaker than men?
Teaching them? Is that a social construct, or are we talking about a biological reality?
Well, I don't know. I'm wondering what you would think.
Well, if we're
because I tried
talking
to ask
about
you
strength, that seems
earlier.
like that is a biological reality, right? Just on general, right?
Okay.
So that's not a social
Yep.
construct. That's just a biological reality of like a strength difference on average, strength differentials on average. That's just like, yeah, that's just science.
Okay. So, what about the fact that men are more aggressive? Do you think that you don't call this a social construct either, right?
I don't know if that's actually directly true in terms of a physical, like if we're gonna talk about like muscle mass, with testosterone, then I would absolutely say that's like just a direct thing. I don't really know what we're talking about. When you say aggressive, I think that
Okay, you gotta
maybe I
stop
can
trying
get
to
with what
figure
you're.
out where we're going and just go with it, please, Nina.
So I shouldn't be
please.
having. I'm having a
You're-
conversation with
I
you.
feel like you're
I'm having a
but
conversation
you're
with you. I'm
not.
trying to work
You
through.
haven't answered anything.
I don't think that everything is a yes or no question. I'm trying to talk through with you what my thought process is so you can clarify if I'm misinterpreting you. I mean, this is just how normal conversations work, okay? So I'm just thinking, like, I don't know really if aggression is... So you're saying that, like, what, that's, like, social construct, or where are we at with that? Can you reiterate your question?
I'm asking you what you would say about the statement, men are more aggressive than women.
If that is
Is this a social
statistically true,
construct or no?
that's fine. I mean, if that's true, then that's true. But I don't know the qualifying factors for that. Do you have a study that shows that? I mean, I'm not disbelieving you, but if that's the case, then that's the case.
Okay,
But what are we interpreting? You're kind of like
okay, why don't you
you're kind
tell
of just
me a
ending at
social
the first
construct
hurdle
that
here. You need to extrapolate your theory based off of that, right? Like you don't just like tell somebody information. Like you're not gonna tell like somebody that's like oh, men have higher testosterone levels, and then just like walk away. Like you gotta like, what does that mean?
So, testosterone levels being higher in men
Mm-hmm.
make them more aggressive.
Okay.
Right?
I mean, if that's true, sure.
Do you think this is a true statement or no?
I mean, it's
Is
not
this a
really an
social
opinion, is it
construct?
or is it not? This is something that I think that we could probably figure out through studies. I mean, like we got science, guys. We're not in like the caves
it's
here.
a fact. So, okay, what do you think is a social construct then? Please explain to me what a social construct is then. Like, what's a social construct about men and women that's a bad thing? Exactly. Please tell me one.
Wait, are you talking about social constructs or like we're talking about like? I mean, that's a very general term. Like a social construct is something that's socially created. For example, like gender roles. There is nothing that is like biologically related. I know that you love the biological essentialism, but just hold your horses here. Where there's nothing biologically related that says that men are like, I don't know, more into like cars. Like there's no reason for that. Or men are like more into playing with trucks. Like there's no
just the fact that
physical
more men do car things, like they're literally truck drivers,
because
chauffeurs, taxi
that's
drivers,
because
race car drivers.
exactly.
These are
Yeah,
all
exactly.
dominated by men.
Yeah, exactly. Because that has nothing to do with your physical strength, right? So that is just something that is
spatial skills. It has to do with spatial skills.
okay.
Men
No,
tend to have
okay,
better
but
spatial skills.
you want me to explain what I'm talking about with social constructs? So like, I think you're getting a little distracted here. That's a great point of you mentioning that. Why do men typically go towards like car-based stuff? Because there's no reason, let's be real here, that there's no science behind the fact that like men have like what are they meld better with their car, like what they sit in the seat better. I don't know. It's not directed to their physical biology, right? So this is something that generally just more encourage. Okay, do you want me to explain what I'm saying, or are you just gonna keep talking over me? If you're gonna be bad faith at this point, we don't have to talk about this. Like, you're just being kind of rude. You wanted me to explain what I'm talking about when I talk about a social construct, and you're not letting me do it. Okay?
Okay.
So, it was almost done. The point being that there is no reason why somebody's into cars. I mean, obviously, you can have your rebuttal. That's fine. But generally, as we talked about earlier, if you're gonna give a kid a car, like, and that's like the toys that they play with, and they're just most used to being around it, and like, oh, that's a boy thing. You're doing a boy thing when you're doing stuff with cars. That's a boy thing. Like, and you're told, and you relate to your sex. You're like cis, so you want to be what people are telling you is a boy. Then you're gonna be more related to doing that thing. Right? In contrast, or in parallel to that, if you're taught being a mother is what you do when you're a woman, they're going to be more socially conditioned into doing that. If you're staying at home, taking care of children, if that is the woman's job, and you've been told you saw your mom do it, because she's a woman too, you were taught to do it, that's all you were like told your entire life, that's a social conditioning that you are going to probably be more interested in doing that because that's what you were told that you were supposed to do. Does that make sense? Of the social conditioning aspect when you're just basically being influenced your entire life to do one particular role?
Women are conditioned to believe they would be better mothers than men?
I was just giving you an example of, I mean, yes, but that also patriarchal notion, by the way.
I think only females can be mothers, right?
Are you just like being semantics king right now? Like, are you just gonna be like this? Like, or I don't understand. I'm not saying that.
Well,
I'm saying like.
Wait a minute.
I assume you meant parents. Are you just saying? Okay, you understand. You asked me about what social conditioning is. I think you lost the plot a little bit here.
Why do you think men aren't taught to be good fathers? Why do you think men aren't taught to be good fathers? Where do you believe that?
Because I just think wait, what? You think that men aren't taught to be good fathers?
You're saying that women are socially conditioned to be mothers.
Well, I was using that as an example of social conditioning.
Fathers?
You asked me the question about what social conditioning was, and I answered your question. You obviously wanted to use it for a different point, and I think you're getting a little bit distracted here.
What? I don't think so, though. I was just going off of what you said there about how, like, because, like, you're saying, like, we obviously can't teach men to be mothers. Like, right?
I mean,
like that was the example you gave me. That women are socially conditioned to be mothers.
No, that was an example of social conditioning that women are typically taught to be mothers. Yes. Like, I just was giving you an example of social conditioning.
What do you mean by that? Taught to be mothers, like.
They were taught from a young age that is the role that you're supposed to play. That's socially conditioning. You know what happens. You've seen it, and you know it's the case. I don't know why you're being so weird about this.
But I'm not being weird. I'm asking you, like, so you don't think like boys that grow up in 2-parent households that the father of the house is teaching these boys to be good fathers as well?
That is not at all my argument.
Yeah, okay, you're saying women are socially conditioned to be mothers. So men aren't socially conditioned
No,
to be
I
good
use that as
fathers?
an
If
example
this is
of
all like a
social
social
conditioning.
condition, then
I'm not
why
saying
has every
all people are socially
civilization
conditioned like
ever
that.
socialized this way?
You asked me what social conditioning is. I gave you 2 examples. I don't know what your
Yeah, was
reasoning
that
for why you asked that question was. I think you just kind of forgot. So if you want to take your time and remember, that's fine. But you're obviously trying to do or have a different conversation here than you originally asked me about.
okay, so do you think it's a bad thing to socially condition, I guess, women to want to
Okay.
be mothers, or that most women want to be mothers? Do you think this is a bad thing to tell kids growing up?
That I think is a bad thing to condition people to say that, like, to be a woman you have to be like a mother. Yeah, I think that would be harmful.
I don't think they say you have to be a mother, but like
Okay, but to be like if you are a woman and you like, obviously I have a lot of there's a lot of gender intricacies that I don't want to get into because I don't think this is like the right conversation for that necessarily. But if you identify as a cis woman and you're taught if you identify as a cis woman, you need to have children, you need to be a good mother. And maybe you have you're more interested in having a career. I think it's incredibly damaging to assume that that person should be a mother. Like is failing because she's not a mother. She's not a woman then if she isn't a mother. You know, if she was not staying home with the kids, that
who says they're not a woman?
No, that you're like
So I
a
think
bad woman.
the issue here is they're not a desired woman. Is that what you're trying to say? They're not a desired woman?
No, I mean, I think that are you talking about like in a relationship?
Well,
What do
I
you mean by
guess so. Like,
desired? Well, I don't. You're the one who said it.
well, what do you mean by they say they're not a real woman? Like, what's the
No, to okay. So if you identify as a woman, right, and
right?
you want to pursue other things besides a family, a lot of people have been socially conditioned to make it seem like you are not like doing the right role. You're going out of your role. You're trying to be a man because you're just not wanting to have, like, you know, be barefoot and pregnant or whatever. Like the role is the harmful part.
Again,
because I don't understand why that would be
men
required.
even fight for a woman's rights if that was the case?
I don't understand
if we
how
thought
that's
that
even
all
related.
women should do this, that doesn't make sense. Like I said, it comes down to like it seems like you're talking about like they're not desired by most men when they're not a woman that wants to be a stay-at-home mom.
No, I'm talking
Like,
about.
what else?
Okay,
what
let me
other,
flip.
like,
Let me
metric
flip the
of
script.
saying,
Let
like,
me flip the script. Okay.
people don't like that I have tattoos. People
What
say
about?
I'm not a good man because I have tattoos. Should I like curl up in a ball and think I'm not a real man because of this?
Well, is it
I don't
offense? Wait, hold
understand what you're
on.
saying
Wait, let's
here.
go with that. Okay, so is that why are you? Let's go with that. Okay, let's break that down. So why do they say that you're not a good man because you have tattoos?
Pardon?
You said that people say
Why
that
do they say I'm not a
good man
Yeah,
because
there's girls that tend not to want to be with dudes with a lot of tattoos.
wait. So your
Because dudes
judgment
with a lot
on
of
who?
tattoos usually have other habits.
Okay, so
Usually.
I think that's where we're
Sometimes,
having the
yeah.
disconnect here. I don't think that when we talk about being a good woman or good man here, I think you're thinking in terms of like a relationship status. I'm talking about with your peers. Like, we're like your parents. It's like, oh, why are you acting like a girl? Like, for example, I want to say, like, if you're a stay-at-home dad, right? I think that's totally valid to be a stay-at-home dad. Obviously, on the system that you have, like, or like if you have enough money, duh. I don't think that's anything worse than being a stay-at-home mom. I don't understand why it would be, personally. But I think that you know.
Okay, to you,
No,
yeah.
hold on,
To you, yeah, but
I'm not
most
done. I'm
women
not done. I'm
don't
not done. I'm
prefer
not done.
this.
My point is that some people would look, and I'm not talking about a mate here. Obviously, you're already in that relationship. Some people will look at a man who's a stay-at-home dad, who he does everything for his kid. He is doing the exact same shit that a stay-at-home mom is. It's not like he's just like sitting there playing video games and doing nothing. He's doing the exact same thing a stay-at-home mom would do. People would look at him as lesser of a man. That is a gender stereotype that I think is incredibly harmful.
That's their preferences. That's their preference. So are we not allowed to have preferences, or is preferences a social
preference
construct?
of what? No, I'm talking about that people would think less of him.
Yeah, so like, do we have to like respect?
Do you think he's less of a man? Wait, no.
Do?
Do you think he's less of a man? Some guy who's like taking care of like 2 kids all day. He's there at every school event. He is like super dad, like, but he's a stay-at-home dad. Stay-at-home, I think, is.
Do I think he's less of a man?
Yeah. Is he less masculine? Or a man? Whichever one.
In general, yeah, he would be less masculine, but I wouldn't take away like from him as a man for that. Because in general,
what if he's like super jacked?
Masculine.
Because he's got time, because he stays home. He works out, so like he like has more time to. He's like gigantically jacked. Because he's got time when his kids are taking their nap that he works out like every day, so he's like super jacked.
So we're gonna go to outliers again. That's
of course, yeah. My example is to understand where you come.
We're speaking in generals, right?
Right, but I'm giving you hypotheticals. Like, I don't know why you're arguing with me asking a question here. So you're saying masculine. I want you to explain to me what do you mean by he's less masculine. So if we're talking physically, I'm saying that I'm trying to curtail like or get ahead of that argument of him being like physically jacked. So I don't want you to waste your time just explaining that. So what makes him more masculine or less? I'm sorry, less masculine.
Okay, so if he's all jacked up and he fits all the other like stereotypically masculine traits, then he's just an outlier. I guess it wouldn't make him less masculine. He's just an outlier. Okay. Most men wouldn't prefer doing this.
You wouldn't prefer doing
That's
what?
All. Most men wouldn't prefer just staying at home while their wife goes to work.
Why?
It's just a fact.
Well, I mean, would you prefer staying at home?
Nope.
So why?
Because I enjoy being desirable to people. This is one of the reasons. Another thing, I enjoy providing for people. This is another reason. I enjoy physical labor. This is another reason.
You think somebody
is that enough or
no? Okay. Okay, let's go with the first. You said desirable. You think that some people
to women, yeah,
are not interested in a man that is going to take care of their children?
Yeah, sure. Some people are interested
desirable?
in people that have beards. Some people are interested in people that don't have beards. Yes. There's outliers. Nina, I'm talking in general.
No, I am actually talking in general. Yeah, I think most women in general want somebody who's going to take care of their kids. Yeah, I think most women in general want good fathers. Is that not surprising? Whether or not they have a job is a different story, but like, I think that it's a very desirable trait to be a good father.
So a man.
Would you disagree?
So a man that works isn't a good father?
That's not what I said.
I thought providing a home for your family.
No, I'm saying taking care.
Good father.
You know what you know what I think is actually incredibly fucking hot is somebody who's willing to do the best for the family regardless of like what other people would think.
Facts.
Right.
I agree.
Okay, so it's pretty desirable to have a guy who would stay at home, take care of the kids, do all of that. Even though I'm sure he'd like get like a bunch of bullshit from like, oh, you're not man enough because you're not working. I think that's pretty cool, right? A guy who's wanting to do that.
To sit at home and not work?
No,
that's pretty cool. You're
saying? Sitting at home and not working is not the same thing as taking care of kids.
Yeah, okay, I understand. Yeah, taking care of kids, that's a good thing. Yeah.
Right. And somebody who's like not thinking that it's that it's going to emasculate him to stay at home and take care of kids. I think that's pretty cool and very desirable, in my opinion.
Okay, that's you, Nina. That's amazing. But
So you think most women don't want
this.
somebody who wants to take care of their kids?
That just sits at home and doesn't work. And
Okay, I love that you keep saying just sits at home. Are they just sitting at home, or are they taking care of the kids?
Yeah, so that doesn't work and takes care of the kids. Most women don't want this. Most women want to do that position. Most women.
Okay.
The least happy demographic of people right now is women in their 40s, single with no children.
Okay, so then this is
Doesn't
irrelevant
that
to
correlate
kids.
to something?
No, then that's irrelevant. I mean, if you want to make it relevant to something, it's probably because that you got a bunch of assholes being like, "Oh, where are your kids at? Do you have kids?" Like, because it's weird pressure, because they probably didn't want to have kids. That's why they're 40 and don't have kids. Because I'm sure if they wanted to have kids, they would have kids. Like, it's probably really fucking annoying when people are constantly expecting you to have kids as a woman. So, I mean, that doesn't even, like, prove any point either way. Who gives a shit? Like, do you think that divorced, like, 50-year-old men are not... You know, the suicide rates for men are significantly higher, right?
Suicide rates for men is significantly higher. Yes, we
Just in general?
we commit more suicide, but women attempt more suicide.
Okay. So?
We just so like women attempt more suicide. 1 in 4 women are on depression pills. What's your point?
So
about that exactly?
are they committing more suicide because they're on the depression pills? I feel like that's not really a correlative statement. Because if you're on depression pills, then I would assume, or antidepressant.
They're less happy.
I assume you mean antidepressant.
Like if I had...
that would probably be fixing it, right? I mean, the reason why a lot of men have mental health issues is that...
more. Does that not say something? If you guys attempt it more,
I don't know. What does that say?
We commit fully to it more, but women attempt it more.
Well, I assume it's more because, like, I think men have more guns. But what are you trying to say that means?
What?
Yeah, men...
Why do men have more guns? Why do more men have guns? Why is that?
I assume because you all like guns. I don't know.
Women?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot you're
Weird.
Canadian.
Seems like an interest that males have over females.
Yeah, because there have been advertised guns for a very long time. Yeah, that's like a social conditioning thing. Yeah. Like, I don't understand why you think that, like, you're doing some gotchas here.
Socially conditioned boys to like guns?
You're my age. Do you not remember all of, like, do you remember RoboCop was like a toy?
I remember all the girls in the neighborhood had squirt guns too. Yeah, I remember that. We all played cops and robbers and shit. Yeah, I remember this. I remember this as a child, yes.
This is another Canadian privilege. You don't understand what it's like in America. You think Canadian gun culture is the same as American gun culture?
This is wild. Have you been to Toronto before?
Yeah, it sucks. With peace and love, it's like the...
Toronto?
Yeah, I've been to Toronto twice. It's like the ugliest city. You live there now, I feel like I'm being mean.
Regardless of it being the ugliest city, it's not so different than places in New York.
Relating to what? Gun crime? Why did you bring up Toronto?
A lot of different things. Yeah, guns, drugs, gangs, all types of shit.
Okay, what did your point?
Well, you said that. I feel like Canadian gun culture, like you brought it up, so I was just
well, yeah, saying Toronto. You just said the city of Toronto.
Daisies and
do you not understand American gun culture?
Right?
Like somebody like just buys like their 16-year-old boy. Like,
I didn't say yours isn't worth.
No, literally,
I didn't say it's not worth.
Let me explain it to you. Like a lot of like middle America, like gun culture is like you literally like buy like your 16-year-old kid a gun, like a AR-15 for like their birthday. Like I don't think that happens in Canada very often. Like it's crazy.
I can put in Google right now girls with guns and literally
we're not talking about girls with guns. We're talking about Canadians. We're talking about Canadian gun culture. Canadian gun culture is not as psychotic as American. This is not a competition in terms of one being better or worse.
Nina, we're getting off hand here. We were talking about the suicide rate, and you said the reason it is because guys have more guns, but like.
Yeah, because gun culture here is very like you get a gun when you're 16. You get a gun when you're 16.
She can just go buy the gun. She can just go buy the gun.
A lot of do you not understand what culture is?
She doesn't have it on hand.
Okay, but did she get one for her birthday when she was like 16?
No, what does that matter?
Because it matters because that happens quite a bit when we're talking about like
women attempt suicide more.
Okay, but we're talking about gun culture. Can you please stay on topic here? We're talking about the United States gun culture. A lot of people, I know this is like crazy, and I wish it was not the case in this country, but it is, where like there's people who like get guns at like literally, it's a gift. They will buy guns for their like 12-year-old son or like 16-year-old kid. It's the culture that we have here where that's normal. That's not weird. That probably sounds psychotic to you, right? But that's not here, because United States is crazy. I mean, does that not sound crazy to you? Because it does, coming from California, at least to me a little bit. I live in Texas now, but like the idea of like buying somebody a gun as a gift is like normal here. I imagine you probably think that's crazy, right?
No, I know a few different things about Americans.
No, but in Canada, though. Like, I'm saying the Canadian culture versus the American culture. I don't imagine a lot of Canadians are doing that.
Yeah,
right, that's exactly my point.
To get our guns for the most part.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm talking about when it comes to gun culture. As in, like we have like more guns than people in this country, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think Canada is the same way.
Possibly not. What?
Okay, so to mention again with the United States gun culture, I just want to mention or be clear about this. In the United States, like guns are like a rite of passage for like a lot of communities, even, especially like very like rural communities where there's not a lot of like there's not a therapist, you know. That's probably living in your little farm town, right? So to go back to what,
then you'd probably say that women have access to a lot of guns. Then
no,
like women
because
live with
no,
a lot of times.
Absolutely not. Because most of the people that are
daughters don't have access to their father's guns.
Okay, so
they don't have access
are daughters
to their
being given guns directly?
The whole
they have to
point
take
of
a gun from somebody else.
That women attempt suicide more than men do.
Okay, no, the entire point of this is that men are able to commit suicide because they use at higher rates because they use guns or more successfully. It sounds weird saying it that way. Because they use guns because it's more common for the gun culture here that they would have access to that more than women do. And I think women tend to do I know what the study you're talking about, and I believe it's because women tend to also use like drugs, like sleeping pills and shit. Also, women do have more HP, so I don't know if you've considered that.
Have more what? Sorry.
HP, health points. Just making a joke, or I'm stealing a joke from a chatter. I'm sorry.
I was like, wait a minute, what? HP? The fuck?
We got more hit points. It's a solid joke, Candace.
Pretty good, I guess. Yeah, I just I feel like I've asked you a few different things that would kind of like clarify things, and you kind of like evaded around it.
Okay,
But,
we can go over it again if you think I didn't answer correctly.
I think we're gonna be here for a long time because there's a few things.
Okay, I mean, if you're trying to wrap it up, that's fair.
Well, I'm just I'm trying to like I'm trying to think of literally how else I can say this these things, but it's hard when like I feel like you won't even like concede to like the biological differences that would change our behaviors. Like, so like
Okay.
we literally behave like. Are you aware of mirror neurons? Have you ever heard anything about mirror neurons?
I'm sure in some point, but no, I'm not familiar with the nuances at all, or details. I mean.
Okay, I'm gonna send you something about this for you to go over. Yeah,
I mean,
it's a lot to go through. We, women have more active mirror neurons, and
could you just like give me like a little bit of a TLDR? Like, I feel like if we're gonna have a conversation, I feel like be more.
okay, so this is a lot to go through here. Fuck.
Well, just give me a
Okay, I'm
TLDR
gonna
idea.
have to find it.
I can ask some follow-up questions. Maybe you can then. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you're
Okay,
trying to.
like so, like mirror neurons play a role in sexual selection. You know, the women are more likely to rate men as attractive if they observe the man performing a task that has required a high degree of physical skill or coordination, such as playing a musical instrument and dancing. Researchers hypothesize that this
Okay.
effect may be due to mirror neurons, as observing someone perform a task activates the same brain regions as performing the task oneself. So like
Can I ask you? Do they in this study that
here I'm gonna
you're
link you
talking about? Do they include like gay people in this?
so that is a small population of the world, right? So when I talk about these things, I tend to stick to like heterosexual when I'm talking about like the
Okay, but
sexual
it kind of sounds
selection,
like you're saying
obviously,
it
because
like as like a gospel here, but you can't just exclude people because I think a lot of women are bisexual. So it would seem like that doesn't it's not like necessarily the most accurate way of tracking things. But also it doesn't really matter if it's a small population. Did they in this study include gay
wait a
people?
minute. This is what you do. You're doing this again.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
we
asking for
can't talk about
qualifying facts.
outliers. There's exceptions
It's
to
not
rules.
okay.
There's exceptions
You
to
can't
rules,
not
but
have
we're not.
outliers in a study. That would be the dumbest fucking study. That would be literally. Do you understand how studies work? You can't not include outliers. If you exclude outliers, then your data is bunk. That is literally like a data fallacy. If you don't include everyone just because it's different, I'm not gonna include it. Like you can't do that. Like it doesn't matter. Like, do you think if most people are like blue-eyed, we should exclude like brown-eyed people, or vice versa? Like in a study, like come on,
From what? From what? From what study?
does it
If we're
matter?
doing a
Just know
study
the
of the
idea
percentage,
of people. We're talking about sexuality, and you're talking about attraction and brain chemistry. So I think like excluding
right.
somebody's sexual,
So we're talking about in
significant,
general what women are attracted to.
okay, but a statistically significant amount of if we're talking about what women are attracted to and we're ignoring gay women, that is a bad study. Like it seems pretty obvious to me that that would be a bad study because that would imply that women are not interested in women. Even if there are some people who are interested in women, there's obviously a bunch of women that are not interested in like
It's
that's
not
important to like
implying
the
that.
literal like thesis of the statement. That would
It's
be
not implying that.
but if you're gonna talk, if you're gonna talk about like women being attracted to things and ignore
We're talking
like gay
about
women,
women that are attracted to men. We're talking about women that are attracted to men.
We're hitting a lot of balls.
yeah. Sorry.
So it's all good. But yeah, we're talking about women that are attracted to men.
Okay, no, but no, you're not. You're not talking about women attracted to men. You're talking about women in general. 24
Yeah, and
patients?
more women in general are
45 to 60 years. Huh?
heterosexual. Are you okay if Katie comes on? Do you know who Katie is? She's on your side, so she just wants to ruin me with her facts, I guess. Are you okay with this?
Your Discord, I will let you make that decision.
Well, if
Sorry,
you're not
I
okay
just-
with this,
No, I don't have any problem with it. I
if you're
just
not okay,
I feel like because it's your Discord, I don't want to make any particular decision, but I'm absolutely okay with her coming
well,
on.
no, but you're the guest, so I'm not gonna make it so like you feel away. So if you don't want that, it's okay. But
No, it's really fine. I have no problem with her.
okay,
We love her.
okay.
But I'm just trying to read something. I'm
Katie,
sorry, not to
are
be
you?
flippant.
No. Go ahead. Is she already in the Discord? Yes. Okay. Okay, Katie, you can hop in here. You have the perms. No, Katie, you can just hop in my cave. You have the perms to do it. Just hop in. I gotta use the washroom real quick.
Washroom, so fuck.
Here,
Call it
let's
the
see.
bathroom.
Canada over here, okay?
Canada over here.
Alright, I'm gonna use the washroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Hi, Nina. I'm really sorry.
You and Katie talk about how wrong I am, okay?
Oh, we will.
Don't say nothing too crazy, okay, on the street.
Say the N-word, do it. I'll mute you.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
I mean, my dad's black, so I'm not the one getting in trouble here, but... Alright, hold up. I'll be right back. You guys tell the chat how wrong I am.
Okay. Hi, Nina.
Hi.
I'm sorry. I wrote you privately because I really wanted to mod you guys' conversations and stuff, and I didn't want to intrude. So like, if you wanted to be a one-on-one, like I can just talk to Easy later. Like I really don't mind. I just don't want to barge into your thing, you know.
No, it's fine. I think we're at a point where I don't really know where to go with this, so I think maybe adding another person would be interesting. So
That's good. Let's see what I want. I'm just setting up. I'm streaming too, so.
all good. Hold on. What's your opinion on calling it the washroom? Because I think that's like ban worthy.
Calling what? You asking me?
Yeah, I'm being Canadiophobic, where they call it a washroom in Canada.
Instead of what? Instead of toilet?
Oh, I guess that's a new challenger here. We call it a bathroom.
I mean, I say bathroom or toilet, but it's like washroom. I don't know. Is it a shower? That's not what that doesn't make a lot of sense.
The loo? Get out of here. I'm banning all of you fucks, dude.
Yeah, there's no loo people in here. We ain't doing that. Weirdos.
So,
I've spoken to Easy before, and I did not know he was a red pillar at the time, or that we were having a debate. And then it's like, okay, I guess I just had a debate. Okay.
I think it's not really like I want to talk to some psychotic red pillars, like Russian Fit style ones. But
Oh yeah.
I feel like they don't actually exist. I do think that he's pretty good faith. Where like playing with fire. Alex.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he's like
Alex is also good faith. In my opinion.
He's a little bit of a weasel, but I think he's a good guy. Where I think that like there's a lot of people who aren't. But
yeah, I can agree Alex can get that way, but generally like he's pretty good faith, which I appreciate. there's like so much worse out there, you know.
Oh,
So,
absolutely. Yeah, no, I like Alex. Don't get me wrong. Mauve.
yeah. If I can find a good guy, I'll take them.
Yeah, sure.
They're few and far between. Let's see. Is this gonna work?
Oh my god, your camera quality got so much better. You've been like,
Mine.
yeah, you. Oh wait, no, it's going back to being shit. Never mind. Your Canadian internet.
Must be.
Just don't
Wait,
move.
let's see which camera I'm using. Let me see which camera I'm using.
I mean, the camera
let's
looked great. It's just the quality is like really pixelated. I don't know. I just blame the Canadian internet because
We all look fine on mine.
fuck Canada.
I'm working on my camera, but I can tell you your audience is not gonna like how I look, so that's already a problem.
That's all right, Katie. That's okay.
Yeah, that definitely is okay. Yeah.
Are you in blackface or something?
No,
What do you mean
I'm
by
just
that?
No, she's saying that because of her shaved head.
What does that mean?
I just have a buzz cut, and it's like, you know, these men are they're delicate, okay? They need to be treated delicately. Oh god.
Of course. Because coddling is the most masculine.
I have an interesting question for you guys. I think
Sure.
it might be a little bit hot, but I want
Go
to
ahead.
ask you guys on this one.
Don't sexually harass us.
So, do you think what kind of asshole you think I am? Come on now. See,
Don't
you're judging me
answer
because of the tattoos and the hair. I see it. I get it now.
Don't answer.
It's the cross, honestly.
Yeah, don't answer. See? That's what it is. I knew it.
Same.
No, so do you think men should be able to financially abort children?
What does that mean?
So do you think men should be able to sign off their rights to, like, if a woman gets pregnant, do you think a man should be able to say, I don't want any part in this and not have to pay for the next
Okay,
18
I've
years?
actually talked about this before, and I could be moved on this opinion because it's not like fleshed out. I think that I absolutely don't agree with the idea of like, oh, like state, like, oh, if a guy doesn't want to have it, then they have to have an abortion. That's not what you're saying, obviously, but I just want to set the stage here.
No.
Yeah, like, that absolutely not. Don't like the idea of state sanctioned abortion type of thing. However, I don't know how I feel about this. I could be moved on this either way, where I am in between the idea, if you are specifically in a state that has access to it, to abortion, because there's, I mean, again, in America, you get your free Canada rights, but you have to understand the shit show that's down here is basically like,
There we go.
it's just playing like Rust all the time. Like, there's a lot of states that don't have access to that, and I think if you do have no access to abortion, absolutely not. You have to be part of that child's life. Like, nothing said about it. No hoops or anything. But what I could be moved on either way, just to reiterate, is that if there is a state that has abortion, you could maybe be liable to fund it, but if they, or not fund it, but I guess if you did not want to be a part of that child's life, you could file to not be, in terms of financially valued. You'd obviously have to make a case
That's
for
what
it.
he means.
Right. No, I understand that. I just want to clarify my position.
Oh, sorry.
Making a case for it, and I would absolutely not say that you could do that in a state that has no option for abortion.
So to make a case for it part, what do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, that would be like with the I mean, I'm not a legal scholar, so I don't know how that would go.
Be just because.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to do it just because. Yeah, just go fuck
because.
you, whatever. Like, no, that would be stupid. Like, if you were like, oh, I want to have a baby with you,
a good
and
enough reason for abortion.
What? Are you legal?
Should women also have to give a good enough reason for abortion?
are you going to have to be financially on the hook for 18 years after she gets an abortion? You think this is the same?
No. Okay, because like, no. What I'm saying is, like, because you're saying he needs a reason to do the financial abortion, right? Like, you would be okay with him doing like signing off his right as long as he has a good case for it, right? But in the woman's case, is she allowed to just have the abortion just cause? Is she allowed to like just cause have an abortion?
I don't understand the relation between those two things. It seems like that's a complete false equivalency.
Well,
you're saying that
how so?
Because you're talking about being financially responsible. Like where you have to pay monthly.
And I have to use my physical labor to earn the finances to pay for said child. So like you have my body now for 18 years. You're taking over my body for 18 years. Right? So I'm asking you, why should a woman be able to have an abortion with no reason, but a man has to have a reason for the financial abortion?
Wait, so you're saying, sexist. But I don't understand I don't understand the relation. You're saying have control of your finances for 18 years, but I mean, the one seems like you're just. It seems like you're doing an argument of you have to pay for 18 years versus you don't have to pay for 18 years, and you're trying to compare them. I don't understand. Also, your camera froze, by the way, but I mean, whatever. It just looks like you're doing a smug smile at me, which is actually kind of funny.
Who? Me?
Yeah, your camera.
Me?
You just
my
like
camera's
smugly...
working on my stream. Oh. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Oh shit.
Just turn it off and back on real quick. If it doesn't fix it, it's fine.
Yeah.
He got really happy about the sounds kind of sexist to me, so he was very excited.
There you are. There you are. You're back.
It was. It
wait, now you're frozen again. What the heck?
You have to admit.
Easy, you don't care about sexism. You're literally advocating for good sexism, okay?
Yeah, I think it's good.
It's my Discord just being
so.
I don't think that's a good sexism. I think that's a bad sexism.
That's an
Lexism,
am I right?
Yeah. It's oppressing to men.
Yeah, that's what
when sexism is oppressing to men, it's bad.
Yeah,
sexism.
I don't think a woman should be able to trap a man with a baby. I don't think a woman should have this option.
I mean, I agree that shouldn't be the case either, but I think that it should be fair. Right. That you shouldn't be able to just like take the condom off while you're fucking. I agree too.
So this is my proposition. This is my proposition. We either make abortion illegal everywhere, and men can never ever give up the rights to their kids, or we make abortion legal, but we also make financial abortion legal, and it's fair for both sexes.
I'm sure there's.
This is the equality.
Wait, sorry, can you repeat that? I was looking at chat. What did you say? You said make abortion illegal or legal?
There are two options.
There's two options here.
Okay.
I'm proposing. The two options is, one is we make abortion illegal and a man can never give up his rights to a child. Or we make abortion legal and a man also has the rights to give up his rights to financially supporting the child.
Okay. I'm with making abortion legal and you can do a court case. Because you actually can do that, by the way. It already exists, at least in the United States. I assume it probably works way better in Canada. You can make a point for not supporting your biological child if you do not want to.
This is my point.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
You don't need a point to get an abortion. A woman can just walk in and get an abortion.
Okay, but an abortion is not making you support them for 18 years. Hold on, wait, hold on. What are you not understanding about this? So you think that having to financially be on the hook for 18 years...
What if I want the kid?
That's not what we're talking about. Stay focused.
She's allowed to kill it? She's allowed
then
to
go make another
kid.
I mean, I don't understand what the problem is here. Like, what are you talking about?
Then go find another man to support the kid.
Okay, so why is it hard?
Go find another man to support the kid. Find another man to support the kid.
Okay, that's
fine.
How
can you be arguing when she agreed with what you asked?
I literally did.
What did I miss? Okay.
Wait.
No. This is what I came here for. I can fix you guys. Okay, listen.
I don't.
You asked her if she supports people revoking, like, so someone got pregnant, they're keeping the kid. And then the father, for example, doesn't want to pay child support. Yes? So they go to the courthouse and they say, yeah, I'm not going to be paying child support.
Katie, stop right there for 1 second. That's my point.
That's
I know,
what I'm
and her
agreeing
point
with.
is she's fine with it. She's
Yes.
fine with it.
But wait a minute. I shouldn't have to go to the courthouse. I should just go be able
You
to
should
sign a paper
absolutely
like
have
a
to go to
woman
the
does when
courthouse.
she gets an abortion. So I
That's
think a
what it
woman should have
means.
to go to the courthouse to get an
But
abortion.
how is that the
too.
same as abortion?
She
I don't
should- she
understand.
should
What is
have
the
a-
relation
she should
here?
have to have a good reason.
Why does she have to have a good
What do you
reason to
mean,
get an
what's the reason?
abortion?
So why do I have to have a good reason to not support the kid?
Because it's a financial viability thing, where you could have just like fuck off. Like, what do you mean? Is it your what? Why? What? Can we bridge the gap here? I don't understand.
The equivocation.
The same thing as being forced to be a parent. That's the same thing here.
Nobody gives a fuck about
That
being
is the
forced to be a
same
parent
thing.
if you don't
If
see your
if
kid.
abortion is illegal, you're forced to be a parent. But if you have the choice to just say fuck it, then you don't have to go through no process or nothing. Where a man has to have a really strong case to not support a child.
I didn't say
It almost
really strong.
never
You just
happens.
had to prove
I
a
would
case.
love- No, actually, it does. It does. That's literally what it is. You said this happens sometimes. Like, I would love you to show me how often this happens, because it's barely never.
What are we talking about happens?
Man being able to financially abort, where a woman wants the child and the man's able to
Well, you're
say,
talking about a
"Nah, I'm
legal
not paying."
consensus, so like I don't know how you want me to give you an example of something that is not
Can
legal
I-
precedent.
Can I help you again? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Nita. So when he asked you what you support, right? For as far as you're concerned, you're saying go to the courthouse and then fill out what your reason is for like the. I don't like calling it a financial abortion, so I'm just gonna call it like giving the child away. Okay.
Yeah.
I much prefer that
Sorry.
terminology.
Sorry.
It's all good. I also understand why you do that equivocation. I understand it's rhetorically effective. Anyway, so Nina, I guess what he's asking is like, would people be denied that? So is it just like a paperwork type thing? I assume your position is that if someone just doesn't feel like paying child support, but they're super rich, they wouldn't be off the hook. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But the
So he's
super rich
saying,
woman can
shut
have-
up. Okay. So he's saying, he's equivocating, basically, women can have abortions without a reason, right? So a super wealthy woman or a woman who for whatever reason got pregnant and decided she doesn't want to have the baby, she can have the abortion. And then the equivocation he's making, he's saying being on the hook financially is the same as being on the hook as being like through the pregnancy and then raising the child. He's doing an equivocation there. So that's where the confusion is, because you don't think those things are the same, but for him they're the same. So it's just like two sides of the same coin, you know?
Well, it just seems one is a commitment for 18 years where one is not. And I don't understand how you're going to relate those two. If somebody's going to get an abortion, then that means nothing happens. So, but if somebody's going to have a baby and want you on the hook, that means something happens that you're on the hook for 18 years. So I don't understand why you would relate those two things. It's either like a nothing happens or like an 18-year commitment happens. And the abortion means nothing happens.
And that choice is solely on the woman.
Well, who
The
gives a
man
shit?
has
We're
no
talking
say in
about...
that
Stop being
choice.
so emotional. Let's
Well,
talk about
Ben,
this
what do you mean?
logically. What are we talking about?
Wait a
Are we
minute.
talking about a commitment of...
What are you talking about?
You seem like you're
right
getting
now?
really
What do you
upset
mean?
about the idea of like... Okay, so if she gets an
No.
abortion, then you don't have to deal with it and nothing happens. And then you get to move on with your life. Where we're talking on the other
But if
opposite
she doesn't, then
aspect.
I'm on the hook no matter what.
Well,
But if
no,
she
that's
doesn't,
what
then I'm
we're
on
saying the
hook no
opposite of
matter
that.
what.
We're
So
saying
she
that...
gets to choose if I'm a parent or not.
And
I'm saying we should both
Well, I
have
mean,
that
you
choice.
chose that to be a parent or not because you fucked her. So I don't understand. Like, you didn't think that doesn't happen that way?
Too. I didn't rape her. What What the fuck are we going on here?
Yeah, you
what
guys.
Do you mean?
Yeah, it
Wait,
takes two. Exactly. I'm
It
agreeing
was
with you. It takes
consensual.
two. It takes two.
Okay, so yeah,
like,
okay, so why is you putting the
she
responsibility
wants
only
to
on the man
she wants
here
to
for a
leave
second?
the game, and if you leave the game, then the NPC
Leave the game. Leave the game.
If we're talking about like leave the game, if you're talking about like to play the game together, and then you're like, oh, now we have to like do this like kid shit, and she's like, I'm not trying to do that. So then that's like the abortion angle, right? So.
Right.
Why are you wanting to continue to play the game, or why you're acting like you have to like you're stuck in the game to play it when like the game is done? Because it.
Okay, I have a question.
What?
Weird yeah, that was a weird metaphor. I'm sorry. That was probably a poor metaphor.
Very poor. I don't understand.
Yeah, that's fair. That's
Quibbles. Quibbles. How do I call you? Do I call you Quibbles? Do I call you Easy? What do I call you?
Why would you call me Quibbles? Do you think I'm the same person as Quibbles?
I don't know. People said Quibbles. I don't understand. Just give me a fucking name so I can interact with you.
Calling you a slut when you call it
me Easy.
I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna call you Easy. It's the easiest. Okay.
Gotcha.
Anyway, here's the thing that bothers me now. Okay, because like you asked if she is on board with like letting the child go financially. But now when she kind of said yes with some caveats, now you're saying that, okay, but what if I want the child? Does she get to have an abortion? So what I'm asking is, what really bothers you here? Is it the fact that a man is on the hook for 18 years financially? Is it that they can't? It's both.
It's both. Yeah, I think that it should be the rights to the child should be on both parties that participated in making the child.
Okay, but okay, I hear you. The question is now, so you don't recognize that there's any meaningful difference between, yes, the rights, but also because the woman ends up carrying the child and going
For 9
through
months. I understand this.
pregnancy.
I understand this completely. But a man has to give up. A man will go work 18 years in construction where he could possibly die every day at this job to support the kid. So why is his life not meaningful?
I never
said that. Why is his labor not meaningful?
I never said that.
Why is his barrier so much higher than a woman's to have a child? Why is his barrier so much higher?
Do not give me your spiel. I am not done talking. Okay. So I do agree that we both have, that the two people can have equal rights, as parents usually do. The only rights that alter in some effect is when we decide whether we want to terminate the pregnancy or not. That's where there is a question between should the woman be able to decide or not. Because I, the same as Nina, agree that men should be able to not be held responsible for 18 years if they didn't want a baby and the woman followed with the pregnancy. I agree with that. So does Nina. So
wait, no, but there's conditions to a man where a woman doesn't need the conditions.
A condition.
This is what I'm saying. The barrier for the man is so much higher than the barrier for the woman. Isn't this a little sexist?
Okay.
Is this not sexist?
And you
see
it.
What you're saying? I think it's sexist to let you have an ass point.
He's gesturing at our hypocrisy.
Why can't a man just dip with the kids and then make the woman have to fight?
They do that. They do that. That happens.
Wrong.
You're Canadian. It happens in America. Absolutely. Wait, are you talking about kidnapping? Because that's kidnapping. Women can't just do that with their kids either. That's just kidnapping.
Actually, yeah, women can just.
No, it's kidnapping. You think that women have not gotten prosecuted for just stealing their children?
This is crazy. This is crazy that you even now you're just. You're
are you describing kidnapping? Give me the exact example we're talking about. Like you seems like you're talking about kidnapping.
A man goes to work and a woman just leaves up with the kids one day and moves out and goes to somewhere else.
That's kidnapping.
How does the man get his kids back? You think no, it's actually not. When a parent takes the child, it's actually not, or when the mother takes the child, it's not kidnapping. When the father takes the child, it's kidnapping.
No, that's not how it works in the United States. I don't know. Maybe that's like the Canadian privilege that you don't have, but in America, that's absolutely kidnapping. No, that's your anti-privilege that the one that you don't have, like where we got a +1 on that one. That is absolutely kidnapping. Most of our Amber Alerts, do you have Amber Alerts in Canada? I'm not joking. I'm just like asking that generally.
Yep. Yes, we do.
Okay, so most of those are what you're describing, where one parent is taking the kids away from another one, and then that's where those most of those Amber Alerts are not what we think they are. Where it's like, oh, it's like a pedophile like stealing some kid from like the park. Most of it is like a parent taking their kids away and not saying anything to their their partner or the parent, the co-parent or whatever. So this shit happens all the time, like, and it is still considered kidnapping if it's a woman or a man. Yes, absolutely. It doesn't matter what gender or sex you are.
Who has
still considered
more
kidnapping.
success in the custody process?
I thought you were gonna say in kidnapping.
None.
The custody process.
Who has?
Statistically, again, we're talking about the United States. Generally, the custody is given to women, but that's not because of. It was for a very long time a patriarchal notion to that women. Okay, but that's not
I think for a good reason.
But that's not. Okay, so you're a. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's not the case. The reason why that is generally the case is because men don't want them.
It's because men don't want them?
Yes, they don't want their kids. That's why the percentages are as they are. I'm not saying that all men don't want their kids. Duh. I mean, that's the stats are, but
why would you assume this?
It's not an assumption.
That's not what the stats are. The stats are that women win more court cases. You can't just correlate
but if you don't, but if you don't challenge them, then they win by default.
The woman needs to be a fucking crackhead to even have a chance of getting custody.
Hey, easy. Do you know that part of the reason why women win more court cases is because we have a sexist notion that women are more biologically nurturing? So
they are, actually.
People.
This is proven.
Okay, if they're
so why are you bitching about it then? I mean, I'm right on what I'm saying, but you're still bitching about it, so I don't even know what you're just arguing. You're arguing for the sake of arguing. You don't even give a fuck.
The sexism that you think benefits men. This is the problem. I've noticed what's going on here. You only care for the sexism that benefits men. It seems like.
Which is why.
Well, I just named one that benefits women, and you seem to say, "Oh, who gives a fuck?" Like,
which is what?
I don't think you actually care about.
I just don't think you're really doing a great job of arguing your point. Like, what do you mean? I only care about sexism that benefits men. So, what are you referring to?
What we just talked about, Nina.
Which was. You said a lot of different things there, so I want to clarify what your statement was.
That women get the custody more often than men.
And that benefits men? You said that I only agree with statements that benefit men.
No, that...
Or sexism,
no,
not
that
statements,
was the one you agreed with that didn't benefit men. This was the one.
Okay, I'll try this again. Easy. Is it good or bad that the things in courts go towards women? Is that good or bad?
For custody, in general, yeah, it's good.
Okay, it's good. So,
in general,
what's the problem?
No. I don't have a problem. I'm the one who is arguing that sexism is good in certain places. It just seems like you're saying no sexism is good.
This is for capitalism in clubs is basically the main point, right?
Well, sports, but you don't give a fuck about sports. Women and children getting off the boat first. You just don't think men have a better chance of surviving than women for some reason.
Well, if the boat's going down, then I think that the point is that you're going to die.
Men definitely have a better chance of surviving. No. Okay.
The reason why they get off is because they want to survive, and then you want them to go and stay on the boat. Like, Do you understand how like that just makes no sense? You think that the idea of the women and children thing was that men would stay on the boat because they have a higher chance of surviving, but that's the chivalry aspect, is that when it's a desperate situation and they know that they're gonna die, they're being the chivalrous men who let the men and children live while they die. Like you can't have it both ways here.
They are chivalrous and ready to risk their lives because not only to be chivalrous to their family, but also because they have a better chance at surviving than their family does.
Wait, so is the chivalry them like, okay, but they know that they're gonna die. So if they know it's sudden death, if so, do you think that if you know like it's a laser coming towards you, like you're seeing everybody die in front of you, do you think that it's chivalrous to put the women and children in a position where they can escape said super death laser? They're gonna die. Like there's not a question of if they're gonna survive. They're just gonna die. There's no question about it.
Wait, so everyone's gonna die? Then what do we do?
No, you can put you can have somebody live and who goes on the live boat, but everybody that's not on the live boat, like the Titanic, is going to die. There's no question about it. They're just gonna die.
I was gonna bring up the Titanic.
Okay, well, this is so. Wait a minute. My hypotheticals are like
can you answer my question? No. Can you answer my question? We can move on. No, we can move on to your next one.
Dying in your hypothetical. This is like.
Okay, so no, I'm talking about what is the chivalry aspect.
Hypothetical, you ask questions.
Okay, but I'm asking you the hypothetical. You're just asking me the hypothetical. Like, I will go through I will answer your hypotheticals, okay? I will answer all of them. I will stay here for hours answering your hypotheticals. Can you please just answer mine? If it's a, like, if we're obviously talking about the lifeboat situation, right? So, if your argument was that men have a higher chance to live, right? And that's like the chivalry aspect, which to me, whatever. But so if it's not because they have a higher chance to live, they're just 100% gonna die. The laser is coming. Anyone that's not on the boat is gonna die. Do you think that still tracks, or about like being like? Do you think that men are being chivalrous by letting women and children
for their families? Yeah.
Right.
Straight up.
Okay, then. I don't know why you wasted our time with that bullshit other argument then.
What do you mean?
I have a question.
What bullshit other argument?
Where you're saying like they're more likely to survive because it's irrelevant to the question that we were asking earlier about like
No, it's not.
Okay, you know what? Let's move on. Go ahead.
Okay, easy. Is sexism just when we treat the genders or the sexes differently? Is that what
sexism is? The exclusion of one sex. That's what sexism is. It's the exclusion of a sex based off their sex. Like it's an exclusion of one party based off of their sex. Okay. So like when you exclude the men out of WNBA, that is sexism, but that is a good sexism because men would fuck up every woman in the NBA. We'd never have a woman in there again.
Okay.
That's why we have the WNBA, because women couldn't qualify.
Okay, so that's sexism. And your take is that some sexism is good. So my question is, what criteria do you use to decide which sexism is good and which sexism isn't good?
Well, if it benefits human beings in our society, it's a good thing. Well, you're frozen. Did she get cut out like I did yesterday?
Yeah, probably just a little hitch. So probably just rejoin. Is it the dogs? It's my dogs join. You want to see my dogs? Dog person?
Yeah.
Hello, I got stuck.
Look at these little guys. What kind of dogs are these?
Corgi!
We got corgis.
Yeah, corgi. That's it. Yeah, that's cute as hell.
Corgi.
don't like being picked up. So
Oh, a brown corgi. Oh.
this is Ben. They're brother and sister.
Little
I know
chunks.
the size difference. Like a mini corgi. Oh my god! Oh my god! She has a dead fucking rat.
Wait, what?
At least it's dead.
Oh my god! Stop! I don't know what to do here. Stop.
Uh-oh.
My chat demands to see the dead rat. Fuck, I hate them. Oh god.
Ah, shit. Katie, where you stream? Why don't you tell people where
Twitch.
you stream from my chat?
Twitch. I twitch myself, yes.
She twitches herself, guys.
Yeah.
Prove this is real.
Dude, I picked up like 4 dudes in your chat, I'm not gonna lie. Like,
Nice. That's what's
yeah.
up.
It's
That's
gross.
what's up. It's gross. Why is it gross? Do you not like men? Don't you date men, don't you?
I think I have to
I
burn
do
down my
date
house
men.
now.
Well, Dan,
No, just like spray it with fire. It's different.
spray it with fire. Get an axe can.
Get an X. Oh my god. Yeah, easy.
Yeah.
When I dropped off, I asked like if you mean that if it's good for individuals or if it's good for society. And do you-
Society, like I think if it's good for general, like the general society. So like if it's good for women in general, or if it's good for men in general, I think these are good versions of sexism.
Okay, so basically you want to look at the averages or what is like the general prescription about what makes men happy, what makes women happy, and then if sexism enables that happiness of the majority of men or women, that's good sexism.
Yeah, basically,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. I think that I can't speak for Nina, but I think the issue with that is that I take a much more individualistic approach of like happiness. So what I want is to maximize choice for most people. So I wouldn't want to construct society in a way that restricts choices from people, even because I believe that people on average, if they want to choose traditional gender roles, they can just do that. But people
Right.
who don't want traditional gender roles, for example, would be screwed if we enforce them. You know, that's kind of like the perspective that I come from.
Okay.
That's what people, for example, don't understand about gender abolition. They think, oh, so you don't want any gender. And it's like, no, gender abolition is just when you give people the option to exist without gender roles and stigmas and expectations. But if you want to have a gender, you want to identify with your gender, of course you can. It's not eliminating all gender, it's eliminating the societal expectation that you have to comply with a gender.
Okay, so like without the mother one, without the being a mother thing, what is another like one you say like is hurting women is like a societal standard for women?
I think the notion that women are because like okay, because you mean mother is a role. Is that what you meant? I would go to more like ideas that people have about women. Are there more rats? There are more rats, aren't there?
Uh-oh.
No more rats, please.
Did you get it?
Almost there. She'll put in the headphones and then we'll get her back.
But yeah, so like what is like what do you mean by that? Like so what is like a societal norm for women that like you think is damaging to women?
Yeah. So for example, the notion that we think women are more emotional than men, or the notion that we think that women are more nurturing than men. Now, let me make it very clear. And this is what frustrated me about you guys' conversations, right? So a lot of the times when I talk to mostly men about this, they are like, okay, but what if this is biological? So the way that I see it, obviously there are always biological and societal factors to everything. They're always interchanging. They're always interacting. Yeah. So like it used to be nurture versus nature. Now psychology and sociology generally understand that it's probably a bit of both. The question is, like, I can't affect biology. The only thing that we can affect as a society without eugenics is socialization. So if we make socialization the same across genders, and then people just end up defaulting into more masculine or feminine like situations, God bless them, you know? But then I know that it wasn't socialization that pushed them into those roles, you know? That's my perspective.
Okay, so it's just like besides the being a mother thing, like I just want to know like a specific one. Like just give me a specific one that's like damaging to women.
I think there are some issues about like purity for women, you know, like body count for women, like the whole occupation with how a virgin a woman is and how it affects her value for men. I think that's a very good example. That like a woman can be
So
too
you want to
slutty or
change
too
man's preferences on like promiscuous women?
No, not preferences. So preferences are usually preferences are affected through societal standards, but preferences are hard to change. I'm not going to tell an individual, "Hey, you want a Virgo, like a virgin, and you won't like fuck a woman that her body count is 100." You're in the wrong. No, that's not what I'm saying. But there's a difference between individuals having their own preferences and between society making certain statements about like women are less valuable when they have a high body count, for example.
Well, does society make those statements or does men?
Well, it depends. If a lot of men say that, then the question is, do they all say that because they all have a preference for virgins? For example, if a guy wanted to, if a guy thought I was really hot in your chat, let's imagine that could happen, even though, let's be real. And then they wanted to fuck me. And then I told them, well, actually, my body count is 50. And then they're like, oh, I don't want to fuck her anymore. Right? Because I heard that she could have this and 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 all those ideas, then that's where it becomes harmful, right? Because I just lost a potential partner. Because there are notions about what it means to have a high body count that are not all true. You know, it's a stigma.
Okay, so do you think women with a higher body count are less likely to practice discernment?
What's discernment?
Just making choices. Here, I'll give you the exact definition so I don't say it wrong for you.
Wait, so you don't have like a way that you see it? It's just
the ability to judge well. That's the best way. That's the.
Oh no, I don't think that at all. Thinking that because a woman has a high body count, she somehow lacks the ability to make good choices is a sexist notion.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a good choice to sleep around?
It's a choice that you can make. It depends on your life choices. It could be.
It's a good choice for.
Well, is it a bad one? I think
it could be.
Yeah.
Well, one is what I mentioned, that promiscuous women are less likely to practice discernment. Maybe you would agree.
You haven't established that, though.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay, I know you guys don't think sleeping around is a bad thing, but
well, you have to explain why thinking why you have to explain that why is sleeping around a bad thing.
Okay, so do you think that promiscuous women are more flirty?
No.
Potentially.
Okay. I mean, what are we? Wait, what is the baseline here? What is the baseline we're comparing it to? Like a bunch of like church-going virgins here that like can be in the room with a guy, or what?
Non-promiscuous women.
What does that mean? You have to explain what that means.
What's promiscuous?
Yeah, you have to define your terms here. Not like in a dictionary definition. I mean, what does it mean to you? we're having a conversation as friends
Okay,
here.
so-
Like,
Okay, so a promiscuous woman would be someone who sleeps with 2 or more people in a year.
just
Wow.
in 1 year.
Promiscuous woman. Yeah, just 1 year. Yeah.
Okay, is there an age group that
Promiscuous girl.
matters? Yeah, I was thinking that too. But is there like an age group? Like, do you think that like it's different at any different age, or like?
Promiscuous women are fucking up their pair bonding. Do you not believe in pair bonding either?
Oh no.
Because what if they're pair bonding?
Wait, you don't believe in pair bonding?
I didn't say that. What is pair bonding? Explain it.
Okay, so pair bonding.
How are they getting? How are they fucking it?
Just, like, it's
How
just
if-
like you're like.
I'm asking you to qualify the positions that you say. No, because I want you to qualify your positions. I don't think that's a really like crazy thing to ask. I'm asking you to explain what you mean when you say they're fucking up their pair bonding. I'm asking a follow-up question. Are you getting offended that I'm asking you a follow-up question? No, just explain what you're saying. Because if you actually have a position, then you should be able to explain it to me.
Right. So pair bonding is the emotional connection that happens through sexual activity, touching, expressing secrets with one another.
Expressing secrets?
This is pair bonding. Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah.
So you can. Okay, interesting. Good.
Yeah.
So it's just expressing secrets and touching.
Okay.
I'm asking
Like,
to clarify your point.
you're-
I don't know why. I don't know why you don't think that you look so fucking weak when you're just gonna like get frustrated by me asking you to qualify what you're saying. What are you saying? I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Behavioral and
Okay.
physiological bond between 2 mated individuals.
What does 2
This is
mated
what pair
individuals
bonding is.
mean? Mated? What is a mated individual? Somebody who like has fucked somebody, or?
I think he means that like if you sleep around, then that means that he'll have to explain how it's fucking up your pair bonding. But pair bonding, I think it just means like having a good monogamous relationship.
Is that what he means?
I
Because
think
I don't
that's
know
what
why
he
he didn't
means.
just say that though. Is that what you mean? She's a mediator. She's trying to, bridge the gap. It's not a gotcha. If you mean that, you mean that. Like,
You just said you don't know what a mating pair is, a mated pair. Like I
We
just don't know
don't
if,
talk
like, this is-
biological
yeah,
terms.
are you talking about
We
like a
think about
bird? I know what it
humans as
is when we're
complex
talking about.
creatures.
Yeah, if we're talking about birds, I know what you mean, but we're
Wait,
talking about
pair
humans.
bonding is part of biology, though.
Oh no.
There's a lot of things that are part of
Oh.
biology that have nothing to do with like humans. So, what's your point? So,
I just
Okay.
don't know if you're just like, some things I feel like you're just saying you don't have any.
it
clue
really
what these
seems like,
things
again, like you
are.
look really weak when you can't explain something when I'm asking follow-up questions. I am being good faith in this.
Nina,
Can you just answer the
everybody
question?
just watched you for an hour, avoid every question I've asked you.
Okay.
Everybody
Well, if
just
you think
watched
that's not
this,
the
so I
case,
don't know what you
then
mean I look weak. Like, I don't know what. Like,
because
what do you mean I look weak? What makes me look weak?
Because I'm
about that?
asking you a
What's
question
weak?
and now you're distracting about this. Okay, let's get back to what we're talking about. I just asked you what you meant by mated pair, and if we're talking about like in human psyche, I don't know what that means. That's not a phrase. I used to be a biology major, my guy. You're not gonna like pull this over on that. Like, I understand that mated pair means something in the concept of a particular species, but like that doesn't really seem. Are you talking about socially, or are we talking about like in a weird biology term? And you need to specify these things. I don't think that me asking for clarity is like me being bad faith. That seems like you're just kind of. The reason why you look weak is because I'm asking for you to clarify what your statements are, and then you're just doing personal attacks to me. That makes you look very weak.
In humans, okay. Pair bonds are created by a combination of the social interactions and the biological interactions. It's including your neurotransmitters, oxytocin, vasopressin, and dopamine, and especially oxytocin. And women are more susceptible to oxytocin. Do you understand
so
this now?
you
or
had to
do I need
Google
go
it to know
more
that. So
into
what
it?
did you mean when you referenced that earlier?
No, I opened up my thing that I have written out here actually. Like,
So let's bring
sorry,
it
I
back
don't
to the
remember
context.
everything off by heart,
No,
but
that's fair.
you just said that you were the biology major or whatever, right?
Yeah, I went to
But
school for biology.
you've never heard anything about pair bonding? They never talked about
Again,
pair
you're doing the
bonding
same thing where you're doing it. So I'm
biology?
telling you that's fair. Let's get back to what we're talking about, okay? You brought it up.
Oh my gosh.
I'm trying to keep you
And
on
I
track and you're
explained
getting
it.
mad at me? Are you serious? Let's continue. Let's get back to it. You were talking about pair bonding and what was the exact you were saying about relationships, right? And that like body count
He was
like a
saying
problem.
that pair bonding,
Yeah, it was
pair
like something about bonding.
bonding, that like the promiscuous women
Right.
show bad discernment because it
Mhm.
I don't know if it was related to it. I thought it was, but maybe it's not. He says that promiscuous women who have apparently more two than sexual partners annually
Right.
fuck up their pair bonding, but he'll have to explain why he thinks that is.
Right. That's where we're
Is it
Okay,
because
so-
they're not pairing up?
Yeah, when you engage in sexual activity frequently with different partners, this is this
Okay, I see.
This takes away the uniqueness of the pair bonding.
Okay,
So
but
your sexual
if
activity. Okay.
Mhm.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay, so by the definition of two or more partners annually, I can just have two boyfriends for 6 months each, and I'll be promiscuous under your understanding of promiscuity. So I just pair bonded twice. So
Yeah. So
okay, cool.
if you sleep with two dudes every year from 18 to 28, right?
No, we said annually. That was your definition.
Yeah. Are
Yeah.
you? So if you sleep with two dudes every year until you're 28, 18 to 28, say,
Sure.
how many people have you slept with by the time you're 28?
Well, I mean, you'd be
What's
20.
what?
He's saying that if you're sleeping with two
Right.
people
So
a
you think
year
after
over a 10-year
sleeping with
period.
20 people, you think after sleeping with 20
Okay, but
people, you
I
have
think
the
that what she was
same-
like talking about was like, are we talking about like just the sleeping with being the issue, or is it the relationship part being the issue? With because
Sorry, say
your
that again?
thesis was that it's ruining your ability to pair bond. So like,
Yeah.
if she's in like a
Yeah,
long-term
especially with women.
relationship with, you know, two people for 6 months, you know, so two people a year, is that
Mhm.
ruining her pair? Because it seems like she is pair bonding, it just doesn't work out. Like she can make the connection,
mean? Sorry.
obviously. Well, she is making a bond with somebody that she wants to be with, and that she's not like fucking random dudes,
Wait,
right?
but you
She's in
get
relationships with them.
desensitized to the oxytocin. That's the problem.
Is
You
that
get
a thing?
desensitized
okay.
to the oxytocin
Alright.
that the sexual activity brings you.
You know, you get
Okay,
oxytocin
so
for like
when
touching
you
your
do-
dog, dude, like petting them. Like I think you're like putting way too much emphasis on what oxytocin is.
Okay. So you think you get the same gratification? And
No, but I think that you're
oxytocin
putting way
dosage
too much
of
emphasis on it
touching
because I
your
think you have
dog
no
and
idea what the
sexual pleasure.
I have a question. So if I have one partner and we got together when we were both 18 and then we were fucking every day for the next 50 years, under your understanding, we would have less fun sex because I got desensitized to oxytocin, which would be released when we're fucking.
No, because you have created your bond with that one person.
But you're talking about desensitization to a hormone. So you either mean
Yeah,
that the
that's
release
part
of that
it.
hormone.
Oh my gosh.
No, she's
That's
making a
part
good
of-
point.
I
Let her
named
finish.
so many different things. Of course you think she's making a good point because she's arguing your points. Of course you think that.
Of course I would think that she's arguing my point is a good point because that is my point. That is like the most dumbass, like obvious statement. I would hope that you would think that somebody making a good point that agrees with your point is a good point. Dude, why'd you like that post?
Okay.
It was like, why'd you like, it seems like you were like, it agrees with what you said. Why'd you like that post? Okay.
Okay. So,
Well,
I thought
the
Yes.
funny. Okay, go ahead.
I thought that you were basically saying that when you do pair bonding a lot, which you would potentially do when you're more promiscuous, is that it would eventually cause desensitization to the good things that come from pair bonding. That's what I thought you meant when you said ruin someone's ability to pair bond. Was that not correct?
Yeah, it can. Yeah, this is one of the
Okay.
reasons. Yeah.
Okay. So, in terms of that, it seems that anything that causes a continuous release of some sort of hormone under your definition would cause desensitization to that hormone. So, in that vein, we could also say don't have too much sex because you'll get desensitized to the hormones that lead to good sex.
Yeah.
Okay.
Age and exposure does desensitize you to a lot of things.
Okay, cool.
So like
So,
exposure to bunch of
Mhm.
different dicks desensitizes you to this stuff.
Well, no,
And, like, I don't know why
no,
we're,
no,
like,
no. She's talking about the
you
same
guys-
dick. No,
you
she's
guys
talking. No, no,
won't-
no,
you
no, no,
won't-
no.
you
You
won't
can't say that. You
concede to
can't
the
just get away with
fact
that.
that-
She's saying that you're fucking the same
Wait.
person.
Okay, listen. You guys won't concede to the fact
No, you just.
that
Oh my god.
promiscuous women are less likely to practice discernment. If you think that sleeping around
Tell
is
us
a
why.
good ability to judge, that's wild to me.
Tell us why not.
that's-
Explain why not. Make an argument for why not instead of telling us to agree with you without making an argument for it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So hear me out. Hear
You
me out
guys
for a
don't
second.
like my reasons why not, and then keep saying, "Tell me why
I don't like
not."
them because
No,
they don't
wait,
make
easy,
sense.
easy.
Okay, like I mean, like you have to be logical about these things. I know, like you're being very emotional. That's very womanly of you, I guess. But like you have to make some points here that like actually make sense
shit,
logically.
man.
Okay, like honestly, obviously I'm being a little
Every
bit of a
logical
goof.
point that I made, you just go around everything.
Well, then it just seems
You
like it
went
wasn't
around
very
it all.
logical. Now, was it? Can you just answer
Okay.
her questions,
Okay.
or you're gonna say that you got ganged up on?
Why do you keep assuming what I'm gonna say and
No,
what
I'm
I
making
think
I'm
and
making
my
a joke.
emotions?
You
You've assumed
literally
everything.
say
If
that
I
I'm
was
lying
doing
when I
this in
give you my
reverse,
opinions.
you
Have
would
I done
call
that
me a
for you?
misogynist
Have I ever
asshole.
told you that you were lying
like,
about
that's
your
what you would
opinion?
be doing right now. If I was like being all condescending and talking to you like a fucking idiot,
You
would
you
do this.
literally
You
have
would
been
call
doing
me a
that this like the
misogynist right
entire
now.
time, and I didn't
No,
do that,
actually,
so I don't know what you mean.
Because
I don't give a fuck
I
about your
haven't been
opinion on
like trying to
things. Oh my
comment on your
god.
intelligence and shit. So you don't give a fuck about
Have
my
I
opinion
commented on your
things, man? Like,
intelligence?
what
Am
the
I doing
fuck
that?
are we- Yes, you actually have. You actually have.
By saying
A
that
few
I don't
times.
understand that your point, I feel like that goes both ways,
No,
honestly.
that wasn't.
Okay, what did I say?
what I'm
What did I
talking
say? You seem very triggered.
And
So
I'm not
you
gonna
wanna
argue about this. This
Okay,
is
well I
crazy.
have to go
This
to
is
bed
a
soon
crazy
anyway. So
argument.
do you want to do some final statements? Obviously, Kat, love you. Love to talk to you more, and both of you, of course.
Yeah.
But I just it's kind of getting late, so I just respect for my partner. He wants to go to bed. So do you want to have some closing thoughts here? I'll definitely raid. You're streaming, right, Kat?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll send it
Yeah,
over.
yeah.
But like, do we have any final thoughts? I mean, SpeakeaZy, I'm absolutely down to talk to you again anytime. But just want to know if you want to close out this particular conversation with me. You can say no. It's fine.
No, like to be honest with you, I would have this conversation with you again, but like next time if we have this conversation, like if you agree to actually answer my questions instead of saying every time, well, I'm just trying to like have a conversation with you. Like we have to actually answer
Okay.
each other's
Well,
questions.
I
You know what I
answered
mean?
like every single one of your questions. If you just want me to do yes or no's and Jesse Lee Peterson style, I don't even that even came up. So I think that you're kind of doing a little bit of a coat post here. So that's fine. I think that we can have a good faith conversation. I do think that you are a good faith generally, but when you say shit like that, you're obviously not being like that. It looks very weak for you, but that's fine. Sometimes we're wrong on things. Sometimes we change our opinions, and that's fine. And I do think that you're a nice person, and I would love to talk to you again. Obviously, Katie, fantastic to speak to you. I'm gonna go ahead and send everyone in the chat over to you, because you run YouTube, right? You don't stream on.
Tell them where to find you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, shout out to oh shit, I always fuck it up. God damn it, I can't spell for shit, dude. I'm on twitch.tv/Nina Neina. Wait, how do you spell? Wait, is it Katie? How do you spell your name? I think I'm spelling that wrong.
Yo, one of my mods share Nina's
I swear I
Twitch
thought I
and
spelled it
Katie's.
right. I was EATKATEE, right? That's you,
My
right?
They
mod's
already
got
shared
you
it.
with
You're
that.
good.
No, I'm trying to raid and it just like the command didn't go through. Oh, because
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
using Chatterino. Never mind.
DAT.
I did spell it right. I'm just being a dumbass.
Easy, do you still want to keep talking or are you tired?
I can keep talking if you want. Yeah.
Yeah, give me one.
Okay, then I'll go pee really quick. Good night, Nina.
All right. Have a good night, guys. I'm going to go ahead and disconnect, but I'm going to say a little bit goodbye to the chat. But fantastic talking to you guys. Lovely, as always. And hope to talk to you again. Oh, I'm so bad. Like, Chatterino, like, I don't know what's going on where, like, if I try and, like, do, like, commands, it just doesn't want to work. Give me 5 seconds. Literally count it down. 1, 2, 3, 4. God damn it, I fucking spelled it wrong. I'm an idiot. I am the smartest of people. Alright, no, I'm just gonna start victim blaming at this point where, like, I just can't figure out how to spell her name correctly, so that's definitely her fault and not me being an idiot. I don't know, it's not like a victim, but you know what I mean. You know, you know what I'm saying. That I have spelled it wrong like so many times. That. Thank you all for being here. Hopefully I spelled it right this time. We'll be here tomorrow. We're doing another debate tomorrow on abortion. It's going to be a spicy one. It'll be a 2v2 with my friend. Very good respect that I'm getting from Razor, who is definitely not putting on his fucking hair dryer right now. This is what I'm saying. He just trolls me. He just trolls me. I figured it out. We finally figured it out. Thank fucking Christ. All right, give her some love. Let me know if he talks shit, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. We'll see you tomorrow.